Think you could ease up there, partner? I contemplated that for a second, and seeing as how I felt safe in here, I lowered the weapon. Thanks, Grady. I appreciate it. Now, he motioned ahead to a room by Auditorium 1. Just over there is where I spend most of my time, a little cafe. Cozy, full of movie memorabilia and what have you. Plus there's a fireplace. Y'all want to see? As long as there's food, Mia said. Chewy barked, letting us know he felt the same way, and it was pretty difficult to say no to Chewy. So, we followed Ramsey Cobb. Hell, even Stone, the perpetual pessimist, tagged along. The cafe was cozy. A dozen or so tables dotted the main dining area, and parked on each side were canvas directors' chairs. They looked cool, but I doubted they were comfortable. The booths running along the left and back walls seemed a safer bet for both lumbar and butt support. Above these booths were more film posters and Ramsey's DIY lights, though not as many as in the lobby due to the smaller size of the room. On my immediate left stood an old-timey jukebox, like something out of a 50s-themed diner. This, however, remained dark, and most likely would for the foreseeable future. Ramsey ambled along the carpet, designed with pastel-colored movie reels and cameras, toward the middle of the room. He pushed 2 tables together. I offered to help, about to hand Elle the rifle in case things turned bad, but he waved me away. Nah, you're my guess. Not to mention, I probably had y'all close to shitting your britches when I ran at you with that gun there. So it's the least I can do. That's an understatement, Stone mumbled. He held his lone crutch in his right hand while his left elbow rested on the hostess's stand. Ramsey obviously heard this, but instead of retorting or making a big deal of it, he pointed by Stone and said, Hey, man, there's a first aid kit under that table there. Could you grab it for me? Stone laughed. Wait, you serious? Yeah, man, my head is killing me. Want to clean this up before we start eating. Y'all probably don't want to stare at something this ugly while you're shoveling down candy and beef jerky. It'll make you lose your appetite. I've got an iron stomach after looking at Stone over so many meals, I joked. Stone rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. No chance of laughter there. A swing and a miss, Grady. Oh, I see how it is, I continued. You can make fun of me all day, but when I get in on the action, you get pouty. Dish it, but can't take it. I shook my head. That's because you're such an easy target, Grady, he replied. Wait a second, Mia interrupted, face alight with excitement as she looked at Ramsey. Did you say candy and beef jerky? Now we all rolled our eyes. I did, Ramsey answered. He smirked slightly and tilted his head. Not exactly a 5-star dining experience, I know, but... Do you have Skittles? I think so. I'll have to check, and they're probably a tad on the expired side. You son of a bitch. You've just become my favorite person. This time we all laughed, Stone included. There were Skittles and a little beef jerky. I followed Ramsey into the kitchen of the cafe. It was smaller than the dining area, and towers of boxes stood on a stainless steel table. This was his store of food, which mostly consisted of junk, candy, small bags of chips, and 20-ounce bottles of pop. Watching as he pulled Snickers and Butterfingers out, I could almost feel the cavities eating away at my enamel. Ah, here we go, Ramsey said. He set a big bag of Skittles next to a couple bags of off-brand jerky. Last I remembered, Mia had wrapped her Skittles in Jack Links, but I didn't think she'd mind the change. Ramsey said, Help yourself, Grady. Got any Reese's? I see you're a fellow with good taste. He winked. Box right there. There ain't much left because I fucking love 'em, but there should be enough for a taste. A taste is all I need. I blinked a few times, realizing how addicted I'd become to sweets. Jeez, I sound like a drug addict. You ain't far off, I think. My mama always said sugar was neck and neck with meth. Both keep you awake a while and rot your teeth. Of course, sugar's legal." I chuckled. "Your mom's a smart lady." "Was a smart lady, yeah. Shit, I'm sorry. Don't sweat it. She died when I was a kiddo. I barely remember her." "So did my mom," I said. "Sorry to hear that, pal." He grabbed an empty box and started loading it with various snacks, and then he motioned to a freezer behind me. "If you want to save your teeth some trouble, there's other junk in the ice chest. Don't know why I keep it in there, seeing how it's about 30 degrees in the cafe. Guess it's just a habit. Anyway, there's some hot dogs and pretzel nuggets you can microwave. Ain't no nacho cheese, but I got packets of mustard I can thaw out." "You have a microwave?" The word sounded almost alien as it left my lips and reached my ears. Microwaves were one of the old world luxuries I'd nearly forgotten about. When we mostly ate prepackaged food and warmed stuff up over the fire, it was easy to forget. Ramsay nodded. "Runs same way all the lights do, on car batteries and a couple of gas generators. Kind of funny, actually, when people started freaking out and hoarding food. It never crossed their minds on how they was going to cook once the power went off. Seeing as how most people can't even roast a marshmallow over a campfire the right way. So I raided a Walmart on my way out here, and most of the shelves are empty, except Fig Newtons because nobody likes those. But I ain't let that get me down. I moseyed on over to the car and tire section and loaded up a cart full of batteries. It was a hell of a job dragging those heavy bastards through the snow, and I was sore for about 5 days after, but shit, it was worth it." "I guess so." I grabbed one of the plastic packages of salted pretzel bites. "If it's any consolation, you're pretty much my hero. I don't know if I have the patience to warm any more food up over a tiny fire. How our ancestors did it, I'll never know." He tapped his temple on the side where the cut, now cleaned and coated with super glue instead of stitched, was. "Smarter than I look, but I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse." "What do you mean?" "I mean, I survived this long on my wits and a little bit of luck. But maybe you and me and all your friends out there are actually the dumb ones, since we got to put up with this supernatural shit now." "Maybe." Wanting to change the subject away from the monsters, I pointed to the insignia on his coat. "Were you in the military?" "Still am." He grinned. "I know that probably sounds odd to a civvy like you, but once a soldier, always a soldier." I nodded. "That's good. If we're going to survive this, we'll need a few soldiers." 3. A dinner party. We gathered around the table in the middle of the cafe, and we started eating. It was quiet at first. A little awkward, too, probably because I refused to let the rifle leave my side. But after a moment, the conversation picked up, largely thanks to Eleanor Hark, the epitome of strength. She had lost her entire family in a matter of months. Yet she still kept her head high, still smiled and laughed, and still started and carried on conversations. I loved Mikey like a brother, and his death hurt badly. But I couldn't imagine what it felt like for her. Jonas, the closest thing I had to a sibling besides Stone, had died, and those few weeks after were extremely hard for me. I barely slept, barely ate, barely talked, and I sure as hell didn't smile. Any time I found myself alone, my mind wandered toward all the good times he and I had together. All those laughs the Three Musketeers shared. Jonas wasn't my blood, but he might as well have been. His death just about killed me. I don't know if that's a fair comparison to Eleanor's situation. Probably not, considering she had lost her parents as well. But it's the best I can do. My father passed away long before the freak snowstorms began. But even though it was sudden, it wasn't exactly unexpected. I knew how unhealthy he was, how he skipped doctor's appointments and crushed 6-packs of beer while he parked himself in his recliner and watched the Indians every night. And he was in his late 50s. a common age for unhealthy men to have heart attacks. For Elle, though, her parents vanished in one night, and her little brother followed them to the icy grave not long after. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Yet here she was, stronger than ever, steering the conversation with a strange soldier in an old movie theater. I was waiting on the packets of yellow mustard to thaw, picking at my pretzel nuggets, when Eleanor asked Ramsay, "So how long have you been here?" Stone sat on my left with an untouched, steaming, and smelling delicious, I might add, hot dog in front of him. He mumbled something that sounded like, "I'm getting a strong sense of déjà vu," which I ignored. Leaning back in his chair, his spine popping audibly, Ramsay tapped his chin and pondered Elle's question. "Been that long, huh?" Mia said. As you could guess, the plate in front of her was covered in jerky and Skittles. She had unwrapped a few beef sticks and then mashed them flat with her knuckles. After doing this, she pressed the Skittles along the meat in a neat row and called it a sweet beef rope. We all gave her flack for this, so she shoved the whole rope in her mouth, chewed it up, and showed us the aftermath. It was a pretty disgusting visual, but I somehow kept my appetite. "That's great," Stone said. "Way to be polite to our gracious host." "Yeah, thanks for that," I added. "I've told you before, guys, don't knock it until you try it." Mia rolled up another bit of meat around the candy and passed it to Chewy, who had been begging silently at her side. The dog rose on his back legs and gently nibbled the food from her hand, making wet, smacking sounds as he chewed. He swallowed eventually, I think to just be done with it, returned to his begging position, and set his front paw on Mia's leg for more. "See, Chewy likes it, don't you, boy?" "Dogs will eat anything," Stone argued. "Not true." "Yeah, it is. They'll even eat their own feces. My cousin had a big fenced-in backyard, but he couldn't let the dog roam without supervision because it'd go to town on whatever came out its back end. Talk about recycling. Save them the job of having to scoop it themselves, though, right?" I said, appetite still as strong as ever, in spite of the mental images Stone's anecdote brought to mind. Elle grimaced, shaking her head. "Yeah," Mia said. "If dogs will eat anything, then tell me why Chewy won't even give you a kiss." Stone bared his teeth, squinted. "Blah, I don't know. And I don't care." Mia was starting to get red in the face. Pretty soon, this argument would probably somehow circle to Stone's hatred of Jerry from Tom and Jerry, and once that train left the station, well, good luck. Elle saw this too, and spoke up before it could happen. "Guys, as enticing as it is to keep the conversation about dogs eating feces going, I asked Ramsay a question which he hasn't yet had a chance to answer." "Sorry," Stone mumbled. "Go ahead, Ramsay." "Yeah, my bad," Mia said. Ramsay laughed. "No worries, I was quite enjoying the distraction. But, yeah, to answer the question, it hadn't been that long. Definitely feels like it sometimes, though. The hours go by real slow when there ain't nothing to do." His brow wrinkled, as Ramsay was now deep in thought. "I'd say about 3 weeks, maybe a little longer. Don't think this whole thing's been going on more than 2 months." My stomach grumbled. I reached across the table and grabbed the mustard packets from the hot plate. They weren't frozen anymore, but when I squeezed them, the mustard came out like a slushie. That didn't stop me, however. I dipped my pretzels and gobbled them up as greedily as Chewy had gobbled the jerky Skittle concoction. "It does feel a lot longer than that," Elle agreed. "The whole thing, I mean. The snow, the monsters, the end of the world. Years instead of months." "That it does," Ramsay agreed. Unlike Stone, he had no qualms about digging into his hot dog. He lifted it from his plate and chomped down 3/4 of it in one bite. After swallowing loudly, he set the remaining piece on the floor for Chewy, who scarfed it down. He hung around for more, his tail wagging furiously. "Probably just earned yourself a new friend," I said, nodding toward the dog. "Good. I need one." Didn't we all? "So, what brought you here?" Elle asked. "Luck, I guess," Ramsey said. "That, and I didn't think I could drag around all the car batteries anymore. I was afraid my arms was gonna pop out of their sockets." He chuckled, staring off into the background as he probably pictured that. "You do know how close you are to a sanctuary, don't you?" Stone said, almost mockingly. Ramsey raised his eyebrows. "The city. Yep, I know it. Know it too well, you might say." Across the table, Mia had been crunching her Skittles, but she stopped as soon as Ramsey finished talking. Her cheeks blanched, and her eyes simultaneously drooped and widened, a combination I thought impossible. Is it gone?" Ramsey shrugged. "Depends what you mean by gone." We examined him, waiting for an elaboration. As we did this, the color slowly reappeared on Mia's face, a sure sign that anger was on the horizon. "Thou shalt not test the patience of a pregnant woman." "I mean," Mia snarled, "is the fucking place still there or not? Is it still operational, still safe?" Whoa, no need to bare them fangs, miss. I ain't know it was such a touchy subject to you." Ramsey's gaze fell on Mia's belly, where her hands rested, bunched into fists. "Oh, I get it now. You're trying to have your little one in the city, ain't you?" "Wow, so observant," Stone said, rolling his eyes. "You must have been Sherlock Holmes in your past life." "Sherlock's a fictional character, Stone," Elle said. "He probably doesn't know that." "I know that, buddy," Ramsey said. "I read damn near all of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's work when I was stationed in Kansas. Fuck all to do out there. Favorite one was about the Hound in Baskerville." Stone jerked his head back. "You're serious?" "Yeah, man, I love me a good mystery." "Let's stay on topic here," Mia interrupted. "Ignore this douchebag and tell me what the hell you're talking about, dude." "Excuse them," Elle said as she leaned forward and planted both hands on the table, one on each side of her empty, ketchup-stained plate. "A politer translation would be, is there anyone there who can deliver this baby? 'Cause I'm one bad sneeze away from popping her out and simultaneously painting the walls with strawberry jam," Mia said. And there went my appetite. "Jesus Christ, Mia," Stone said. "Do you want us all to throw up?" Ramsey took a deep breath, smiled somberly. "Well, the city ain't like it used to be, but there's a few people who could help you out. In fact, when I lived on the inside, I saw a couple pregnant chicks go into the medical building with a big old belly and come out with a little bundle of joy. You'll want Sharon Hart, if you can. Pretty blonde gal with green eyes so bright you can't miss 'em. Doc Ritchie ain't bad for a second choice, but he don't have no bedside manner. And I imagine when you're about to do that, you want everyone treating you right like." Elle visibly relaxed, but Mia remained skeptical, hands still bunched into fists, face not as scarlet as before, though still red. "Wait," I said. "You live there?" "I did," Ramsey said. "Pretty much from the beginning of this circus." "What happened?" "I don't think y'all want to know." "Bro," Stone said, "you better fucking tell us. If you haven't noticed," he nodded to Mia, "we're kind of in a sticky situation here. We don't have time for games." He struck out for the rifle resting by my side. The sudden movement caught me by surprise and honestly scared me a little. Before I could even raise my hand, Stone had the muzzle aimed in Ramsey's face. "If you want to play games, Ramsey, then I'll shoot you right here on the spot, and it'll be game over for you, my friend." Mia, Elle, and Chewie reflexively flinched. I didn't. I just stared at my best friend in disbelief, wondering what the hell had gotten into him. Ramsey stared at him too, but in a nonchalant, relaxed manner. This was a man who'd seen the wrong end of a gun many times before, I thought. "Stone!" Elle snapped. Just because it's the end of the world doesn't mean you get to be a complete dickbag, Mia finished for her. Yeah, a dickbag. Stone ignored them, and the staring contest continued. Whereas Stone was serious, all business, Ramsey's lips curled into a smile. He said, Hey, no harm, no foul, I get it. I understand the mistrust, I do. You're probably right to not trust me. I wouldn't trust my ass either, looking the way I do now. Put yourself in our shoes. Running at us while you're blasting off into the sky isn't exactly a great first impression, Stone said. Stop it, Elle shouted. Stop. Stone snarled. His nostrils flared. He showed no signs of putting down the weapon. Dude, I said, this is really not cool. He glanced at me out of the corner of his eyes. I'm stepping up, Grady. Doing what you should have done a long time ago. His words stung a bit, but I didn't take them to heart. We were all shaken after the events in Woodhaven, and all on edge with Mia being so close to delivering. Sometimes Stone got angry. Hell, I did too. It was only human. You're going to tell us what the deal is with the city, and then you're going to go outside and fix our other snowmobile. I don't care if it's coming down out there, or if it's negative 1,000,000 degrees, or if the fucking thumbprint people lend you a hand. We're done messing around. At the mention of the thumbprint people, Ramsey's confident expression wavered, but only for a moment. Soon he was smiling again, which only served to piss Stone off more. I had made it a point to not let this get out of hand. So far, I was failing. Ramsey held his hands up. All right, I'll tell you. Just get the damn rifle out of my face. Fine. Stone lowered the gun, but kept it on the table and aimed at Ramsey's chest. You want to know what happened? Ramsey said. Well, I'm not too sure myself, but I'll tell y'all one thing. The guy who was doing the studying, Beretti's his name, lacks common sense. Sure, he's got a brain for science, but he was working for some covert government organization before, which only got shadier after the snow fell. And I think that ain't exactly the type of science you and me studied in school. Shit's way above my pay grade. He chuckled. Anyway, those things, those shadows, showed up all over the world, and Beretti, he wanted to study him. So he did. Is he in charge there? I asked. Ramsey shrugged. Not really. He's got some pull, but another fella runs the place. Nick Ryder. I guess Beretti's his second in command, and I ain't never seen two more different people in my life. They get along pretty well, though, somehow. Beretti, he's not too kind a guy. Y'all want to steer clear of him and stay off his bad side, especially if Ryder's not around. So he's the reason for the incident, I said, unsure of what the incident was, but having a slight idea. Pretty much. Beretti's got a lot of blood on his hands because of it. Elle put her hand over her mouth. Blood? Ramsey nodded. Yes, ma'am. I wasn't sure I wanted to know the story, but I leaned forward and listened anyway. So, this son of a bitch and his team of scientists somehow trapped one of those bastards, kept it below the city. And you saw this? Stone asked, a smirk on his face. Not when it was trapped, no, but I sure as shit saw it when it got out, and when it infected a bunch of my friends. That's terrible, Elle said. How did it get out? Stone asked, glaring at Ramsey. No, Mia interrupted, face red again. The real question is why in the holy green fuck would some psycho keep one as a pet? Bingo. Ramsey winked and pointed a finger gun at Mia. Couldn't have said it better myself. How did it get out? Well, far as I know, that's up for debate, but I'd bet my right arm it got into someone's head, fucked with that person's brain, had him unlock the cage or whatever, and then strolled away like it fucking owned the place. How many? I asked. My voice faded as I realized it probably wasn't the most sympathetic question to ask, considering Ramsey had called these people his friends. Ramsey, however, didn't seem fazed. Let's see, there was about 300 living there when the one got out. Shit. There was more? Stone whispered. They got in? He pulled the rifle from the tabletop and cradled it against his chest, enraptured. I shook my head at him. Ain't nothing like a good story to lose yourself in, despite the horror. Yeah, don't know how many. I saw at least 5 on my own, and at the time, the city was a big-ass place. You know how it is, though, domino effect or whatnot. The first shadow gets in, infects a bunch of people. Then they go on and take over the security systems, power down the lights, open the gates. And those other fuckers ain't gonna miss the chance at a free meal. Let me tell you, 300 people can muster up a lot of fear. Massacre is a better word for what happened. If you can, just imagine a bunch of people running around like chickens with their heads cut off. My heart dropped. What was left of my heart, I mean. How many survived? I don't got an exact count, but when it was all said and done and the bodies were scraped off the roads, I'd say less than 75. Holy, I began. Fuck balls, Mia interrupted. Not exactly how I planned on finishing, but it summed up my feelings well enough. Less than 75, Stone said. How many were you doing? You implying I killed a few of my own friends? Implying? No, I think it's pretty obvious what I meant. My muscles tensed as I shot up from my chair. I knew this disagreement was going to come to blows. Or someone was going to get shot, and it usually seemed to be the innocent bystanders in these types of situations, so I snatched the gun from Stone's grip. Like myself earlier, he hadn't expected it, and it was easy enough to pry it from his hands without endangering the others, for the most part. Okay, I said, taking a few steps away from the table. Enough with this shit. I wrestled with the rifle while I attempted to figure out how to take it apart, a feat I'd seen before in 100 action movies, but this wasn't an action movie. My elbows chicken-winged and flapped, my face heated up, my teeth bared. Honestly, I tried my best, but since the steel refused to bend to my will, I just gave up. You can eject the mag by hitting that button right there, Ramsey said, pointing near the rifle stock. I saw no button and stared at him in confusion. Don't worry, it won't matter much if you do. Why not? 'Cause it's empty, my friend. Been empty since before we got into our little scuffle. Those rounds are probably buried in the snow with the rest of the world. A silence fell as Ramsey, cool as a cucumber, leaned back in his chair. He looked like a man lounging on the beach instead of a man who just had a gun jammed in his face. Stone shook his head. I turned to get a better look at him. He closed his eyes and kneaded his temples with his thumb and index finger. Grady, dude, you didn't check how many rounds were left? What? How the hell was I supposed to know? This isn't Call of Duty. I can't just hit a button. Yeah, man, I told you it's that button there, Ramsey said. He jammed an index finger through the air. Surprisingly, Stone chuckled, and he sounded like his usual self. I guess my stupidity wasn't completely worthless. I found the button, pressed it, and the magazine fell into my free hand. It weighed less than I expected, but what the hell did I know? Guns and I weren't too well acquainted, especially when the weapons of choice in this apocalypse were flashlights and bug spray-powered flamethrowers. I peered into the cartridge or whatever, and sure enough, no bullets were stacked in the magazine. Elle and Mia scooted away from Ramsey, their faces uneasy. I sensed a fear building within the room, somehow overshadowing Stone's anger. Ramsey reached in his coat's breast pocket and dug around for something. I wasn't sure what to expect. Maybe a pistol or a knife he'd use to put an end to us now that the tables had turned. But I didn't really believe that, and he pulled out neither of those things. He slapped down a fresh magazine on the table instead. The metallic clank rang through the entire empty building. No need to get all worried now. If I wanted to kill y'all, I would've. That's reassuring, Stone mumbled. Ramsey slid the magazine toward me. There. If it makes you feel better, go ahead and load up. Hesitantly, I reached for the magazine, lifted it. It certainly felt a hell of a lot weightier than the empty one. But I didn't load it. I just set it back down on the table and lay the gun beside me. Stone moved for it, but I slapped his hand away. Ow, dude, what the hell? No, leave it. If you're going to be a vagina. I showed him my favorite middle finger, and he stopped. Elle rolled her eyes and said, Now, boys. Always trying to show each other who has the bigger dick, Mia said. So dumb. Well, that's one way of putting it, I said. Stone sighed as he scratched the back of his head. Grady, Ramsey, I apologize to you both. Mentally, I'm not. Ever since we lost. Well, you know. Chewy whined from the floor, a sound that could melt even the stoniest of hearts. I'm sorry for y'all's loss, Ramsey said. And I thank you for this show of faith. I do appreciate it. And like that, our grievances were settled. Ramsey had a fire going in the little fireplace on the far side of the cafe. Although the air inside was warm enough, the heat from the flames took the air from cozy to toasty, and for the moment, I almost forgot we were in the throes of an apocalyptic winter. Sitting back at the table, we picked at the candy that made up our desserts. Reese's for Elle and me, per usual. Mia chewed on Skittles, sans the Slim Jims, and Stone shook Twix from their wrapper and stuffed them into his mouth. Chewy got a few Skittles here and there, mostly because of how Mia downed them so fast and carelessly. As we ate, Ramsey continued his story. I didn't murder no one. No one who was infected, I mean. But Stone, man, I dig your bluntness. I really do. The city could have used a few more fellas like you in charge. That attitude might have prevented a bunch of bloodshed. I'm sure, Stone replied around a mouthful of chocolate. But honestly, I'm more of a peace guy. Please, I said. The only peace you know are pieces of candy and pie. Elle brayed laughter, covering her own chocolate-stuffed mouth with one hand and beating the table with the other. Stop it, you're going to make me choke. He got you there, Mia agreed. You and those paydays. And now Twix, oh boy. Stone raised his middle finger. This is what I say to that. Ain't nothing wrong with satisfying your sweet tooth now and then, Ramsey said. Leave the poor guy alone. Thanks, bro. Stone offered him a Twix. How far he'd come in the span of a few minutes surprised me. Then again, that was Stone. Back in the day, whenever him and I battled on the basketball court, those battles eventually turned to fistfights. Coming home with a busted lip or a budding black eye became a common occurrence as we got older and testosterone guided our actions. An hour or two of anger followed these fights, where Stone and I refused to speak to one another. But by the time the sun went down and we each went home, we'd hop on Xbox Live and play Halo or Call of Duty together, as if we'd gotten into a hugging fight instead of a punching one. Stone was easily angered, yes, but he calmed down just as easily. That's just how he was. I left the city on my own accord. I'm a red-blooded American, and I don't take orders from no one but my CO, my mama, and God. Seeing as how my CO and my mama are both dead. And how God's been real quiet these days. I guess I'm a lone wolf, ain't I? Not anymore. You got us now, Elle said. She reached across the table and patted Ramsey's forearm. He jumped at her touch, eyes wide and unsure. Thanks, but y'all are leaving me soon. I don't blame you one bit, though. The city, it's filled with good people. Not as many as there were before the incident, but still, good people. Why don't you come back? It's not safe here, Elle said. It's complicated. Because you did kill some people, I knew it, Stone said. He smirked, letting Ramsey know he was joking. Half joking, at least. No, my hands are clean. I ain't never killed no one that didn't deserve it. but I am guilty of breaking a heart." Mia scooted closer to the table, saying, "Ooh." She forgot to take into account the girth of her protruding belly, and when belly and table collided, the ooh evolved into an oops, and the table almost flipped. It rocked to one side, causing a plate and a few empty boxes and wrappers to hit the carpet and scatter along the floor. Stone and I shifted the table back into place, while Elle and Ramsay picked up what fell. Mia uttered an apology before she continued on with her thoughts. "Broken hearts, now this is getting juicy. I like very much." She folded her hands, rested her chin atop her fingers, and peered at Ramsay. "So that's why you won't go back?" Ramsay gave no answer. "Spill the beans," Mia said, frowning. Ramsay hefted a heavy sigh, and then he gnawed on his bottom lip, deep in thought. "Fine. I got stationed over here right at the beginning, like I said. Government wasted no time sending the military in, mostly 'cause shit hit the fan so fast." I caught a glint of tears in his eyes before he slickly swiped them away. No one else noticed. "I'm a Southern boy, through and through, so coming up here wasn't too long a trip. My honey came with me, Lizzie's her name, and we was sweet on each other since high school. Got hitched about a year after, and she stuck with me through it all, even when they told me I had to move to Germany for a couple years. I gave Lizzie the news, and she packed her bags and hopped the plane without a moment's hesitation. I love her to death." Taking in our somber faces, Ramsay shook his head. "Nah, it ain't like that. She didn't die or nothing. Although I think I'm pretty much dead to her. And for good reason." Mia twirled her fingers. "Get on with it." Yeah, well, here's the why. It don't make me look good. It actually makes me look like a righteous prick, but I'll tell you all the truth. Doing that, it's good for me, I think, and my mama raised an honest boy, God bless her soul. So, I got sent out on a supply run about a month in with the scavs, short for scavengers, which the name pretty much sums up their purpose. And we was only heading to a place a few miles from the city, about a 3-hour trip. But then things went south like they always do, and me and my company, we was stuck for nearly a fortnight. Those things, those shadows, they tortured us. The things I seen, man, that shit about drove me insane. Half a dozen ended up dead, and I was pretty sure I was next. "I don't get it," Mia said. "Just skip to the good part, Ramsay. You're losing my interest." Ramsay chuckled. "Right. Well, there was this pretty little thing in the group. Her name was Brittany. The boys, not me, gave her a hard time, but she didn't take shit from no one. Mama taught me to respect women like she taught me to tell the truth. Brittany, she took a liking to me, always flirting and telling me things a man in a committed relationship shouldn't hear. Then one night it got colder than ever, and she huddled up next to me, asked me if I'd keep her warm. I obliged, but I promise y'all I had no bad intentions. Problem is, a fella at the end of his rope will do things he wouldn't do otherwise. And, well, I kept Brittany warm that night and a few nights after, minus the clothes, I mean." Stone just about jumped from his chair. He thrust his hand up toward Ramsay. "That's what I'm talking about. Whoa, you said you didn't give her a hard time, but man, it sounds like you did." "Stone!" Elle shouted. "What?" He faced Elle and I, nodded in my direction. "Grady knows what I'm talking about, don't you, dude?" His other hand prepared for a high five. I shook my head, feeling Elle's burning glare on the side of my face. "No, man, sorry." He deflated. His arms fell to his side and his shoulders slumped. "You're a pig, Stone," Elle said. "Hey, now it's not like I'm the one who banged her." "Ignore him," I whispered. Stone laughed. I know you guys love me, don't worry. Guys, Mia said, Ramsay just bared his soul to us, and you're making a joke about it. I deserve much worse, Ramsay said. Anyway, as y'all can see, I didn't die. I made it back when the clouds cleared. Brittany did too. I told her it was a mistake, that I should have never done that. But Brittany, she didn't understand that I wanted to stay with my wife. And the first thing she did when we got back was let Liz in on what I thought was going to stay a secret. Damn. So instead of having 2 slam pieces, you ended up with none, Stone said. Slam pieces? Really? Elle mumbled under her breath. Correct, Ramsay said. Not for lack of trying, believe you me, but Liz wasn't having it. Then the shit went down with the escaped shadow, and Brittany was one of the ones to go. Whew, dodged a bullet there, Stone said. This time, Elle lunged across the table and slapped him on the arm hard enough for him to wince. Anyone got a muzzle? Mia asked. No? Damn. Chewie whimpered. She bent to the side and scooped the dog from the floor, ruffling the fur atop his head. Not for you, silly, for the other dog over there. Rubbing his shoulder, Stone grinned. I knew he could sometimes be insensitive, he could sometimes be a prick, and he sometimes didn't know when he had taken a joke too far, but he was my best friend, and I'll be honest, I was just glad he was in better spirits. But no muzzle, no problem, Mia said. Unlike Elle, I won't pull my punches, so zip it and let Ramsay finish his story. Yeah, probably wise not to mess with a pregnant woman, I warned. Stone's grin faded, and he mumbled yet another apology. I really should have been keeping track. I think more sorries left his mouth that night than in all the years prior. Sagging in his chair, Ramsay cleared his throat and continued. So I lit out, because Liz didn't want me around no more, and because I no longer trusted the leadership there. Any sense of order went to hell when the blizzards moved in, and got even worse when the shadows attacked. My leaving, it was kind of, penance. But I found this little place, fixed it up a bit, and here I am. He lowered his voice as if imparting a great secret. You know, if I'm being totally honest, I'd be surprised if the city bigwigs let y'all in. His words knocked the breath from my lungs. Not let us in? After we had come all this way? No fucking chance. They'll at least accept Mia, right? She's 9 months pregnant, for crying out loud, I said. Ramsay shrugged and readjusted himself in his seat. I can't say they'd accept Mia for sure or not. The whole massacre thing shook 'em up, understandable. Depends on who's in charge that day. Beretti equals bad. Ryder equals good. Even then, ain't nothing guaranteed. His words brought on a flare of anger within me. I clenched my jaw and shook my head. Well, if they won't accept us, we'll make them. We haven't come all this way to get turned back now. I dig that attitude too, brother, Ramsay said. But even if they do let you in, there's a price you gotta pay. Whatever it is, I'll pay it, I said. Don't tell me that. Tell them. Ramsay rolled his left sleeve up and glanced at his watch. It was digital and in military time, which I was only somewhat familiar with. Squinting, he relaxed. Why? I didn't know, but I figured it was common knowledge for people living through this to disregard time. When noon looked like midnight, there were no rules. I nearly asked Ramsay why he had done that, but refrained. He wasn't evil. Not in the sense that Bob was, but he was a little odd. A lull fell over the conversation, and we picked at what remained on our plates. The quiet, for lack of a better word, sucked, so I decided I'd keep the conversation going by asking Ramsay a different question that weighed heavily on my mind. What about the thumbprint people? Soon as he started talking, I wished I hadn't. What about them? What the hell are they? Mia said. Ramsay sucked on his teeth, his eyes bouncing around our faces. Finally, he shook his head. Nah, I draw the line at the thumbprint people. I opened my mouth to protest, but a gentle hand settled on my forearm. Eleanor offered me a look that said, drop it. Unfortunately, Stone and Mia either ignored or were oblivious to this look. Oh, come on, Stone said. I was just starting to like you. Don't make me get the gun again. It's loaded now, Mia added. Guys, Elle said, if he doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't have to. I think we've pried into his personal business enough, don't you? Nope, Stone said. Not nearly enough. I need to know everything, especially if I'm going to be sleeping under the same roof as him. Ramsay fetched another sigh. Y'all are relentless. Ramsay, Elle said, you don't have to say anything. Yeah, man, I agreed. It's cool. Nah, it's all right. Stone's right, I might as well tell y'all. Ramsay checked his watch again. Seeing him do that produced an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach, as if cold hands had clenched around some of my more vital organs and were squeezing tighter and tighter. When I was a kid, I saw this article in a magazine about this little girl who'd stolen her dad's truck and drove it halfway across the country to California so she could meet Barney the Purple Dinosaur, or a Teletubby or something like that. I don't know, I don't remember. She damn near made it, too, but got pulled over in Oklahoma. They had a picture of her in the magazine. A cop was on his knees in front of the open driver's side door giving her a stern talking to, I think. But since the girl was only about 7 years old, the magazine had to blur her face. So they put this, filter over her face that made her head look like it was a pressed-in chunk of wax. Sounds dumb, don't it? Well, that little picture cost me about a year's worth of sleep. I had nightmares every night from the ages of 8 to 9 because of that. All my friends and family stalked me in these dreams. Their eyes and noses and mouths were one smushed, skin-colored blob. They called my name and tried to catch and make me look like them, always speaking in mumbling voices. Hell, when I think about it now, as a man in his early 30s, I still get the heebie-jeebies. He shivered. The shadows have latched onto the images in my head. And now I see thumbprint people all the damn time. But we have normal faces, Elle said. Couldn't you see that when you were shooting? Eleanor, I can't see a damn thing when the snow's coming down the way it is. That darkness ain't much help either, Ramsay replied. But I am sorry. And I'm even more glad I didn't kill none of y'all. He pointed at Mia's stomach. Especially with what you got going on over there. I nodded as he checked his watch a third time. A soft alarm chirped for a second or two until he pressed a button and turned it off. What's that? Elle asked. That alarm. It's telling me it's 2100. Ramsay nodded to the door at my back. Mind double-checking that lock for me, Grady? I pushed out of my chair on shaky legs. Why? Well, y'all probably don't really want to know. Yeah, we do, Stone said. Elle and Mia exchanged worrisome looks. Then Elle mouthed, It's okay. Was it? I didn't think so. Because I knew what happened at 2100. I think we all did. Only none of us wanted a definitive answer. But I asked anyway. Seriously, Ramsay, what happens at 2100? Well, Grady, it means them shadows got an appointment with us. Before anyone could speak, a high voice shrieked outside, louder than the wind. We're here! Don't look out the windows, Ramsay warned, nodding to the 4 covered panes of glass along the right and left walls. Best to just ignore them. Ignore them. Stone scurried from his chair, snagged his crutch, and took a shuffling step away toward the nearest window. I may have been imagining it, but he appeared to be moving easier. Maybe all that time trudging through the snow had built up the muscles in his leg. "That's your plan. Ignore them." Ramsay gave Stone a curt nod. "Yeah, ain't much else we can do." "It's what we do when we're by ourselves," Elle said. "Isn't it?" "Sure," Stone replied. "But we usually have a lot better protection than a gun and some weak-ass lights on the walls." "Hey now," Ramsay warned. "You ain't gotta bring my craftsmanship into this. Trust me, fella, I've survived 2100 every night for the past who knows how long. You ignore 'em, they go away. It's that easy." Stone glared at me. "I said it earlier, but here's a reminder, Grady. When we die, it's on you." "Yep, got it," I said. "But we're not gonna die." The monsters outside moaned our names. Every so often, the chains around the front doors we'd come in through rattled and banged. Elle shifted her chair closer until she practically sat on my cushion with me. I slid an arm around her and said it was going to be all right. "I hear Mikey," she whispered. "I do too." "Make it stop." Elle sniffled and dragged her sleeve down her face, wiping away the tears. "Just make it stop." "Eleanor. Ellie." "It's not him," Mia said. "Just remember, it's not him." "Oh, yeah?" A different voice hollered from below, gruff and louder than the wind. "If we aren't who we say we are, Mia, then tell me why there's a bullet hole in my gut." I had never seen Mia's face pale so fast before. Her lips tightened and she closed her eyes, rocking back and forth in her chair. "That's my baby in your belly, Mia. Mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming to take it back." A third voice joined the fray, this one a woman's with a heavy Canadian accent. "Give it to him, Mia. God damn it, you'll just fuck that poor kid's life up. You weren't ever responsible. You know that, you dumb bitch. Remember when I got you a hamster for your 9th birthday? You named him Omelette. And what happened to Omelette?" "No," Mia muttered. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" "You let the poor creature out of his cage, and he crawled up on the kitchen counter and into the drain, didn't he? Remember how we found out? Do you, Mia? Do you?" Mia's eyes watered. A tear fell down her cheek and splashed the tabletop. "Stop it, please. I turned on the garbage disposal, and your dumb little hamster ended up all over the walls. Took me hours to scrub all that blood off the linoleum. You know what I think? The bastard deserved it. Ooh, I can still hear how he screamed. I bet you can, too." Mia hunched over, clutched her belly. "I'm gonna be sick. Oh, God, I bolted from the table and grabbed the nearest thing she could puke in. It was one of the empty boxes. Mia ripped it from my grasp, dropped it, buried her head inside, and let rip. As the wet sounds of her sick splattered the cardboard, the outside rang with laughter. After a minute or two, I don't know, it felt much longer, Mia came up for air, saying, "I'm sorry, I can't," then promptly continued vomiting. Eleanor hovered behind her, reached and held Mia's hair out of her face with one hand while rubbing her back with the other. "It's okay, honey, it's okay. Let it out." Ramsay's usually calm expression wavered. A spark of anger burned in his eyes. "Okay, that's it. Didn't want to do this yet, but I see I ain't got no choice. Sounds like there's more than usual." "Oh, that's great," I said. "Fucking A," Stone added. Ramsay bolted across the room. When he arrived at the door leading into the short hall connecting to the lobby, he kicked it open. The door slammed against the wall with a loud clang, and a puff of plaster dust billowed from the fresh dent. "Whoa, slow down," I said. It dawned on me then that I had forgotten the rifle beneath the table. If Ramsey tried something, I was pretty much screwed. I was a little taller than him, but what he lacked in height, he more than made up for in muscle and combat experience. Fighting wraiths was one thing. Fighting a soldier was another thing entirely. I hesitated to believe he would try something, but I had been surprised before. I rushed along the hall, trailing behind. "Hey, man, what are you doing?" "Getting the big guns." Ramsey went past the lobby entrance and down the opposite corridor housing the other auditoriums. He halted in front of an exit. The cold wind leaked through the cracks in this door. I stopped a few feet short of him, just as he plunged his hand into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys. In the dim light emanating from the lobby, he squinted, studying each of the dozen or so slivers of metal. When he found the right one, he stuck it into the padlock latched on the chain looped through the handles. I reached for him and snagged the back of his coat. "You can't go outside! Are you crazy?" Ramsey shrugged out of my grip, whirled around. "Yeah, I'm a little crazy. So what? But I ain't going outside. That's what it looks like. Just stand back, Grady, you'll see. I got a trick or two up my—" He paused, screwing up his face in anguish. I wasn't sure why he was doing it, not until I heard the sound of a helicopter overhead. My heart damn near leaped out of my chest. That's how excited I was. A helicopter? My mind immediately went to a rescue team, a grizzled pair of soldiers riding around, shining their spotlight on wraiths and picking up survivors. I turned and started toward the lobby. Ramsey's hand caught my arm before I got more than a few steps. "That ain't a real helicopter." "What?" Besides their false voices, I had never heard the wraiths use sound effects to lure us out. They had only turned themselves into dead loved ones or other monsters. A near-deafening boom derailed my train of thought. It was followed by an urgent beeping and the constant spray of gunfire. Instinctively, I hunched over and covered the back of my head. Ramsey remained standing, almost dazed. A voice shouted when the gunfire faded. Cop, get over here. Ramirez is hurt. His leg. Oh, fuck, man, he's bleeding all over the place. I need help. Ramsey, God damn it, get off your ass and help us." I understood it then. Ramsey talked of thumbprint people, yes. But I believe that was where his irrational fears stopped. The fears that affected him the most were of the real world, of war, of battle, of bloodshed. And the wraiths were bringing these fears to life. More gunfire erupted in the distance. Someone screamed in pain. Bullets whined off metal and thumped into wood. Frozen, Ramsey stared in the direction of the sounds. I gotta go help Ramirez and Griff. I ain't gonna let them die like last time." Now it was my turn to hold him back. He bucked, gritting his teeth, screaming, "Let me go, you bastard! Let me go!" "It's not real, Ramsey, it's not real!" His flexed muscles relaxed. He had opened the cut on his head in his frenzy. A thin stream of blood dripped from it. Once through the eyebrow, it wound its way down his cheek like a red teardrop. "You're right, Grady. Fuck, you're right." I let go of him, and he stepped back and leaned against the wall. He put his hands over his face. With a shudder, he choked out a sob. A few seconds later, however, anger replaced the sadness. He ground his teeth together. His flesh burned crimson, nearly matching the shade of the blood he had smeared on his cheeks. I raised my arm, wanting to grab him again, but the attempt was half-hearted. In truth, my curiosity prevented me from doing so. He seemed oddly composed for such an angered man. I wanted to know what he had up his sleeve. He pushed the door open. The cold burned the exposed parts of my skin, but the wind blew no stronger than a light breeze. Laid out in front of me was a small corridor with walls of flimsy steel. It connected the main building of the theater to another smaller building. A lone lamp hung from the middle of the ceiling. Ramsay yanked on the pull cord, and a pale yellow glow gleamed off the other building's silver facade. It was an old trailer annex. He brought his keys out again, found the right one on the first try, and unlocked the other door. Undecided, I stood half in the theater and half in the corridor. Eventually, like always, curiosity bested my fear. It's a good thing I'm not a cat. I stepped into the connecting tunnel and closed the door behind me. A wave of heat rolled my way. I felt like I was back to my firefighting days. I'd usually say any type of heat right about then was welcome. Hell, sometimes the idea of setting myself ablaze to combat the cold crossed my mind, and more than once. A joke, of course, at least for the first few times. But as my fingers inevitably lost feeling and parts of my skin darkened with eventual frostbite, that idea gained some weight, I'll admit. But this heat that I felt from the inside of the trailer made setting myself on fire seem like Little League. As I got closer, my eyes dried to the point that blinking was painful. I'm not joking. I thought the bug spray in my jacket pocket might up and explode at any moment. Each step, even without snow beneath my feet, was a slog, like the heat was pushing back. I extended an arm and settled my hand on the metal. Warmth burned through my gloves. Without them, it would have hurt, no doubt. Not third-degree burn hurt, but hurt nonetheless. I climbed the 2 steps leading in. The heat grew almost unbearable, and a quick glance around told me why. I just wasn't prepared for it. I expected guns, actual big guns, or the entrance to hell, but that wasn't the case. Far from it, in fact. Car batteries. A boatload of them, like Ramsay spoke of earlier. I counted 6 rows lining the floor, but they were stacked a few feet high. If I had to guess, there were easily 100 or more, all connected to one another by a few master cords, which ran to a circuit breaker on the wall. Ramsay tiptoed through them without problem. I'm guessing he had done it many times before. I followed him about halfway. The fillings in my teeth ached, like I was walking through the graveyard of a malfunctioned nuclear power plant. I know, this was probably mental, but I felt it. And when I think about it now, I can still feel it. The trailer was shaped like a brick. Long, short, and squat. Most of the cupboards and built-in furniture had been torn out. I reckon to make more room for the batteries and/or to burn the wood. Fruit-themed wallpaper flapped around the spaces where cabinets once existed. A pile of dust and debris from Ramsay's de-renovation lay off to one side. Pieces of heavy wood covered the 3 windows, which still had not fruit, but vegetable-themed curtains hanging from crooked rods above. Whoever this place had belonged to before it fell into Ramsay's possession certainly liked their food decor. My eyes fell to the centerpiece again. This is a major fire hazard, dude. Huh? Ramsay, his legs splayed out in an uncomfortable angle to avoid the batteries, fiddled with the cover on the circuit breaker. I used to be a firefighter, I said. This place is either gonna go kaboom or drown in battery acid. Good, let it. It's a piece of shit anyways. He snapped the circuit breaker's door open. 24 or so buttons ran down it. His fingers danced along each one as he squinted and mumbled what he'd written on masking tape. Kitchen, lobby, bathroom, and so on. Ah, here we go. What? I'd cover your eyes if I was you, Grady. For what? 3, 2... What? Why aren't you counting down? 1. Ramsay threw the switch. It clicked, sounding louder than the slamming of a car door. A buzzing replaced it as a sudden burst of light exploded outside. For a glorious few seconds, at least until my retinas started burning, I thought the sun was back to its former glory. The idea was a fleeting one, however, as I remembered it was 9 at night, if Ramsay's wristwatch was to be believed. Still, had the time been wrong, the sun had never been this bright in my lifetime. Realizing my options were either going blind or covering my eyes, I settled on the latter. "Hear that?" Ramsay shouted. "The buzzing? Yeah, sounds like an army of bees." "Listen harder, friend." I strained my ears, unsure of what the hell was happening. About to guide myself out of the trailer by way of touch, I stopped. The image of me tripping and disconnecting one of the batteries burst into my head. I didn't want to be inside here when the place blew. As I opened my mouth to voice my dissent, a different sound cut through the drone of the batteries. It was a sound I recognized. The soft popping of expiring wraiths. They went off one after the other, like some kind of depraved fireworks, and a stream of high-pitched screams followed these pops. "That's it," Ramsay shouted. He grunted as he pulled the switch back down. The buzzing stopped. The trailer grew a few degrees cooler, and the light vanished. I opened my eyes. A greenish tattoo floated around the edges of my vision for a moment. Rubbing my face in the crook of my arm, I asked, "Are they gone?" "Most of 'em, probably. The ones that didn't get torched no doubt got scared and ran. They ain't human, I know, but they ain't dumb either." "What was that?" "My masterpiece," Ramsay answered, grinning. "Been working on that since the day I found this place." He tapped one of the walls, knocking a small cloud of dust into the air. "I call it the battery box, 'cause—" He waved a hand toward the floor. "Well, you get it." "I do." I swiped a sleeve across my brow, and surprisingly, it came back slick with sweat. Ramsay noticed this and nodded toward the tunnel. "Let's get out of here. If you want to, you can step out in the cold for a bit. Shadows are gone, and it'd cool you off in probably 2 seconds flat. But if you're smart—" A spark crackled from one of the batteries. I couldn't get out of there fast enough, unlike Ramsay, who located the source and ripped it out of line. He juggled it from hand to hand like a potato fresh from the oven. "Oh, shit. Need any help?" I asked. Hoping he didn't. My days of fighting fires were long behind me. Not by choice, but had the world not ended, I doubted I'd ever don bunker gear, or PPE to the layman, again. And after I failed to save the boy from the apartment, I didn't exactly miss it. "Nah, I'm good. Go on ahead and check on your pals." Relieved, I wasted no time in doing so and raced back to the cafe. They were still sitting at the middle table. Mia clutched a shaking Chewy against the swell of her stomach. Both her and Elle's cheeks shined with tears, and firelight reflected off the sweat coating Stone's forehead. They looked drained, beyond exhausted, but otherwise, okay. 4. Thumbprint people. "Are you sure you guys are all right?" I asked, sliding beside Elle and draping my arm over her shoulders. They're really gone. You're not fucking with us," Mia said before Elle could answer me. Ramsay, jovial and bursting with energy again, skipped across the room toward the window. He fingered the barrier, pulled it back, and peered through the crack. "Oh, they're gone, all right. I see a lot of snow out there, and that's about it." "You promise?" "I promise, sweetheart." Damn, Mia was so messed up she hadn't even noticed Ramsay's use of a patronizing nickname. Usually she'd be all over that. If a man called a woman honey, sweetheart, dear, or any variation of a distinctively gendered pet name, and that man wasn't the woman's husband or significant other, Mia automatically denounced it as demeaning and oppressive. That is, unless it came from someone's nice old grandfather. "But even Grandpa can be a perv. Shit, most of them geezers are," she had explained to me one time. It wasn't like I would ever call her such a name, but I still made a mental note not to, because I valued what I had below my belt, and I wouldn't have put it past a pissed-off Mia to use my manhood as a punching bag. Ramsay got off lucky that day, that was for sure. Despite his and my proclamation of no more monsters outside, Mia only slightly relaxed, whereas Stone and Eleanor started to resemble humans again, as opposed to the drained bags of skin they were when I had entered. Elle grabbed Mia's hand. "It's all right now. Relax. Deep breaths." Mia nodded. "Thanks." Ramsay set a hand on each of his hips. "So, what do y'all think of my secret weapon?" He waited a moment, but we gave no answer. "Well, it's effective. That's about all that matters. Bunch of spotlights and some other army shit." Chuckling, he looked at Stone. "How about you, buddy? You dig it?" Stone's face was a blank slate. A few seconds passed before he gave even a hint that he intended to reply, and I was betting on him saying something offensive and or vulgar when he did. But he didn't. I was surprised. "I'll tell you this, Ramsay," Stone said. "You've just gone up a couple of notches in my book." "Now that's good to hear, partner." Don't get ahead of yourself. I still don't completely trust you after you shot at us." "Near y'all. I shot near y'all," Ramsay corrected. "But yeah, I get it. You can't trust nobody but your CO, your mama, and God," Stone finished, much to Ramsay's amusement. Chewie's head turned up and he sniffed loudly. So I inhaled, and that was when I noticed a slight, burning smell drifting into the cafe. "You sure it didn't catch fire after I left?" I asked. "Yeah, I'm sure," Ramsay said. "It's like a supernova in there. It burns bright, but it don't burn for long. Like I said, it's a hell of a fuel sucker." On cue, the lights in the cafe flickered and buzzed. Ramsay's eyes drifted toward the nearest bulb, and he frowned. "Well, someone else go ahead and take a look outside. Double check that them sons of bitches are gone." No one took him up on the offer. For some reason, maybe it was me trying to be brave or just being plain stupid, and I'm guessing it was the latter, I advanced toward the window. I almost said, "What's the worst thing that could happen?" but didn't, because saying something like that almost always made the worst thing that could happen happen. At the window, I moved the piece of wood and stared out into the new darkness for a few moments. "I don't see anything." Ramsay was leaning against the fireplace. He laughed, bent and slapped his knee hard enough to make Chewie's ears perk up. "You're damn right. Made them motherfuckers scurry back to the giant asshole they crawled out of." I nodded my head, impressed. The feeling didn't last long, however, because Ramsay's voice turned ominous. He stopped laughing, and one by one he met our eyes with his own, whispering, "They'll be back in a couple of days. They always come back." He was right, of course, and I hadn't doubted him about that. But the monsters returned much sooner than we expected. Much sooner. Stone said, "So it's like a toaster? Shit, that sounds like the perfect place to sleep." "If you want to wake up barbecued," I said. "Yeah, Grady's right," Ramsay said. "It's a hazard. Lot of risk for the reward. I can't use it too much, neither. That few minutes alone burned up about a quarter of my juice. That's why I said it's best to ignore 'em. They can't get in. And as long as we're awake, they can't get in our heads. But they were extra saucy tonight," Stone interrupted. Ramsay chuckled. "Saucy, yeah. That's one way of putting it. I think it's something else, though." His face was wrinkled, as if deep in thought. That piqued my curiosity. "What something?" "Well, the dude studying them bastards in the city, Beretti. He had this theory. I don't know if it holds any water or not, but the more I think about it, and with what happened here tonight, maybe he ain't totally off his rocker." "What is it?" Mia demanded. Christ, we've been over this, Ramsay. Get to the point. He tipped an imaginary hat her way and grinned. The shadows, or the wraiths, or the rages, or whatever you want to call them. They take a liking to certain people. They follow you around, latch onto your back, and won't let go until they've done whatever it is that they do to us. Suck our souls, or eat our fear and whatnot. They probably caught your scent and teamed up with the bastards following me. Fucking dinner party. That's what that shit was. He cupped a hand over to the side of his mouth and hollered, "Sorry, assholes, meal's canceled." This brought thoughts of Bob into my head. He had compared himself to a dinner host for the monsters, gaining the trust of wanderers like us who were unfortunate enough to cross his path, and torturing them to extract fear and grief and anguish. Stone sat up straight and eyed Ramsay. "You're telling me the motherfuckers that haunted our asses on Prism Lake, miles and miles away, have followed us all the way down here?" Ramsay gave him a shrug. It's just a theory. Everything about 'em is a theory because they ain't exactly willing to be studied and all. And I don't know how much weight this particular theory holds. But I know I ain't ever had to deal with so many shadows in all the weeks I've spent here. Come to think of it, that was only the second time I used the battery box. He nodded to me. And with Mr. Firefighter Grady over here chewing me out for it being unsafe, I don't know if I'll get to use it again. Glaring in my direction, Stone shook his head. Elle patted me on the back as if to say, "It's okay for being a stickler, I love you regardless." And Mia, rolling her eyes, said, "Color me unsurprised." I hauled my arms out to the sides. "Hey, I'm just watching our backs. I'd prefer it if none of us were burned alive." "Shit," Stone mumbled. "Being burned alive sounds kind of good right about now." "Yeah, where you're going?" Mia leaned over and jabbed Stone in the shoulder. "You better be getting used to the fire." "Meow," Ramsay said and chortled. Mia said, "Hey, watch it with that sexist shit." "Sorry," Ramsay mumbled, not meeting her eyes. Eleanor chuckled, and Stone's glare bounced from me to her. "Really, Elle? You'll call me out for saying rude stuff, but you laugh when Mia does it. Talk about a double standard for real." Chewy gave a short little yap, but it sounded playful enough that I wasn't sure who the dog sided with. I thought he just wanted attention. Mia appeared to think Chewy leaned more to her side because she pulled him into her lap and kissed the top of his head. Having gotten the desired attention, his stubby tail whirred into a blur. Mia then blew Stone a kiss. I was grinning, thinking she was sounding and acting more like herself. That was good, especially after what the Wraiths had hurled at her. I had witnessed Bob Ballard try the same thing on Mia in the basement of the house in Woodhaven. How he held the fact that she'd killed Billy, the father of her unborn child who was infected at his time of death, over her head, rather than let his mocking and taunting get to her. Mia, for the most part, owned up to it. The Wraiths, however, had apparently opened a wound from a decade or so before, and it had shaken Mia to the core. She was tough as hell. But the baggage of what happened to her childhood hamster must have weighed heavily on her mind for years. And who wouldn't get upset about that? There are few things in life we hold as dearly to our hearts as the pets we grew up with. For me, it was my grandmother's one-eyed cat. For my mother, it was the black lab she wrote about in the short story I committed to memory and carried around in my wallet for years. So I didn't blame Mia one bit for crying. But, as it turned out, her tears flowed over something other than the hamster. Later that night, before Mia told us the real reason for her sadness, we were gathered around the fire, sitting in warm silence. Ramsay had lugged a couple of plush benches from the lobby into the cafe. When he told us he was hitting the hay, he pushed them together and grabbed a few pillows and blankets for Mia, and then he crashed on the floor in the corner of the room and fell asleep almost instantly. The rest of us continued our silence after that. mostly out of respect for Ramsay, but partly because I think no one felt much like talking. Stone spun around in a computer chair from the manager's office. Every so often he'd roll to the window and peer out from behind the coverings. Elle and I, we were perfectly fine on the floor, cuddled up together by the warmth of the flames and listening to the occasional crackle of a burning log. Chewie, of course, opted for the luxury of Mia's plushy benches. He nuzzled against her socked feet. She had proclaimed that the swelling prevented her from being comfortable in her boots, which I didn't think was a good idea, in case we needed to flee. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It's best not to argue with a woman who's very pregnant. And by the time Mia cleared her throat and said, "I want to talk about, what you guys might have heard the Wraiths saying about me and why I was crying," Chewie was already snoring away. Stone stopped spinning. He had found a sudden interest in the dirt beneath his nails. I looked up at Mia, channeling my inner Eleanor. You don't have to talk about anything you don't want to talk about. I was glad to hear her voice, though. It beat the wind screeching, and Ramsay's unconscious mutterings mixed with the occasional yelp for good measure. "Grady's right," Eleanor said. "No, I have to." Mia scooted. Bringing her knees up to her belly, she accidentally bumped Chewie, who snorted and continued on snoozing like nothing happened. I swear her stomach seemed bigger than it had an hour or two before. Any movement, no matter how small, made me fear she would go into labor. And part of me wanted that just so it would be over, while another part dreaded the moment. No matter what, we weren't prepared for it. Because in those days, with the snow and the monsters, you couldn't exactly get prepared. "It was my mom out there," Mia said. "She was talking to me." Stone arched an eyebrow. "Yeah? And?" That was when I realized what had shaken her up so much, and a sharp pain sliced through my heart. Eleanor understood too. "You poor thing. I'm so sorry." "What? I don't get it," Stone began before Eleanor cut him off and politely asked me to hit him for her. Now, I may be dumb, but I ain't dumb enough to disobey my girlfriend. There was enough cold out there already. I didn't need the cold shoulder on top of that. So I punched Stone in the arm. "Ow! Christ," he hissed. "You guys abuse me. If the world ever gets its shit together, I'm getting a restraining order." Ramsay stirred, kicked his boot heels together, and rolled over. But he stayed asleep for the time being. I figured the knock on his head was a big part of that. Hell, I was surprised he hadn't clocked out earlier. I lowered my voice. "Dude, her mom, she's... "Oh, fuck," Stone muttered. His face grew serious after that news, and he scooted his computer chair toward Mia's benches. "Yo, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Mia." Mia waved his apology away. "It's not like I didn't expect it or nothing. Most everyone's dead, aren't they?" None of us answered, which was probably an answer enough. "It's funny," Mia continued, looking at Eleanor, "because I was just talking to Mikey about this. He said he treated your guy's mom bad, and then she was gone that very same night. I told him it was all right, that we all say dumb shit to our parents when we're teenagers, stuff like that. Now I'm here on the other end of that conversation, and I know that advice, those words of comfort, are worthless." She slammed her hands on the table to her right, and then dropped her head on top of them. As you know, the Wraiths, the monsters, often presented themselves as our loved ones in an attempt to get us out in the snow. The one constant in those sinister manifestations? Those loved ones were always dead. But I thought of the helicopter and gunfire I heard while outside the tunnel that led into the trailer full of car batteries. That was new. just as the werewolf we'd seen back in the Woodhaven Hotel had been new when it almost ripped our throats out. If those incidents had taught me anything, it was that we knew fuck all about these things. None of their abilities were set in stone. I decided to share this logic with Mia and the others, hoping it might cheer her up. "It's not for sure," I said. "Your mom might still be alive." I went on and explained my reasoning. Mia thanked me for trying, but I could tell I had failed to cheer her up. Truth is, it was hard to get happy about much of anything then. While on watch, as I sat at an uncomfortable angle in one of the cafe chairs, half asleep and staring at the dying embers in the fireplace, I thought I heard a whispering voice in the wind. The voice spoke no intelligible words. It sounded as if they had a hand clamped over their mouth, or socks stuffed down their throat. I sat up, alert, with my blood feeling like it was going to burst from my veins. I waited a few moments. I don't even think I took a breath as I strained my ears for the whispers. Nothing came from outside but silence. I told myself I must have imagined it. I was so exhausted and scared that my brain had played a trick on me. But then I heard something else nearer, only a few feet from where I was perched on the edge of my chair, and I knew this was no trick. It was a grunt of pain, followed by a short, sharp scream. Mia. She writhed beneath the blankets, her eyes narrowed. Her hands hurried to her belly, clutching as she rolled and curled up on her side. For a long moment, I didn't know what was happening. I thought she was having a vivid nightmare, or maybe a seizure. Then it hit me. How stupid could I be? That was no nightmare or seizure. No. Mia's labor had begun. Hundreds and hundreds of movies and television shows had filled my head with false expectations of what happens when a woman goes into labor. I thought there would be a puddle on the floor and Mia shouting, "My water broke, my water broke," and at least one of us men would pass out in shock. However, none of that happened. I mean, the dudes even managed to stay upright. Mia's screams roused everyone awake. Ramsay rolled away from his corner and assumed what he called his battle position, which consisted of him looking more like a lineman preparing to sack the quarterback than someone engaging in a fight with an unseen enemy. Stone, lounging in his computer chair, fell forward and hit the floor. Luckily, the blankets wrapped around his body softened the blow. Still, I don't think it was a pleasant way to be woken. Chewie, scared and alarmed, dashed from Mia's bench and ripped off a steady stream of barks. Eleanor rose the gentlest of us all. Sleeping on her side, she pulled herself up into a side plank, mouth hanging open. A large red splotch and several indentations were on her face, and her hair was everywhere. Mia's lips formed a tight O as she sucked in sharp breath after breath. Elle, Stone, and I rushed to her. Eleanor grabbed her hand, but as Mia's grip tightened and a few of Elle's knuckles cracked loudly, she quickly realized this was a bad idea. I was so focused on what was going on inside. I had forgotten the muffled talking I heard outside only moments before Mia awoke. If the Wraiths were calling our names, we wouldn't have heard them over Chewie's growls and barks, which had revved up in intensity since Mia's initial screams. "Help me get her on the floor," Elle said to us. Her voice sounded calm, serene. I didn't know how she could be like that at a time like this. I remember being almost as shocked at her serene smile and warm but firm eyes as I was about Mia finally having her baby. Later, Elle would tell me she felt anything but calm on the inside. But her mother, who was a believer in meditation and all things Zen, often reminded her that cooler heads prevailed. Me, on the other hand, pretty much forgot I had a head in times like these. "Ow, ow, 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 ow!" Mia moaned as we eased her off the benches. "Shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck!" She got a hold of Stone's arm. Her fingers raked down the fabric of his jacket. "Shit, fuck is right. Damn, woman," Stone said. You're gonna rip my shoulder out of its socket. Don't you damn woman me, you motherfucker! Ow! It's okay. It's okay, Elle cooed. Deep breaths. Just take deep breaths. You're just having a contraction, but it will be over soon. Mia hunched over and cried out again. Tears traveled down the sides of her face. Her brow shined with moisture. For a moment, the beads of sweat on her forehead made me think I was in a dream. There was no way anyone could get hot enough to sweat considering how cold it was. Unless they hung around in the battery box for too long, but that was on the other side of the theater. Ramsay peeked out one of the windows. And Chewy, his body now pointed toward the cafe's far side wall, barked his head off and snarled. The hackle stood high on the back of his neck. Eleanor was right, though. The contraction passed, and Mia relaxed with relief. She fell from her reclined sitting position to flat on her back, her head propped by a rolled blanket. Elle grabbed the zipper of Mia's jacket and pulled. Her belly sagged between her open legs. A strip of pale flesh showed beneath the hem of the hoodie she was wearing. Elle leaned over her, and with a t-shirt she daubed the mixture of tears and perspiration from her face. As much as I wished I had been dreaming, I wasn't. This was real. And it would only get worse. Case in point, what Ramsay pointed out next. "Guys," he said, "we got company." He slouched, his lips quivered, and he looked like he was on the verge of tears. "What do you mean?" Stone asked. "They're back? Them, or some of their buddies?" Ramsay held a finger over his lips and shushed the room. "Listen, I can't hear shit with the dog barking like that," Stone argued. "Chewy," I whispered sharply, patting my thigh. "Get over here." He obeyed, bowing his head and peering at me with big watery eyes as he limped my way. I felt like a jackass, but it was important that we were able to hear what was going on. And we did. Mumbling shouts in the wind cut through the new silence. The same sound I thought I heard before Mia's contraction. I couldn't make out the words, but the sounds brought an image to my brain a lot like the one Ramsay had described earlier. Now I knew why he seemed so shaken. The Wraiths were back, yes, but they weren't disguising themselves as our dead loved ones or acting out scenes of war. They had become the Thumbprint people. For a long moment, no one said anything. Chewy didn't bark, and Mia didn't scream or grunt as we listened to their voices grow closer. Then it was Stone, per usual, who shattered this quiet spell. "Are you fucking kidding me? Now? Right? Fucking now?" The seal broken, Mia uttered a soft cry. I turned and saw her tough external image break like the surface of a still pond beneath the pelting raindrops of a thunderstorm. "Breathe," Elle said. "Just breathe, Mia. It's gonna be all right. Didn't I promise you that?" Mia nodded, but she spoke in the soft voice of a frightened child. It hurts so bad, Elle. I don't think I can do it." "You can. You're strong. Stronger than you give yourself credit for." "Yeah," I added. "How many people, let alone pregnant women, do you know who could brave this terrible weather and supernatural stuff for so long?" Mia offered us a slight smile, but the fear persisted beneath it. I asked if I could get her anything. She told me she'd like some cold water. I said I'd get it, motioning Ramsay my way under the guise of him showing me where he kept it. True, I didn't know where the water was, though all water was cold then, but I could find it, no doubt. Once the door closed behind us, I turned to him and asked, "How many did you see?" "More. More than earlier?" Ramsay shook his head and looked down at the floor. "More than I've ever seen at once." "What? Really?" "Yep. We're going to have to use the battery box again. That'll make a dent in them, but I don't think they're going to give up so easy. We done pissed them off, Grady. They're going to want to fight." "Good," I said. "I'm ready for a fight." I came back with water for everyone. Mia gulped hers down in a matter of seconds, so I handed her another and she did the same. "Third time's the charm?" I asked, holding out bottle number 3. She took it, but only sipped. Stone was sitting on the plush bench, leaning forward, his elbows on his thighs and his head in his hands. He looked dazed. Chewie was lying under him, curled up and shivering. "We're going to the battery box," I said, tossing Stone a water bottle. He caught it, ripped the cap off, and chugged down half of it in one go. "You okay staying here?" His stubble going on beard didn't do enough to cover the sudden blanching of his dark skin. "Yeah." "Hurry up, though." He glanced at the nearest window, where, outside, something scratched against the glass, the sound louder than that of the mumbling thumbprint people. As I started gathering supplies for my run to the box, Mia screamed again. I turned and looked at her. Teeth gritted, face red, she inhaled and exhaled. It had only been 10 or 15 minutes since the first, but she was already in the throes of another contraction. My knowledge of women's labor was spotty at best. I learned a few things in school and in various EMT courses, but this didn't seem right. The contractions were too close together to constitute early labor. I was about to ask Elle what the ETA on the delivery was, saw she was breathing along with Mia, and decided it best to leave her to it. Bending, I reached down by my chair and grabbed the bug spray and lighter. I gave it to Stone. "Just in case." "In case what?" "Damn it, man, you can't be saying shit like that. It puts a bad, juju or something on us." I rolled my eyes. "Wait, one more thing." I dug in my pocket, and as soon as I saw Stone's gaze follow the descent of my hand, I pulled out my middle finger. He snorted. "That's a good one." "I'll give you that, Grady." "Grab Chewie from under there," I said, pointing beneath Stone's feet. "You guys can comfort each other, since you'll be completely useless to Elle and Mia." Stone gave the middle finger right back. But he wasted no time in scooping Chewie from the floor and hugging him against his chest. The two clung to one another like long-lost lovers. Ramsay and I headed toward the door. I hung back at the threshold and waited for him to lead the way. He didn't move. "You okay?" He shook his head. "I don't know, man. Shit, I'm scared. Those fucking things when they look like the thumbprint people." "I can lead," I said. "But I can't work the batteries. I need you with me. Otherwise, I think I'd blow us all sky high." Ramsay took in a deep breath, grimaced, and then his face smoothed out. "Okay, let's go." I led the way. Near the corridor connecting the theater to the box, the outside air seeped through the tunnel's thin steel walls, my clothes, and into my bones. This close, the mumbling voices were at their loudest. They called Ramsay's name, sounding as if they were talking through mouths the size of pinholes, yet somehow their voices were loud, defying logic. Of course, most everything about the monsters defied logic, as did the summer snowstorms. I went through the door, careful to stay as far away from the walls as possible. Ramsay followed at my heels. We stopped at the locked trailer door, and he struggled to pull the keys from his pocket. But he was shaking so badly they fell from his grip and hit the concrete with a soft clink. He hesitated to bend and pick them up, so I did instead. Time wasn't our friend now. The longer we mucked around in here, the better chance the monsters had of getting inside. And with Mia in labor, that was something we absolutely couldn't allow. As soon as I touched the icy metal of the keys, a thump rattled the tunnel wall to my right. The lamp hanging above us from a scuffed orange extension cord flickered with the force of the hit. And when the first thump was followed by a series of half a dozen more, these on both sides, the lamp fell and shattered, extinguishing all light in the blink of an eye. Luckily, some of the glow from inside of the theater cut through a good portion of the darkness, but it wasn't the same. I felt like I was 5 years old again, hiding from the boogeyman, knowing my tiny basketball-shaped nightlight wasn't going to do a thing to prevent the monster from escaping the closet. I pulled out my lighter and struck it. That was when I saw the hunched shadows pressed against the curved wall. I don't know how the shadows came through the metal, with the absence of light both outside and in the tunnel, and with the walls being made of steel, albeit a thin steel, but they did, and the fear I felt branched through every vein in my body. I guess it was just their ability to bend the known rules of the universe to their will. Whatever, as long as they got their meals. Mumbling, the one nearest me said, "Oh, Grady, Grady, my dear, please let us in. Not by the hairs on my chinny chin," answered another. The rest let out wheezy laughs. "Can you hear me?" spoke the one to my right. "Or shall I do this?" A long arm parted from the shadow, bent at the elbow, and shot toward the top of what I guess was its face, near the mouth. I heard a squelch as the point of the shadow's elbow pulled away from the head and the arm extended. The squelch changed into a ripping sound. "Ah, that's much better," the Wraith said in a louder, clearer voice. "I can finally breathe." All around us came the sounds of the thumbprint people tearing open their pinhole-sized mouths. Imagining their jagged, uneven lips flapping as they spoke nearly brought me to my knees. The heat of the lighter suddenly stung my thumb, and I dropped it, hearing it cartwheel away in the darkness. Before I bent to look for it, the monsters slapped the walls. Each one was like an electric shock to the heart. Ramsey let out a soft yelp as I watched the silhouettes of deformed hands smear their blood in waves. "Which key?" I said. "Ramsey, which key?" He kept on staring. I shook him, and the keys jingled. "They can't get in. We're okay. But the sooner we light the place up, the sooner they're gone." "We'll never leave. We'll never leave. We'll never leave," one said in a mocking sing-song tone. Ramsey kept on ignoring me. "Fuck this," he whispered, and his right hand, still shaking but disciplined by years of muscle memory, fell to the unseen holster on his hip and yanked a pistol free. In one smooth motion, he aimed at the source of the sound. I lunged at him, grabbed his wrist, and he jerked the gun upward. It went off once, blasting a hole in the tunnel ceiling the size of a saucer. The sound was enormous, ear-shattering, and the heat coming off the barrel was enough to singe the hairs on my face. "Get off me, Grady! Stop it! Stop it!" The monsters laughed together, their hands beating against the walls over and over again. Ramsey and I continued wrestling, and the gun went off I don't know how many times. I didn't have a chance to count the holes in the tunnel when it was all said and done, because my focus was on not taking a slug to the gut. But I do know more than a few punched through the battery box's walls. The immensity of the bullets evaporating the metal exterior rivaled the explosion of the shots, but failed to drown out the chorus of monstrous laughter. Still, the struggle for the pistol continued, and it only stopped when another sound joined in. It was the sound of a giant battery powering down, a low, dying hum. Darkness. The lights in the theater no longer reached into the tunnel, and the blackness filled every inch of the corridor and beyond, merging with the blackness of the outside world. Both Ramsey and I went limp. My arms fell to the sides like wet noodles, and the gun dropped to the concrete. Surprise hit me in a wave. This, however, was quickly stolen away by fury. I couldn't see Ramsey. Hell, I couldn't see my hand 2 inches away from my face, but I sensed him the same way I sensed the growing presence of the Wraiths outside. so I pushed outward and hit him in the chest. "What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you do that?" I could barely hear myself. I clenched, expecting a blow to the jaw. No punch ever came, however, and Ramsey said, I don't know. am fucking scared. All the power's shut off now, and Mia? Shit, we're screwed." The monsters continued beating the tunnel walls. The sound was like heavy raindrops on a tin roof during a summer thunderstorm. Ramsey pushed past me. "Find your lighter. I might be able to fix it." I dropped to my hands and knees and began patting the concrete. Unable to feel much through the material of my gloves, I took one off. The concrete was so cold that my hands, mostly numb to begin with, lost feeling completely. I ended up finding the lighter by the noise of its plastic casing scraping the ground. I picked it up and handed it to Ramsey. He struck the wheel. Now the small flame's light stretched farther than it had before. Some of the shadows shrieked and backed away. "Give me my keys," Ramsey said. He still sounded scared, terrified. But he was trying, at least. I found the keys not far from where I found the lighter and passed them to him. A few seconds later, he opened the trailer door. The smell of smoke punched my nose and stung my eyes. In the back right corner of the main room, one of the batteries was doing more than sparking. "Oh, fuck," Ramsey said. But instead of running out like I wanted to do, he ran toward the small blaze. A cabinet, one of the few still intact, creaked open. In the dimness, I saw Ramsey pull a fire extinguisher from it. He yanked the ring, and then sprayed the white cloud over the flames. Now I heard nails raking down the outside of the trailer, mixing with the monster's low moans and babbling. I ground my teeth at this cacophony. "Is it fixable?" I asked. "Not right now. It'd take some time." He hit himself. I heard his palm slapping his skin. "God damn it, Grady! Why did you have to try to steal the gun from me?" "Me? I was trying to stop you from letting them in. They don't need much of an invitation if the whole fucking wall's blown open." Ramsey yelled in frustration. "It's okay," I said. "Let's just focus right." The trailer rocked to the side. I nearly lost my balance and stumbled toward the door, but I grabbed the wall before I could crack a few of my teeth. Ramsey, unfortunately, wasn't so quick. He went sprawling into the batteries. The clank of his skull connecting with the floor brought a queasy feeling to the pit of my stomach. "Ramsey? Are you okay?" I held on as the trailer teetered to the other side. I couldn't see a thing, and I could hardly concentrate with the groaning sounds of the metal and the monster's laughter. The trailer came down with a crash. One of my knees buckled, and I took a seat on the floor. Leaning forward, I felt for Ramsey's body with both hands, one of which happened to be bare. That hand made contact with a battery, and I snapped it away in pain. The hot casing grilled my fingers, and the scent of charred flesh, the scent I was familiar with after our stay in Woodhaven, overpowered the smell of melting plastic. To my relief, Ramsey groaned. "Shit. Where am I?" I crawled to him, careful to avoid any more burning batteries. He was crammed into the space where a small table once stood. I grabbed his arms and helped him to his feet as the trailer began rocking again. Together we limped in the direction of the dark tunnel. I kept my lighter clutched in hand. If I had tried striking it for much-needed light, it would only have gone out. I figured we could sprint the distance without problem, get inside, slam the door behind us, and be all right. I figured wrong. Halfway to the theater's entrance, something swiped by my face. The icy wind stirred the hair on the side of my head. "Come here, Grady," a venomous voice snapped. Ramsey and I staggered away. Once I found my balance, I struck the lighter and saw a bare arm hanging through one of the bullet holes. It was long, as if it had been made of rubber and stretched and squeezed over and over again. Its sagging skin was gray, the color of a corpse. The wiry hairs covering it were black, and it ended in a hand as big as a catcher's mitt. The fingers were gangly, thin. Yellowed nails curled at the tips, brittle and cracked. I wanted to let go of the button on my lighter, because in the darkness I couldn't see the horrors. But even if I had thought doing so was a good idea, I couldn't move my thumb. I was frozen, bolted to the ground. The thing's other arm pushed through the hole, and then its head. Then, craning its neck, the monster showed its face. I saw it in all of its terrible glory, but even a glimpse would have been enough to fuel nightmares for the rest of my life. The face was as Ramsay had described earlier, as if God had taken his almighty thumb and pressed down on the person's features. Yet it was no gentle God who'd done this to the thing in the tunnel, because the monster was anything but a work of art. The face had been indented so hard and deep that the eyes were shifted toward the ears, bloodshot and tallowy. The nose was a squashed whirlpool of cartilage, with hints of bone jutting from the twisted flesh. And the mouth. I can't even begin to do justice to the horror of the thing's mouth. Like I had imagined before seeing the thumbprint people, it looked torn open. There were teeth under those shredded lips, broken and pressed so far back they almost lay flat against its tongue. As I studied the monster, blood dribbled from its chin and streamed down its neck. The thing's upper half flopped over the edge of the hole, like some unseen beast was birthing it into our sheltered, once bright world. It now hung at the waist, its arms stretching and stretching until those huge hands hit the ground. The hole was much too small for anything to pass through, and the sharpness around the edge of the metal wall cut into the monster's flesh. But the more it pushed into the opening, the more of its skin sloughed off. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. I wanted to run. But I could do none of these things. It looked up at me with its flat yellow eyes and grinned. "Why the long face, Grady?" It then landed on the concrete, the sound of a slimy fish flopping on the bow of a little boat as it struggled for breath. Slowly it rose to its feet, which were as long and unnatural as its hands, naked as the day it was born, if such a thing is born and not assembled in hell. I saw how not only its face was smashed inward and twisted, but so were parts of its torso, its knees, its genitals. Ramsay snagged my hood and pulled me into the dark theater. I flew back, landed on my ass, and rolled until I thudded against the far wall. The breath rushed from my lungs, and I found myself wheezing. Air of any kind would have been fine, smoky, smoggy, even the icy variety. But my desire for light trumped my desire to breathe, believe it or not. I struck the lighter, which was somehow still clenched between my fingers, before I could catch my breath. I almost wished I hadn't. Just as the monster outside wrapped its fingers around the jamb, Ramsay slammed the door shut. There was a soft crunch and a wailing from the other side. The fingers waggled, preventing the lock from catching. Still gasping, I hauled myself up to my feet and threw all of my weight into the entryway. A snick and a louder crunch cracked through the air as the lock caught, and 3 fingers dropped to the floor. Thud, thud, thud. "The lighter," Ramsay said. "Hurry!" Surprisingly, and I don't know how, it was still in my grip. Shaking, I struck the wheel. But the sweat coating my palms made it difficult to do, and it took 4 tries before the flame brought much-needed brightness to the theater's interior. Again, I almost wished it hadn't. Ramsay and I stared at the carpeted floor in horror. The fingers weren't unmoving like they should have been. They inched toward us like gray worms. I stomped on the closest 2 while Ramsay crushed the other. Outside of the door, the monster shrieked, but only for a moment, because the shrieking turned into the mocking laughter of before. The smeared gray flesh and bone beneath my boots hadn't disappeared, and I knew it wouldn't until we burned it. So I put the flame on them. Here the laughter stopped, and the flattened gray worms disappeared into a puff of dark smoke. But the monster still had another hand, and 5 more fingers. It scratched at the door with them from the other side, and it would continue to do so until we got the lights back on. If we got the lights back on. Ramsey had a few flashlights. They weren't much good in the way of brightness, but hey, it beat the hell out of the dark. He stored them in Auditorium 3, where he kept a bunch of other random junk. Once he located the goods and handed me one, I turned it on. The beam was dim, but it was better than the small flame of my Bic. Newly equipped with flashlights, we rushed to the cafe. As we approached, I heard Mia's heavy breaths and shouts of pain. Elle and Stone were trying to calm her down. Not much luck there. I entered with Ramsey close behind. "What the hell happened?" Stone shouted by the fireplace, where he was stoking the flames and giving the cafe much-needed light and warmth. Eleanor let go of Mia's hand and darted across the room into my arms. She buried her face in my jacket. "I heard gunshots. Grady, I thought you were dead, but I couldn't leave Mia." "I'm all right, Elle. Don't worry." This might have been the biggest lie I'd ever told in my life, because I was far from all right. I was damn near insane with fear. Still, I spoke calmly. "How is she?" "Just fucking peachy," Mia answered from her spot near the fireplace. "FYI, Elle made me take my pants off, so my vagine is hanging out under this blanket, and trust me, it ain't something you want to see." I made a point of averting my eyes toward the ceiling when I faced Mia. "Thanks for the heads up. Any time." Elle cracked a slight smile. "Yeah, as you can see, Mia's good for the most part, and definitely still herself. So far." She lowered her voice. With the wind, Ramsey's frantic telling of what went down in the battery box to Stone, and Mia's rhythmic breathing, I doubted anyone would have heard her anyway. "Grady, I don't know what I'm doing. I was studying to be a nurse, yeah, but most of it was just learning out of books and from boring PowerPoint presentations. I never got to do much hands-on stuff, not as much as I'd like, and I was nowhere close to delivering babies." "It's gonna be okay." Her contractions are about 12 minutes apart. It's still early, we still have time, I think. But they're only supposed to be mild at this point, and each time she has one, it's like she's being murdered. I shrugged, telling myself not to worry, remain calm, keep a level head. Some people deal with pain differently than others. Elle bent her neck forward. "Seriously, Mia? She's like the toughest person I know. The contractions shouldn't be hurting her so badly. What do we do if something's wrong?" It was a tough question. In lieu of modern medicinal miracles, we were basically living in the 18th century. I gave a positive answer anyway. "People have been having babies since the dawn of humanity, Elle. Most people have done it without epidurals in hospitals and with plenty of germs. It worked for them, didn't it? Otherwise, we wouldn't be here." She frowned at me. She had undoubtedly already had this conversation with herself and came to the same conclusion. I offered nothing new, nothing comforting. The truth is, I couldn't. We were up shit creek without a paddle, and now there was a hole in our boat. We all knew it. But like everything else we'd faced since the blizzards began, we wouldn't give up without a fight. I told this to Eleanor, and though it didn't ease all the fear she felt, it helped. A little bit, I think. "What's the power situation?" Stone asked. I nodded at the flashlight in my hand. "These and the fire, until Ramsey has time to fix what happened in the trailer, at least. Right now," I pointed toward the windows, where the monsters had congregated outside. "We're gonna have to wait them out." Images of the gray-skinned, long-limbed thing haunted my mind, and I began trying to think of a plan if one were to get inside while Mia was giving birth. And no plan presented itself. "Oh, God." "Are you sure you're okay?" Elle asked. I nodded and set both my hands on her shoulders, bent my knees so we were eye to eye, and said, Eleanor Hark, we are going to get through this, all right? And when it's over, this strange family of ours is going to be one bigger. She smiled. More warmth radiated from it than from the fire. Then Ramsay called from across the room. Guys, I think Mia's having another one. Elle glanced down at her watch. It told the wrong time, and she knew this, but wearing it was about comfort, a reminder of a dead world where time mattered. Shit, she mumbled. The last one was only 10 minutes ago. They're getting closer, which means so is the baby. Oh, no, Mia moaned. I think my water broke. Are you sure? Elle asked, rushing over to them. I followed. Either that or I just pissed myself. Stone was holding one of the flashlights. Eleanor snatched it from his grip and aimed it at the beige blanket Mia lay on. Oh, no, she whispered. Illuminated before us was a growing puddle of red beneath Mia's half-covered legs. Blood. 5. The Not-So-Bloody Show. Ramsay raised a finger. Wait a minute. Ain't that called a bloody show or something? He seemed unsure. Yeah, that's all it is. No need to get more worried. That ship had sailed as soon as the contraction started. No, as soon as the snowflake fell in July. Before Ramsay, no one had spoken in a while. Mia's hand was trembling as she reached beneath the blanket and felt around down there. Her fingertips came back coated red. I thought she was going to pass out. It's actually kind of amazing that she hadn't already. If that were me, I would have been down for the count a long time ago. I looked at Eleanor, really just wanting to look anywhere besides the blood. Usually the sight of such things didn't bother me. I had seen quite a few macabre scenes in my lifetime, both before the blizzards and after, but with it being so close to home, and happening to Mia, who I considered a family member, made it beyond devastating. Add to that how nervous she had been about the delivery, always afraid something would go wrong despite us assuring her it wouldn't, and I nearly broke down right there. I couldn't do that, though. I had to stay strong. I had to stay positive. But it wasn't easy, and internally I was far from positive. Still, that didn't stop me from springing into action, crossing the room and placing my hand on the small of Elle's back. I guided her toward Mia. Eleanor said what we were all thinking. That's a lot of blood. I don't think it's the show. Stone, sitting in the computer chair, spun around and faced the window, where the Wraiths continued speaking in their mumbling voices. He ran his fingers through his afro and bent his head, whispering so low I barely heard him. I only caught snippets here and there. God, please, and help were the words most frequently used. Mia suddenly burst into tears. Oh my God, I don't think she's moving anymore. What's wrong with me? Is Monica okay? Elle knelt down. Shine the light over here, Grady. Hesitantly, I did. She then peeled the covers back from Mia's legs and examined her. Yeah, there was a lot of blood, more than before. When Elle came back up, her skin was so pale it was almost translucent. What? Mia demanded. What is it? Elle weighed her words. Either that or she couldn't yet speak. Judging by her quivering lips, I thought it might be the latter. Don't fucking sugarcoat it, Mia shouted. Tell me. As I waited for Eleanor's response, I felt as if I was walking along a wire, thousands of feet above the ground, with no tethered harness and no safety net below. Elle's lips parted, but still no words came out. Mia leaned forward and grabbed her jacket, smearing some of the blood from her fingers across the Marmot Mountain logo. God damn it, Elle! Tell me! I don't know. Without the proper equipment, I'm helpless. I think You need an emergency C-section to save the baby." Mia threw herself against the pillows, sobbing. Ramsay waited in the corner of the room, covering his face. He peeked through his laced fingers every few seconds. I realized then that he held the solution to our current problem, so I stormed over to him. He met my eyes, but his mind was so far off in the distance I don't think I registered. Not until I snapped my fingers inches away from his nose. He startled. "Huh? Draw me a map to the city." "What?" "You heard me." "Yeah, I heard you, but I don't understand." He looked me up and down. "Did one of them things touch you or something and I not know about it? Because you're sounding like a nut job, my friend." "I'm taking Mia. Right now." I clenched my fists. Not to be threatening, but because I had no time for this. "You heard what Elle said. It's an emergency, and there are doctors in the city, aren't there? You said so yourself." "Well, yeah, but Grady, take a gander outside a second. No, just use your ears. You hear those evil bastards? 'Cause I do." I said nothing, but yes, I heard them. They weren't important, though. I didn't think of them as monsters who could kill me, but as roadblocks I meant to smash through. My life wasn't important either. The only important thing was getting Mia and her baby somewhere safe, somewhere they could be helped. "It's only a few miles from here, right?" Ramsay nodded. "Give or take. But in this weather, with them things out there, you'll be lucky to get 1 mile, let alone a few. I'll get there. Not before she..." He looked at Mia across the room and trailed off. I imagine what he would have said was not before she loses the baby. In spite of it being negative, it was a fair thought. The blanket under her was soaked with blood, a lot of it. Still, at the time, I felt like breaking Ramsay's nose for even thinking such a thing. Refraining from violence. There'd be enough of that in the future. I said in a venomous tone, "Just draw the map." That did the trick. Ramsay hustled into the kitchen, mumbling, all right, just gotta find something to write with." When I turned around, Elle, Stone, Mia, and even Chewie were studying me. The wind moaned, drowning out the voices of the monsters. I heard them laughing, banging on the walls, and screaming. Some even went on in sing-song tones. "The baby is ours. The baby is ours." Mia heard this too. How could she not? "You're crazy," Stone said. "Always gotta be the hero." He shook his head. "Man, you're such a dumbass." But he was smiling, almost like he was proud of me. Well, it was more like he was relieved it wasn't him taking on this burden. I stepped toward Eleanor. There were tears in her eyes. One corner of her mouth slackened. I grabbed her hands and turned to Mia. "Are you willing to go, Mia?" "Are you really asking me that?" She made like she was going to stand. Halfway through the motion, another contraction cramped her up and she froze with the pain. Stone fell out of his chair and limped to catch her before she tumbled. He was quicker than Elle and I, and he steadied her before we got there. 7 minutes apart, Elle said. "If you're going to go, you're going to have to go fast. 3 to 4 minutes is usually when you're supposed to go to the hospital. When that happens, she's in active labor." "Oh, Christ," Mia moaned. Her earlier breathing exercises went out the window. Instead, she just took in as much air as possible, held it until she was red in the face, and exhaled loudly. "I wish my mom was here." "But I am, Mia. I'm right outside. Come to me, and I can help you," called one of the Wraiths. It sounded close to the window on our left, near the theater's front doors and ticket booth. Before I could open my mouth and tell Mia to ignore it, she screamed, "Fuck off!" The monster stopped talking, but it cackled. And this screeching laughter was enough to raise the hair on my arms. I looked over my shoulder. Ramsay was hunched over a table, scribbling on the back of a magazine. He'd lift the magic marker every few seconds, shake it, and then go back to scribbling. "ETA on that map, Ramsey?" I said. "Almost done." While we waited, Elle gathered up a bag of supplies for us. Mia wasn't able to walk well on her own, so I carried her to the snowmobile parked in the lobby. Stone trailed behind us with a flashlight. Despite the fire, the air had grown as cold as the outside since Ramsey's battery box malfunctioned. And beyond the front doors, the monsters awaited. Eleanor loaded the bag into the cab before I helped Mia in. She was wrapped in so many blankets all you could see was her small face, but she hadn't stopped shivering. "Ramsey!" I shouted. "Come on!" 30 seconds later, his boots were thudding against the lobby floor. The magazine, a Cosmopolitan with a scantily clad sitcom actress on the cover, flapped in his hand. Gasping for breath, he shoved it in my face. "Best I could do, man. I think it's right. God, I hope it's right. I ain't much of an artist, but the trip is mostly a straight shot until you get to here." He tapped the shakily drawn road nearest the city. "Then it curves. There's a covered tunnel bridge just before the gates. Last I remember, the entrance and exit was pretty well choked up with snow. Once you get through it, you're just about home free, Grady. That is, if they even let your asses in. Can we go around the bridge?" Ramsey eyed Mia and tapped his watch. "Don't think so. It'll be slow going enough as it is. Hopefully someone will see you before and come and get you." "Hopefully," I repeated, thinking, it is what it is. I then stuck my hand out for Ramsey. He shook it. "Godspeed, Grady." "Thanks." I nodded toward the others. "Keep these guys safe for me, yeah?" "I'll do my best, man. And as soon as we get some daylight, I'll have the other snowmobile up and running, and they'll be coming your way. Hell, I might even join them. Can't miss out on meeting a newborn baby." He leaned into the cab and smiled at Mia. Mia, teary-eyed and disheveled, managed a smile of her own. This show of confidence that everything was going to be okay went a long way, I think. And for that, I'm grateful. "Now go on and get to it, Chief." Ramsey left me just as Chewie jumped up and rested his forepaws on my leg. His eyes were watery and he was trembling. I lifted him and kissed him on the head, and then I set him down, hoping it wasn't the last I'd see of the dog. Stone rounded the snowmobile. He and I performed our handshake. "Be safe, brother." "You too." Then came Eleanor as Stone headed to the passenger side to say bye to Mia, Chewie in tow. I expected Elle to be in tears, begging me not to go, but that wasn't the case. All she did was stand on her tiptoes, kiss my lips, and say, "I love you, and I'll see you soon." "I love you, and you will." No crying, no praying, no long, drawn-out hugs. We skipped sappy goodbyes, I think, because we didn't want to believe this was goodbye. "Come on," Ramsey shouted as he ran toward the lobby door. "I need a shit ton of light over here, as much as y'all can muster." Like soldiers aiming their weapons, Stone and Elle pointed their flashlights his way. "Soon as I unlock it, just plow right through, Grady. You go too slow and they'll get you. And keep them high beams on." I gave him a thumbs up, and then I crawled into the snowmobile. I started the engine. The sound of it, purring to life, echoed off the walls, so loud I couldn't hear myself think. That was okay. Thinking was bad at a time like this. If you thought too much, you started second-guessing yourself and harping on the consequences, the chances of failure, and inevitably, you'd freeze up. Mia grunted in pain, doubled over, slapped her hands on the thin strip of dashboard, and dug her nails into the vinyl, leaving divots and tears in their wake. It was a perfect reminder of how little time we had to get to the city. Ramsey jabbed the key into the padlock and turned it. He ripped the chain through the handles, but kept his body pressed against the door as the monsters slammed into it from the outside. He scooted half a foot back before he regained his balance. "Ready?" he shouted. I revved the engine, flipped on the headlights, and reached over and squeezed Mia's arm. Was I ready? No, not even close. But Ramsey threw the doors open anyway. There were more wraiths than I had ever seen at once. More than what had gathered around Helga's house the night she died. More than the few that waited in the distance while an infected Ed Hark killed Jonas after attacking us on Prism Lake. In Woodhaven, Bob Ballard talked of the bigger cities overrun with the monsters. He said he had seen the clips on the news and the internet. I had not. But what I imagined when he told his story was similar to what I saw from behind the windshield of the snowmobile. It was like I was standing on a stage with a podium in front of me, peering out over a large crowd before I gave a speech. Except for in the front row, you couldn't single out a lone face. They all blended together into one collective being, like the Wraiths did now. The front of this crowd was a line of thumbprint people, them with their twisted, mashed features, torn open mouths, long limbs, claw-like fingers, and nude gray flesh. I said you can't afford to hesitate, yet I am only human. I hesitated. It was Mia, despite all her pain, who reached over and slapped me in the face. I barely felt it at the time, but over the course of our journey to the City of Light, my cheek would sting like it had suffered a bad sunburn. "Go!" she yelled. Lights cut through the air, beams in the darkness, and black circles of ash exploded on the closest thumbprint monsters' chests. They screeched and clapped their hands over the wounds. One shrieked so loudly the slab of flesh that was its mouth tore open in a spray of blood and teeth. The mirage only lasted a few seconds before it, too, burned and reverted back to its original state, a dark shadow in a vaguely human shape. Like the rats in the store near the lake, the flashlights weren't strong enough to completely dissolve the monsters. Fortunately, the snowmobile's headlights were. They stretched far, creating a wide tunnel through the black mass. I was some kind of fucked up Moses, parting not the Red Sea, but a sea of evil. In the cone of light, heavy snowflakes fell from the sky. So many and so fast that they, like the Wraiths, formed their own wall. This wall was white, however. Another blizzard. It seemed Grady's law was in effect yet again. Still, there was no quitting now. So, with the first tingles of pain rippling up my cheek, I threw the sled into gear and sped off. As you know by now, our snowmobiles weren't fast by normal standards. While most zipped along, ours trudged. Maybe back in the day, in the prime of their mechanical lives, they were fast, but these were old machines. How old, I'm not sure. Perhaps they had gotten good use in the past at Avery's Mills or wherever they were before that ski resort near Prism Lake. But those years had worn them down. As we rolled out of the theater, large hands slapped at the enclosure's glass. Mia was screaming, and I might have been too. I was too focused on not flipping us over. The wipers swiped the windshield at their maximum speed, and it still wasn't enough to keep up with the torrent of snow. I could hardly see in front of me. There wasn't much to see, besides the ocean of white and the monsters circling around like hungry sharks who had scented blood. "Don't look," I told Mia. "Trust me, I'm not." Barreling through the tunnel the headlights made, I cut left. In the side view mirrors, which were iced over, I caught hints of the black creatures behind us, but they were shrinking. As was the theater, and the few buildings comprising the small city's downtown area. A few minutes passed before I eased up on the steering wheel. By then, my fingers ached like they'd been slammed in a car door over and over. Letting out a long overdue breath, I turned to Mia and said, "I think we're safe for now." "Okay," she gasped, bowing her head. The skin around her eyes bunched and wrinkled as she squeezed them shut. She was having another contraction. I had no watch, no sense of time, but I thought the duration between this and the last one was dangerously short. I gave the snowmobile more gas. "Breathe," I said. "Breathe." It passed about 45 seconds later. The longest 45 seconds I have ever experienced. Man, I couldn't imagine how it felt for Mia. "I'm still bleeding," she said. "It's going to be okay." I kept my eyes on the road, or the snow covering the road, rather, but I felt Mia's stare boring into me. It better be, Grady. If it's not, if my daughter is dead, I don't think I can keep on going. Her words hurt worse than any slap could. But I gave no reply. I couldn't. I just clenched the wheel. And I focused. Ramsey's map was crude at best, unreadable at worst, but I followed the road south for as long as possible. We were about an hour's ride away from the theater, and my eyes kept drifting down to the gas gauge. Our journey had started with half a tank, but now it was below a quarter. Really, the needle hovered around an eighth, and if we didn't get to the city on that, I feared we never would. Mia had a handful of contractions, each one more intense and painful than the last. I gave her my hand to squeeze, and by the time she was done, the scabbed-over burn wound on the outside of my palm had split open and oozed a mixture of pus and blood. The lined material of my glove drank up as much as it could, becoming a swollen sponge, but in the end I felt those fluids zigzagging down my arm. "Just hold on," I said. "We're almost there." Mia had shifted in her seat, ditching the safety of the belt for the ability to stretch her legs. The blankets covered most of her bare lower half, but every so often my eye caught spots of fresh blood. She opened her mouth to reply. Only no words came out. A scream erupted instead. I pegged this contraction at about 3 minutes from the last, which, according to Eleanor, meant Mia was in active labor. I had no qualms about trying to deliver the baby myself. I mean, I didn't want to, but if I had to, I would, without hesitation and without question. The problem lay in the loss of blood and the cold and the monsters undoubtedly following us and or nearby. "Breathe, Mia, keep breathing." She did. I lent my left hand, crossing it over my right, clamped on the wheel, and she gripped it. A fresh trickle of fluids leaked from these scabs, too, and I bit my tongue to offset the pain. With her right, Mia reached out and grabbed the first thing her fingers fell upon, the rearview mirror. Screaming, she ripped it from its spot on the windshield, and the glass tinked as the pressure of her thumb created a fresh webbing of cracks. Then it was all over. The mirror fell from her hand, clattered on the rubber floor mats, and she leaned her head back against the passenger's window and closed her eyes. Sweat plastered her face. Her cheeks weren't red anymore, but a deep crimson. Yet her lips were tinted blue and trembling. Even when you were burning up, you remained cold in this snow-ravaged world. "Mia? Come on, talk to me." "About what?" "Anything," I urged. "Keep yourself distracted." She opened her eyes. One of them was bloodshot, veins like lightning bolts branching in the whites. The look she gave me was classic Mia, her "I don't have time for this shit" look. "Your childhood. Tell me about growing up in Canada." "I played with Barbies dressed up like a princess for Halloween, went to school and did finger paintings for my mom who hung them on the fridge even though they were complete dog shit." I glanced over and smiled. "Then I got wise and grew up, realized how shitty the world was. Can't believe it's even shittier now. I dropped out of school when I was 16. Mom got mad, disowned me. You know, the usual BS." "Okay," I interrupted. "Let's focus on the good things." "There ain't been much good." "Your first kiss?" "A poster of Zac Efron." "Can't blame you there." I laughed so hard I almost hit a buried car sticking out of the snow, and had to swerve to miss it by a hair. It didn't help that the storm made it nearly impossible to see farther than 20 feet. Mia didn't appreciate the sudden jostling. "Christ, Grady, you need me to drive? I'd probably do a hell of a lot better than that. And I currently have blood pouring out of my vagina." She chuckled, but the pain hadn't left her face. As awful as an image that was, I apologized and made a show of keeping my hands at 10 and 2. Besides the occasional buried object, there wasn't much out here to crash into. trees lined the roads. Sometimes a small building could be seen in the distance, too. They reminded me of gravestones in a frozen cemetery. I didn't like that train of thought, so I said, "Come on, first real kiss." "First real one? She tapped her chin. "A guy named John at summer camp. He had silvery blonde hair and sun-kissed skin. I was maybe 13 or 14, and he was a year older. We made out under a ping-pong table while everyone was down at the lake. I thought I was in love with him." This John fella sounded a lot better than the guy who got her pregnant. "What happened?" "Same shit that always happens. He only thought with his dick. I wanted the Notebook romance, and he wanted to bang me." I cringed. "No, it didn't happen," she said. "I avoided him after he sent me the first dick pic." "First?" "Of many. John was a capital P pervert. He sent me one on Snapchat not too long before all this happened." She nodded toward the windshield, out at the falling snow. "The message said, 'Still yours if you want it, babe.' I sent back, 'Maybe.' Of course, being the perv he is, he took the bait and asked me to send him a picture of my tits, so I sent him the most disgusting image of swollen cow udders a Google search could find, and that was the last I heard from him." She cackled. "Should have called the cops. I'm pretty sure you can't just send pictures of your dong to people. It's sexual harassment or something." "Weren't you a cop?" "Fireman." "Oh, yeah. Well, if I called the cops every time I got a surprise dick pic on Snapchat or Tinder, they would have blocked my number." I shook my head. "I could never be a woman." "Sure you could. Just put on a wig and tuck it in." "Tuck it in?" She pointed below my belt. "That's not what I meant, but you're disgusting, Mia." She laughed again, and I laughed with her, glad she was distracted. Her laughter, however, abruptly stopped and turned into a grunt of pain. Her body was gearing up for another contraction. Through her short, sharp breaths, she whispered, "I'm not going to make it." I barely heard her over the roar of the engine, which I had been pushing to its absolute limit for the better part of the hour we'd been on the road. "What?" "This. It's going to kill me. I can feel it. It's karma. Oh, fuck!" "Breathe, Mia. Breathe." Those words had become our mantra. That and fuck. "Karma for being a shitty person. Karma for fighting with my mom and killing Billy." I gave her my hand. As she squeezed, my knuckles ground together until I was sure the bones had fractured. "Keep breathing. It's gonna pass. 45 seconds, that's it, and then you're home free." I guided the snowmobile out from the cover of trees as the road curved like the map said it would. And that was when something in the distance caught my attention. I guessed it was only half a mile away and easy to see in the darkness. It was a gray tower, standing nearly 200 feet on a rise of snow-covered land. A light shone at its apex. A beacon. Hope. I pulled my hand from Mia's weakening grip and shouted, "Look!" She gave no reply. When I turned to her, I saw her eyes rolling to the back of her head. Her body had gone limp, and she was sliding to the floor. "No, no, no! Mia!" I grabbed her arm and shook, thinking she was dead. The whole time I hadn't slowed down, nor were my eyes on the expanse of white in front of us. "Mia, wake up! Mia!" She jolted. "Mia, stay with me," I shouted. "We're almost there. 5 more minutes." She mumbled something. I had no idea what she said. Her voice was too thick with pain and exhaustion to understand. I looked down at the seat. Blood. Even more than I'd seen earlier. Warm and sticky. Steam radiated from it in wispy white waves. My stomach dropped, not with sickness, but with fear. That much blood, these conditions, things were only getting worse and worse. A loud clank rattled from somewhere beneath my feet. I had hit something. In the frosty rear view, I saw a metal object sticking out of the snow. I thought it was the roof of a covered bus stop waiting area, but I wasn't sure. Whatever the case, the snowmobile shook and one of the skis cracked. At the same time, as we listed to the left, the headlights flickered, went out, and then came back on at about 20% power. The wire must have come loose. As I righted the sled with a few harsh jerks on the wheel, Mia began rolling off of the seat. I shot a hand out to grab her before she could land on her belly. All her weight, dead weight, my brain whispered, bent my elbow back, and I bellowed in pain. She wasn't dead. I knew this because she turned her head and vomited. It was mostly frothy white spittle, but there were flecks of blood in it. Her head lolled as she moaned. I reached over and cleared as much of the sick as I could from her mouth. Meanwhile, the snowmobile dragged to the broken side again, and I snapped both hands back on the wheel. The lighthouse, I told myself. The lighthouse, the lighthouse, the lighthouse. It was growing closer, but at what seemed like an insanely slow rate. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it," Mia murmured. "It was an accident, Ma, I promise." Still talking. Delirious, but still talking. I thought that was a good sign. I didn't want to lose either one of them, her or the baby, but if I lost both, I wasn't sure how I'd find the strength to continue. The windows had fogged over. I could barely see through the windshield. I swiped away the condensation in a series of tiny arcs, moving as quickly as I could, still fighting with the steering wheel to keep us in a straight line. In the seconds before the glass fogged over again, the dimmed headlight illuminated the outline of a covered bridge. The covered bridge Ramsay had told me about before we fled, which meant that beyond the heavy curtain of snow, the city's gates awaited us. "Once you get through it, you're just about home free, Grady. That is, if they even let your asses in." "Oh, they'll let us in," I whispered. "I'll make sure of it." The bridge was only 50 feet away. We could get there. Then, when it was about 5 feet away, I eased off the gas, and I squinted to see the best possible entry. Instead of completely choking up the entrance like Ramsay warned, there was a small hill just big enough, I thought, for the sled to fit through. But the darkness within was about as inviting as the mouth of a giant beast. It was a place that undoubtedly devoured light, which was something we didn't have much of in the first place. I kept on the gas, yet part of me longed to stop and turn around, go back the way we came. I knew if we went in the tunnel, there was a large chance we weren't ever leaving it. Still, it was a risk I had to take. For Mia, for her daughter. I hit the brakes as I eased the sled down the hard-packed decline. Within the tunnel was a dusting of snow, light powder the wind had blown in. It stretched as far as halfway, 50 or so feet, then grew thinner and thinner before the asphalt took its place. I wasn't sure if I could ride a snowmobile on bare road, but at this point I didn't care. Even if it killed me, I was getting Mia into the city. The darkness pressed against the windows like a living thing. I gunned the engine, hearing the left ski scrape across the asphalt. Sparks flew from that side. The dark swallowed them up like it swallowed the headlights, and their brightness stretched all of about 3 feet, useless. Ahead, the roof had caved in under the weight of the snow. Large sheets of corrugated steel hung low, blocking our path. I didn't bother slowing, and I shot through the gap on the left side of the fallen piece. The snowmobile raked against the side. Goodbye, mirror. Goodbye, paint job. We somehow fit through, and although my eyes hadn't adjusted to this new darkness, I thought I saw a crescent moon of gray another 50 feet away at what must have been the end of the tunnel. But in the foreground, my eye caught something else. Not something. Someone. The broken headlights hardly illuminated the stooped figure standing in the middle of the road. But I knew that posture. I knew it from the dozens of old pictures seared into my memory. My father kept them in the attic. In the same box, he kept the notebooks full of short stories and poems. All I had to do was close my eyes, and a mental photo album of my parents opened. Here they were on their wedding day, happy, smiling, young. Here they were kissing at the top of a Ferris wheel at the county fair. Here they were standing with their arms around each other at a Bon Jovi concert. Here they were sitting up in a hospital bed with a newborn baby boy cradled against my father's chest. Here they were, crowded around a birthday cake with a single candle sticking out of it. The baby boy between them, now a little boy of 1 year. My mother and father. My mother's shoulders were hunched together and over, and her neck was slightly craned in each of these photographs. Dad said when the cameras were around, she'd get so shy she collapsed in on herself. The figure in the road stood with that same posture. It had on a blue sundress like the one my mother wore at my first birthday party, and it also wore my mother's face. Yet it was not my mother. Only my brain, in all its excitement and fear, failed to realize this. My mother smiled with both her mouth and her eyes that looked just like mine. In that moment, she was as real as the snow. I braked and cut the wheel, narrowly missing her. The back of the sled fish-tailed as I fought for control again and found none. The next thing I knew, the pile of snow at the end of the tunnel was rushing to meet us. I drove right into it, and the whiteness consumed everything. 6. The tunnel. It took crashing into the bank of snow to make me realize the figure standing in the road behind us wasn't my mother. Call me stupid or an idiot or a dumbass. Such names are probably justified, but put yourself in my shoes for a second. You see, I was the boy who grew up without a mom. When I awoke from a nightmare, I couldn't seek solace in the comfort of maternal arms. There was no soft-skinned, long-haired woman to hold me and tell me everything was all right. I would stay in bed, my brow damp with sweat, my heart beating madly, and stare at the dark ceiling until sunrise. If I had woken my father and told him of the evil monsters that stalked my dreams, he would have told me to man up and go back to bed. Don't get me wrong, I loved my father. He was a great man, a hard worker, and always funny and sweet at the right moments. But he was largely a no-nonsense type of guy. Like his father before him, he believed a boy became a man pretty much right out of the womb. I had no one to give macaroni pictures of houses and trees to. I had no one to make cards for, to cook breakfast and pick flowers for on Mother's Day. A Sunday I didn't look forward to, but rather dreaded, because it was a reminder of what I didn't have. I spent countless hours of my childhood upstairs in that cramped attic where my father kept my mother's belongings. The insulation lay bare along the walls. Cobwebs hung from the rafters, waving in the stale air. Sometimes a spider would amble past, crawling over the notebooks, pictures, and papers splayed out on the hardwood. Sometimes those spiders would be big and fat and hairy, terrifying to a boy of 7 or 8. Yet I braved them as I read and reread my mother's journals and notebooks until I could recite them to you verbatim. So, when the sled cracked the snow and my head cracked the dashboard, this knocked some much-needed sense into me. That is not my mother, I told myself. She's been dead for almost 3 decades. That is a wraith. It wants to kill or eat or drain or do whatever it is they do to us. All kinds of lights were flashing on the instrument panel. Warnings of disconnected parts, of low fuel, of an overheated battery. A soft alarm played on a loop, losing strength each time it chirped. I pulled myself away from the wheel and tried restarting the engine. No luck. It didn't even grind. It was pretty much exactly what I had expected. I swiped at the blood that gushed from my nose with the back of my hand. It was warm against my upper lip. I turned Mia had fallen halfway onto the floor. Her upper half remained on the seat. Her body was twisted but by no means broken. If anything, she looked a tad uncomfortable. That is, if she could be more uncomfortable than she already was in her current condition. The sled had collided with the embankment at less than 20 miles per hour. I hit the brake at the last possible moment, but I hit it hard, which helped reduce the impact. The snow was packed tightly, but no match for our vehicle. Still, it had beat up the front end and broke what was left of the headlights, but mostly it just absorbed the blow. Had we hit the steel walls or a building, I don't think Mia would have survived. For once, instead of killing us, the snow had done the opposite. It kept us alive. I grabbed Mia's legs and lifted them back onto the seat. The blankets no longer covered her bare flesh, and dried and fresh blood coated her inner thighs. She stirred at my touch, opened her eyes, and mumbled, "What's going on?" "Hang tight," I said, not wanting to worry her. I took off my coat and threw it over her body just as her eyelids fluttered and closed again. A t-shirt beneath a sweater beneath a hoodie wasn't enough to keep me warm in this terrible cold, but thankfully the adrenaline helped in that regard. For a moment, at least. But when the monster called my name from the pitch blackness behind us, fresh chills rippled down my spine. The alarms and lights on the dashboard had stopped. The wind no longer blew. The world had become graveyard quiet, except for the voice. "Grady, are you all right, my sweet pea?" The voice of my mother. But was it my mother's true voice? Had the Wraith excavated it from my memory banks and used it to gain my trust? I can't say for sure, but real voice or not, it took everything within me not to run to it. "Come here and let Mama kiss your boo-boo." "It's not her," Mia moaned. Her head rocked from side to side. "Whoever it is out there, it's not them. I can't believe how big you've gotten. A man now. But you'll always be Mama's little boy, won't you, Grady?" I didn't realize I was crying until the freezing tears crackled on my cheeks. Footsteps echoed along the tunnel's walls, slow and even, labored. I searched for the bag Eleanor had packed. A can of bug spray, a lighter, and possibly a flashlight were inside. I knew that, but the crash had caused the contents to spill all over the floor, so I was reduced to slapping until my hand hit something. First, the cold, cylindrical can of off, and then the lighter. It was time to face the music. The footsteps quickened, and I crawled out of the snowmobile. I sparked the lighter, and they stopped on a dime. The brightness from the small flame illuminated my mother's face. My hands shook. The fire wavered, and I almost dropped the Bic. That face. It looked exactly the same as the face in the pictures. At first, I thought her red shoulders and slightly burned cheeks were also lifted from those images, but that wasn't the case. "Grady, I know you're a big man and all, but you know you're not supposed to play with fire. Go on and put it out before you burn yourself, my dear." "You're not my mother," I growled. "Yes, I am, Grady. I brought you into this world myself." Her smile faltered, and she averted her eyes to the road. "The truth is, baby, I just couldn't handle raising you. I got scared, and I ran right on down to sunny Florida. I've been there a long time, but now, hon, I want to come home. Just give me another chance. Let me make it up to you." The words brought a sickening pain to my gut, because of how much I wished they were true. I stepped forward. The apparition raised its arms and covered its face. The exposed skin reddened. "Stop it! Stop it right "This instant, young man." It kept its feminine voice until the last part of the sentence, where it fell into a deeper register. It sounded demonic, like when you played someone talking in reverse. "Go to hell," I said. The thing's arms dropped, the hands turned into gnarled claws, and the face shimmered as it began changing into someone else. Now the voice bellowed in that demonic tone. "I'm already there, Grady. Your poor old mummy's burning up while the devil laughs and stokes the flames." The figure's frame started shrinking. The hair disappeared. The clothes went from a blue sundress to something charred and tattered. The eyes that resembled mine fell from their sockets. One melted, goo rolling down its cheek, while the other dangled on a blackened optic nerve. No longer was it my mom. Now, it was the dead boy who lived and died on Swan Drive. The boy I had failed. "Why didn't you save me, Mr. Fireman? Why did you let me burn?" "Stop." The fingers on my left hand twisted the bug spray from off to mist. But when I went to press the button, a strong mixture of fear and awe tripped me up. The figure transformed again. Now it was Jonas who stood before me. He wore a tank top and shorts, and his tattoos turned red and crispy by the heat of the flame. "You let me die too, bro. What the hell happened to the Three Musketeers? I know we've been saying that shit since we were like 12 or something, and it's kind of lame and all, but there was supposed to be an unbreakable bond between us. We were supposed to have each other's backs. You let me get shot, and then you just left my body to rot in some strange house. Not cool, dude. Not cool at all." The transformations continued, now from Jonas to Mikey. I stood, frozen. "You're just gonna get Elle killed like you got all of us killed, Grady," this version of Mikey said. "And Mia, and her baby, and Stone, and Ramsey, and Chewie. And if you go to the city, then you'll get them all killed too. You're worthless." He wore the light blue sweater he had been murdered in. His entire front, from collar to hem, was soaked with blood. My eyes traveled down to his feet. He was somehow balanced on his twisted ankles. Each foot was askew, the right nearly all the way around and the left facing inward. The knobs of bone poking through were shiny and slightly yellow. "If you love them like you say you do, then do them a favor and come with me." The ghostly version of Mikey extended a red-stained hand. "Come on, I'll save you the trouble. I can give you an all-expenses-paid trip to peace. Trust me, it's not so bad here. It's like we're in Schrodinger's box. You remember talking about that." He smiled. "Inside of this box, we're completely safe from the problems and worries of the outside world. It'll stay that way, too, because no one can take this lid off. I promise, Grady." It seemed he held out his hand for a long time, and in that time I considered taking him up on his offer. I mean, he was right, wasn't he? Things didn't end well for those I came in contact with. Death surrounded me like flies around a corpse. Maybe if I let the monster take me, the others would have a chance. The curse would break, and my friends and loved ones could finally flourish. The lighter in my hand wavered. My thumb, pressing on its button, twitched. No. I may have grown up without a mother, but my father taught me to always keep fighting. I remember him telling me this after a schoolyard scuffle got me suspended in the 7th grade. I came home so worried he would be mad I was almost in tears. But my old dad grabbed a bag of frozen broccoli from the freezer and held it against my face, grinning from ear to ear. He asked me why I got into a fight. I told him because some 8th grader thought it would be funny to hit me below the belt. Sack tapping, they called it. I recounted how after the first punch I got up and clocked him good on the nose. Broke it, apparently. 2 of the kids' friends jumped in. They kicked and hit me until I couldn't see straight. A teacher eventually intervened, but I was honest with my dad. and I told him how I wasn't planning on getting back up. 3-on-1 wasn't a fair fight. Even if it was, they had me in the weight and height department by a good amount. My dad said, "Sure, you'll get knocked down, but you don't stay down. 1-on-1, 3-on-1, 100-on-1. I don't care. You're a Miller boy. You get back up, and you try your best to stay up. Yeah, you'll take more punches, but you might land a few of your own in the process. It ain't about winning. It's about staying fearless. Then, only then, will the bullies leave you alone." I replayed those words in my head. They sounded crystal clear, as if my father was right beside me. The monster wearing Mikey's face smirked, and its eyes glazed over, full of pleasure and arrogance. It thought it had won. It was wrong. With newfound strength, I pressed down on the bug spray and it gushed out in a fine mist. Then, as soon as it connected with flame, a sheet of fire exploded toward the wraith. I'd taken a hell of a beating, been knocked down more times than I could count. But I was back up now. And here came my punches. The thing let out a screech. The terrible noise so loud it shuddered the steel walls and echoed down the tunnel. Unable to coax me into its arms, it tried changing before the flame lit on its skin. What it tried changing into, I'm not sure. I remember the tentacles poking through the flesh of its face. Little pinkish gray worms. They burrowed out of its cheeks and dangled from its eyes. At the end of each one were tiny mouths full of serrated teeth. I believe they would have gotten bigger had I froze again and not pressed on. Unfortunately for the monster, I did press on. I ran it down with the cloud of fire in front of me. Soon, the flames engulfed it entirely. Through the light, I saw Mikey's head split open, and 2 stick-thin claws emerge. They gripped either side of the gash and pushed until the head was completely cleaved in half. The creaking noise of separating bone reminded me of stepping on old floorboards. I almost let off the button and let the flame go out. I was so shocked at what was happening. Was this the Wraith's true form? Was it another disguise? Whatever the case, my mind could barely handle it. Telling it in this story now, I'm sure my descriptions aren't doing it justice, though no descriptions could. But I kept advancing, kept the fire going, and soon the flames covered the monster's entire transforming body. It screeched as the claws protruding from Mikey's head blackened, stiffened, and then became ash. Its skin melted and pooled on the road around the twisted ankles. Then it was gone. Nothing but a pile of ash remained, and I let go of the lighter's button. The cold took the heat's place in a fraction of a second, yet my forehead was slick with sweat. I was thankful the tip of my thumb no longer burned, but also scared of the new darkness. Breathing hard, I almost collapsed on the spot. I would have if I'd been alone, but I wasn't alone. I had Mia to take care of. Mia, who was in labor but still on the precipice of death. I pocketed the lighter and the bug spray, turned, and bolted for the broken snowmobile. "Is it gone?" Mia moaned. Slowly, she shook her head. Her eyes were open, but the lids were heavy, drooping. "Yes," I said. "It's gone." I neglected to add, "for now." "Where are we?" "We're right outside the city. Just a few minutes away. Can you hang on?" She smiled. It almost seemed like she was drugged. I figured her body had gone into shock to prevent the pain. I don't know how realistic such an assumption was, but it was what I hoped for, at least. "I'm gonna have to carry you," I said. "The sled's done in." She barked a shrill laugh. "A twig like you? Carry a cow like me? No way." I feigned offense. "I'm neither a twig nor are you a cow, and even if that were the case, I would carry you regardless." We couldn't stay in this tunnel another minute. There was no telling how long it would be until more monsters showed up. They sensed fear and pain from miles away. I bent into the cab and guided her down the seat toward me. Just as I was doing this, her body jolted, and she flashed her teeth. A windy, almost soundless scream escaped between the spaces. The type of contraction your body couldn't numb itself for was beginning. I stumbled backwards, watching the rise and fall of her stomach as the baby inside moved. I laughed with relief, thinking it meant the baby, Monica, was alive. "Grady," Mia gasped. She's coming. Now? My answer arrived in the form of an ear-splitting scream. Mia threw herself back against the driver's side door and wrenched the wheel. I dug into my pants pocket for the lighter. I was more scared now than I was when I stood face to face with a monster that oozed tentacles and God knew whatever else. What I saw was unlike anything I had ever seen before. I don't think I can even write it, so I'll leave out the messier descriptions here and tell you this. What I saw was the baby's hair and goop-covered head. "Help me! Help, Grady! God damn it! Help me!" My heart kicked into overdrive. I shined the flame down on the sled's floor, looking for something, anything that might help. Lo and behold, I saw a flashlight. It must have fallen out of the bag Elle packed us, God bless her. I grabbed it, flipped the power switch, and lay it on the dashboard so its beam was trained at Mia's lower half. I said the only thing that came to mind. "Push! Push!" And push she did. I've heard labor can last hours, and a woman can push for a good majority of these hours, but that wasn't Mia's experience. Counting the time before we got stuck in the tunnel, she had been in labor for a while, I guess, but once the pushing started, it couldn't have gone any smoother, at least under these circumstances. Monica arrived a handful of minutes later. She slid out on a wave of blood, much less than what Mia had lost earlier, and bodily fluids. I grabbed her with weak fingers and immediately put her against Mia's chest. She was sobbing, but for a while the baby wasn't. "Is she okay? Is she breathing? Grady, I don't think she's breathing." An anvil fell from my throat into my stomach. My mind was whirling, but I had no idea what to do. Then a wet, wailing scream filled the snowmobile, and Monica kicked her arms and legs. "She's okay! She's okay!" Mia shouted. "Oh my God! We did it!" She ran her fingers down the back of Monica's head. "Shh, honey, shh. It's okay." I pulled my hoodie and the sweater beneath off, then I draped them over the baby. Mia tucked the makeshift blanket tighter around Monica. It wasn't a swaddle, but it would have to do. I clamped the umbilical cord with a piece of cloth. Not ideal, but enough to last until we got into the city. After the cord was clamped, I cut it with a piece of glass I had run my lighter over to disinfect. Again, not ideal. Now that Monica was out, and from what I could see, healthy, I wasn't so scared. Even though I didn't know what I was doing, I felt like I did. Fake it until you make it, I guess. In the spirit of spared details, I'll not tell you of the arrival of the afterbirth. Just know I would have taken worm-like tentacles poking out of a face over seeing that any day. Smiling, with tears falling down my cheeks, I said, "We can't stay here, Mia. We have to go. We have to get her someplace safe." Warmth flickered in Mia's eyes. She had been riding a wave of happiness brought on by the successful birth, but now reality was here, with a needle to burst this bubble. "But I don't think I can walk." "I'll carry you both. The city isn't far. I made a promise to myself that I would protect you and her, that I would get you to safety, and I don't break promises." She stuttered, unsure of what to say, so I continued. "There's no telling when the Wraiths—" "No, you're right," she said, cutting me off. "Let's go, but let me at least try to walk." I shook my head. Not a chance. She had been through so much in such a short amount of time. My struggles were little league, and hers were the majors. The few hours of labor, The loss of blood, being cramped in the tiny snowmobile enclosure, giving birth, not knowing if your baby would arrive alive or dead, the list went on and on. I allowed myself to smile as I stood there taking in Mia and Monica. Mia's hair was a sweaty mess, her cheeks were red, her lips were even more blue than before, but she looked happy, happier than I had seen her in a long time. Monica's head was barely visible under my hoodie and sweater. I just saw a hint of her clumpy dark hair. She had more hair than some of the guys I'd graduated high school with had in their late 20s. 5 minutes away, I told myself. That's all, we can make it. Unless the monsters were out there waiting for us. You ready? Mia kissed the top of her newborn baby girl's head. No. What other choice do I have? Stay here and die? I nodded solemnly. Exactly. We had no choice. I carried them. It was not easy. The combined weight sunk me deeper into the snow with each step. It came up past my belly button, packed under my top, and spilled into my pants and shoes. Remember, I had no protection over my torso aside from a t-shirt and a blanket partially thrown over my shoulders that was meant to cover Mia and Monica completely. 30 seconds out of the bridge, and my skin felt like it was on fire. 2 minutes, and I was sure I was going to have to be amputated from the waist down. The baby wailed and wailed, but the wind stole most of the sound. I was glad I could hear it, and I kept praying I would continue to hear it. The lighthouse's lantern burned bright above us, sweeping along in a circle. In the flurry of snow, I could just make out the towering gates the military had erected over the area. I knew we were still following the road because of the guard boxes set up on either side of the entrance. These were buried nearly to their roofs, useless now, but no mirage. Seeing them in the light gave me another shot of much-needed adrenaline, and I sped up. I had to dig deep into my energy reserves once the adrenaline wore off. There were many close calls when I almost lost my balance and dropped them, but I stayed standing. The snow helped in that regard. The wind did not. "You okay?" I shouted. "Save your breath," Mia answered. The icy air lifted her hair, and it slapped against my cheek. I smelled sweat and coconut. "Almost there." Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Then we were there, right below the gate. I rotated, somehow still able to move on my numb legs, and threw my back into the fence. The chain link rattled. Large swaths of ice cracked and fell, landing without noise in the surrounding snow. "Hey! Hey! Help us!" I shouted. Beyond the ice were plastic coverings, hiding the metal. I smashed my face against it and tried peering through the cracks. I saw nothing because of how hard the snow was falling. "Hey! Please! Please!" My voice cracked, lost strength. "Please!" It was then that the light burning in the lighthouse above went dark. I remember thinking, no, this can't be happening. I didn't come all this way, go through hell and back, just to be turned away at the door. I couldn't stay up much longer. The numbness of my body broke, and the icy pain ripped through my flesh. It was like being swallowed by flame. Now I knew how the monsters felt. I was either sinking deeper or my knees were finally giving in. "Please!" Mia's sobs went unheard, but a thrumming vibrated through my chest. I thought to myself, I won't let us freeze. I'll put us out of our misery before I let that happen. But with what? Light us on fire? Go back to the site of the snowmobile crash, find a sharp piece of glass, and then slit our throats? I had no more energy left. If I were going to do anything without outside help, it would happen in this very spot beneath the tower. I didn't believe we were meant to die, not yet. I found another inkling of strength and diverted it toward my voice. "Please!" I bellowed. But the newfound energy drained away, and the scream tapered off into a hoarse whisper. Ease! I felt no vibrations in my chest, which meant no crying from either Mia or the baby. Felt no movement. I told myself I wouldn't drop them even if they were dead. I would hold on to them and freeze before I did that. The snow won. It finally won. This is it, I thought. It really ends here and now, like this. What a way to go. And the strength in my knees gave way. I sank into the white abyss. Each inch brought on a new wave of indescribable pain. In vain, I tried to lift Mia and her baby above my head, as if we were in a room slowly filling with water, and doing so would allow them to have one last breath of sweet oxygen before their lungs were flooded. Screaming, grunting, I raised them up and up and up. Tendons in my arms twanged, bones crackled, muscles ripped, and the light came back. High above, it burned brighter than before. It had stopped rotating and now settled onto us. Even from a couple 100 feet below, its beams warmed my skin. Before us, the gates rattled on their tracks, making a sound like a screeching beast. When it opened wide enough, what looked like a speedboat drove over the white surface. My eyes expanded, and shaking, my arms locked into place. Please don't be a mirage. Please don't. 2 people emerged from the vehicle. They wore heavy suits, and their voices sounded like they were being filtered through a breathing apparatus. "Shine 'em," said one, while the other pointed a light in my face. I closed my eyes and tilted my head away. "They're good," said the other. "Please," I whispered. "She has a baby. She has a baby." They floated along the snow toward us. Was I dreaming? Pinching myself was out of the question because I had no free hands. They took Mia from my arms and set her inside the boat thing. It's real. "Are they dead?" one asked in its echoey voice. "She has a baby. She has a baby, please," I continued, my body convulsing. I was going into shock, I thought. Either that or I was dying. "Leave him," the other man said. "What? Leave him. He isn't going to make it. Bringing him ain't worth it." "Please," I mouthed, no longer able to force the frozen air in my lungs to form words. "Please. She has a baby. She has a baby." "Nah, I don't want that on my conscience." "Then fucking grab him. I'm freezing." This figure turned and disappeared into the boat, mumbling, "Beretti's gonna be pissed." "Please. Please. Please." The other person looked my way for an eternity. I could practically hear the gears turning in his head as he weighed the positives and negatives of saving me. Then, finally, he moved. Only the snow likes to play tricks on you, especially this snow. And I wasn't sure if he was moving toward me or not. I collapsed before I found out. And something other than the usual dark that came with losing consciousness swarmed my vision. I saw not darkness, but an endless white. 7. The city. Although I came close, I hadn't died. I woke up in a windowless cell with no shoes or socks on. My inner arm was sore, along with the rest of my body. A bandage was wrapped around my elbow. Beneath this bandage was a cotton ball. I ripped it off. Someone had drawn my blood while I was unconscious. I didn't like that. A lone light bulb hung above my head, buzzing faintly. I got up from the bed I'd awoken on, not much in the comfort department, that was for sure, and approached the bars. I leaned forward and grabbed them. They felt as cold as ice, but after what I'd gone through getting here, the temperature of the steel was a breath of fresh air. Pressing my face into the small spaces between the bars, I tried to look around. Unfortunately, the angles were no good, and other than a dim glow to the right, I saw nothing but darkness. "Mia!" I tried shouting. My voice was hoarse and scratchy. I needed some water, and at the very least a blanket. I cleared my throat. "Mia?" No answer. My legs felt heavy and my chest burned. I limped back to the bed and sat down, hitting the thin mattress like a sack of bricks. The sudden movement sparked a flare of agony in my midsection. Then I became acutely aware of how bad off I really was. It was kind of like when you notice a paper cut on the tip of your finger for the first time. Once your brain knows it's there, it sends all sorts of pain signals to it. My grandma always said a paper cut was worse than a wound in need of stitches, specifically for that reason, and I thought she was more right than wrong. I sucked in a deep breath of cool, but not icy, air, and I grabbed the bottom of my shirt. It wasn't frozen, like I had expected, but it was still wet from the snow. Slowly, wincing, I took it off. Parts of my stomach were beet red, as if I'd been burning in the sunshine and not freezing in the snow. Other parts had taken on a darker, almost purple color, namely around my lower abdomen and obliques, where the ice had packed under my top. The beginnings of frostbite. I ran a finger over the darkest part and felt nothing. My hands were red too, but that was mostly dry blood from when Mia reopened the burn scabs, and I still had most of the feeling in my fingers. I sighed with relief, letting a slight smile spread across my face. I wasn't out of the woods yet, but I was out of the snow. I scooted back, intent on resting against the cell wall. This sudden movement, however, reminded me of another body part in desperate need of checking. A trio of body parts, in fact. My shaking hands now went to the button of my jeans. "Oh, God," I whispered. My neck creaked as I tilted my head downward. I can't do it. "You have to do it." That internal voice was right. There are very few things in this world more precious to a man than the things that get him in the most trouble. If you don't know what I mean, I'll tell you. I'm talking about the family jewels, the twig and the berries, the old sausage and eggs. So my fingers undid the button. Then they made their way to the zipper and pulled. But just as I started stretching the elastic band of my underwear, someone cleared their throat. I jumped, hastily set my hands in my lap, and twiddled my thumbs. I felt like I'd been caught masturbating or something. In reality, I didn't even know if I still could masturbate. A woman in a winter coat stood on the opposite side of the cell door. She held a clipboard in one hand and a pen in the other. She couldn't have been more than 40, yet her eyes, a bright green color, possessed the tired look of someone who'd seen too much in too short a time. Everyone still alive shared that same feature, I think. Her hair was a sandy blonde, and her cheekbones were sharp. She smiled shyly. There was a small gap between her two front teeth. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Grady, is it?" Seeing her as fit as a fiddle, dressed in warm clothes and smiling from the other side of the cage, provoked a fresh rage inside of me. The whole frozen genital situation dissolved from my mind. I didn't even have a chance to ruminate on how awkwardly funny it was until later. "What the hell is going on?" I said, voice no longer hoarse but demanding. "Where's Mia and her baby? And why am I locked in a cage?" Yes, I understand you have many questions." The woman tapped the clipboard with her pen, clicked it, and peered up at me. "I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability, but I need to ask you some of my own first. Please be honest. Being caught in a lie results in automatic banishment, and sometimes, in extreme cases, death." I stood. My legs were still weak, but I didn't let that stop me from marching to the door and slapping my hands against the bars. "Fuck that. You answer my questions." The woman shuffled backward, eyes wide. Her shoulders slouched like she was trying to turn inward on herself to escape, reminding me of the monster who had taken on my mother's likeness in the tunnel. A sudden flash of pity stole through me. I was angry, yes, but I wasn't like this. I prided myself on the ability to keep calm in the roughest of situations, and if this wasn't a rough situation, then I didn't know what was. I took a deep breath. Okay, just answer the one. Are Mia and the baby okay? Yes. They are in stable condition for now, but for the time being, they remain in quarantine. I opened my mouth, more questions, but she talked over me. Don't worry, they are receiving the best care we can provide. My tensed muscles relaxed a bit. May I ask you my questions now? I turned and raised my arms, rested my palms on the back of my head, and peered up at the concrete ceiling. There was a dark stain up there that looked like Jesus. Yeah, go ahead. Your name? Grady Miller. Age? 28. Height? Geez, I don't know, close to 6 feet? With shoes, I guess I'm... This isn't an application for a dating app, Mr. Miller. I need your best estimate. 6 feet. Weight? $190 before all this. Now, probably 170, 175. Do you need my social security number and my mother's maiden name, too? She smiled again. No. Have you been in contact with any of the entities outside? Entities? That's what you call them? That's very proper. But no. If I had, I wouldn't be able to hold a conversation with you, would I? Not always the case. Our studies show that... Footsteps echoed down the dark corridor, cutting her off. She spun around. The clipboard clutched against her chest and stiffened. In fear, it seemed. A small figure emerged from the shadows. This man had the face of a 50-year-old, a few wrinkles, but the white hair and salt and pepper beard, mostly salt, of a man much older. His skin had an olive tint. Now, don't go spilling all of our secrets, Dr. Hart. Hadn't Ramsey mentioned a woman named Dr. Hart? Something about bright green eyes. Yeah, I remembered him saying that, and her eyes were the greenest I'd ever seen. The woman, Dr. Hart, sidled away, and the man advanced before stopping inches away from the bars. I thought of asking him what the iron smelled like, but thought better of it. He studied me like I was an alien specimen. He then turned to Dr. Hart and grabbed the clipboard from her limp hands. Squinting, he read what she had written before he interrupted our little powwow. Grady Miller. Yeah, I said. The man's face was punchable, and judging by the crookedness of his nose, he was no stranger to a swinging fist. I fought my anger back down to a manageable level and met his dark eyes without flinching. Are you the one that needs my social and mother's maiden name? He chuckled without humor, the sound almost robotic in its delivery. That's quite a good one, Mr. Miller. Were you a comedian before all of this? We could certainly use some entertainment around here. I'm afraid I'm not much in that department. My friend Stone, though, he was voted the funniest boy in our 8th grade class back in the day. I raised my eyebrows. Is that why I'm locked up, because you're going to force me to be the town fool? The man shook his head slowly. No. We have plenty of those already, but I assure you this is just precautionary. We'll get to that later. For now, he stuck his right hand through the bars. I believe a proper introduction is in order. I stared at his hand the same way he had stared at me. When he saw I wasn't taking him up on his offer, he withdrew it. All right. Well, I'm John Beretti, the man in charge around here. MIC, for short. Beretti. I knew that name. Ramsey had warned me about this guy, and he was the reason the men who had rescued us from the snow almost left me behind. Now I guessed he wanted me to thank him, and I might have, had I not been locked in a cage. It's hard to be polite when you're held against your will, half naked and suffering from frostbite. Well, I'm not being totally honest here, am I, Dr. Hart? Beretti said. Dr. Hart shrugged, never meeting Beretti's eyes. I guess you could call me one of the men in charge here. Wonderful, I said. Now, let me out, so I can go see my friend. Beretti's smile faltered and fell into a frown. Unfortunately, I can't do that yet, Mr. Miller. We still have to run a few tests on you for confirmation. With my permission, right? Yes and no. And if I don't want to do your tests, then I'm sorry to say you'll be banished, Mr. Miller. We had an incident here about a month ago that has caused us to up our safety protocols. I smirked. Yeah, I heard about that. You were the one keeping the monster in a cage, right? Were you the one who let it out, too? I can't say Beretti ever had much of a sunny disposition throughout our first meeting, but if he had even a hint of one, it evaporated as soon as my words left my mouth, and his frown changed to a snarl. If you want to stay alive, Mr. Miller, you'll go through with the tests. If not, then your ass is back out in the cold, where you belong. With that, he performed a whirling about face and left. A few seconds later, he snapped his fingers, and after offering me a pitiful smile, Dr. Hart followed. There wasn't much else for me to do but wait. So, I waited. And waited. And waited. An entire day must have passed where no one spoke to me. Every few hours or so, a young man brought me food and water, ointment, and fresh clothes. At first, I refused to do anything with the items, thinking I was making a stand. But then the hunger and thirst caught up to me, and I stuffed my face full of whatever happened to be on the plate and gulped down whatever was in the glass. Besides a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I didn't know exactly what it was I ate. The last meal I had in there consisted of a brown slop, sprinkled with bits of mystery meat, dull-colored vegetables, and 2 pieces of stale bread to sop it up with. Prison food is what it was, but hey, it was steaming and appeared semi-edible, so I ate it. I didn't care if the mystery meat was chicken, beef, or rat. Hell, I would have chowed down on some tofu if that was the only thing on the menu. Having given up, I decided to go all in. I stripped naked and examined the ointment. It came in a gray tube with no markings on it. I sniffed at it, thought it smelled like paint thinner, and hesitated. The guide told me it was for the frostbite, but that was all he said. Currently, the frostbitten parts of my flesh were already starting to blister and peel. It was bad, and I hoped it wouldn't get much worse, so I figured I had nothing to lose. I smeared the gunk all over. It burned like fire, and I had to fight the urge to wash it off with what remained of my water, but then it stopped. After a few hours with the ointment on, I noticed an improvement. A minor one, yes, but with what my lower abdomen looked like, minor improvements went a long way. The worst part of all this stretch of time was not knowing what happened with Mia and Monica. And the loneliness. Stuck in a cage, hearing nothing but the howling wind, I wasn't only a prisoner of the city, I was also a prisoner of my own mind. Then maybe half a day later, the door rattled open and jerked me awake. Through bleary vision, 2 large figures approached in what looked like spacesuits. One wore a gas mask, showing only his eyes. The other wore a helmet with a tinted visor. I didn't recognize their voices as human when they spoke. They sounded like twin Darth Vaders. "On your feet," Gas Mask said. "What?" "Stand up." What's going on? I was more surprised than angry, though believe me, the anger eventually came. Gas Mask turned toward Tinted Visor. "He's not going to cooperate. Let's get this over with." Before I was able to get another word out, each seized one of my arms, ripped me from the bed, and shoved me against the cage door. I struggled, but it did no good. Cold steel closed over my wrists. Handcuffs, 2 pairs. The unoccupied end of the bracelets then went around the bars. I'm not infected, I told you.
Can't take your word for it, brother,
Tinted Visor said.
Nothing personal. Sometimes the blood tests are wrong, so Beretti wants to make certain you're clean.
Bullshit. Beretti wanted to torture me, and I wasn't having that. When they started ripping my clothes off, I slammed my head backwards. I hit gas mask, too. The pain exploded at the point of impact and traveled down my spine, but the resulting grunt and cursing from gas mask made it worth it.
Bastard broke my nose. Ah, fuck. Hold him, Larry.
Larry, a.k.a. Tinted Visor, grabbed the nape of my neck and pinned my face against the bars. I heard the air whistle as gas mask swung his fist. He connected with my already sore ribs. I felt them give, but I held my scream of pain back by biting my tongue. I wouldn't give these guys the satisfaction.
Keep fighting, Miller, and I'll break one of your legs. Got it?
Gas mask seethed. Fuck you. Larry laughed.
He's a lively one, isn't he? Beretti said he would be. You know what? I got a better idea.
Gas mask grabbed a handful of my hair, pulled my head back, and slammed it against the door. My skull rang against the steel. Warm blood cascaded down my brow and into my eyes. I closed them, but not by choice. All the fight had left me. Now no longer able to stand, I began sliding toward the floor, the darkness edging along my vision. Their laughter followed me into unconsciousness, and that same laughter echoed around my head when I awoke I don't know how many hours later. The wound on my brow was patched, and I was wearing a ratty hospital gown. The anger I felt forced me out of bed, but the headache brought me back down. So, I slept. On the 3rd or 4th day, I'm not sure which, I met another man. He knocked on the bars. Can you believe that? He knocked on the bars like a house guest knocking on the front door. I said nothing, only glared at him. The pounding in my head had eased, but it lingered enough to stop me from picking fights. The guy was tall and skinny, maybe 130 pounds. I pegged him to be in his 60s. I could take him, I thought. Probably. Then again, he also looked like he had a mean streak, like he was once a great athlete back in the day, and if needed, he could call on that dormant ability and use it against me. I get it, the guy said. You hate it here, but it wasn't my doing. He stepped closer. The bars framed his face. I saw how the dark hair on his chin was coated with frost, as if he'd just come in from the cold. You sure know how to treat a guest, I said. You gonna bust my skull open too? The man shook his head slowly. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller. I heard all about it. He held up his hands. I'm innocent. But I wasn't here. If I was, you can believe that wouldn't have happened. And who are you? I'm Nicholas Ryder. Nick, to my friends. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, a few feet from the door. Ryder stuck his hand through the bars. Like Beretti, I ignored his attempted greeting. Unlike Beretti, he wasn't offended. Not outwardly, at least. Ramsey had told me about this man, too. I said, I want to see my friend. I want to see Mia and the baby. You the father? The father's dead. You kill him? No, but I would have. He was infected. Ryder grimaced. That's tough. We've all had to do things we shouldn't have had to do. Just let me out of here. The guy was silent for a while. Then he reached down in his jacket pocket and pulled out a set of keys. He unlocked the door and opened it, the hinges creaking like a rusty cemetery gate, and stepped back. I shot up before he could close it in my face, which was what I expected. but didn't happen, and I went through. I was free, finally. I can assure you, the men who assaulted you will be punished, Nicholas Ryder said. If things go the way they should, they will be voted out of the city. I blinked heavily a few times. I thought I was dreaming. It's not the minions you got to worry about, it's the one who sent them. Ryder nodded. I can't do anything about Beretti, I'm sorry. He's too important, and he knows it. That's his leverage. He paused and shrugged. You and John got off on the wrong foot, and maybe you want revenge, but it's best to let him be. Damn right I want revenge. We're only a couple months removed from a functioning society. We're not complete savages yet, are we? People should pay for assaulting someone without cause. And I agree with you, Mr. Miller, but society as we knew it is gone. I gave no reply because I didn't want to think about society as we knew it being gone, or what the future held for our species. It was too grim. I heard about your arrival, Ryder said. You crossing through the snow with the girl and her baby in your arms, wearing only a t-shirt. You're a hero in my eyes, kid. Thanks, I replied without sincerity. But we won't be staying. Least you can do is give us a ride out of here. Ryder cocked an eyebrow. I suppose I can arrange that, but I don't think it's really in your best interest to leave. Not with an infant. Here, she can receive the proper care she needs, and Doc Hart told me Mia was pretty rough when you all got here, stitches and the like. She's on the mend. Perhaps when she's up and at 'em and the baby is not such a baby anymore, but, of course, I can't stop you. He had a point. Damn it, he had a point. We'd come all this way for what, to turn back? Leaving now would be beyond idiotic. But why would I want to stay in a place that treated its citizens like scum? Doesn't matter, I thought, because that's just what you're going to have to do. If a single hair on her or Monica's head is harmed, I will not go quietly, Ryder. I promise you that. They were well taken care of, Mr. Miller, I assure you. Beretti can be petulant, and his mean streaks can cause a good amount of damage, both physically and mentally. But he would never stoop so low as to order an infant and her mother to be tortured, because that's the welcome gift I received. For a moment, Ryder seemed on the verge of a breakdown. The sincerity in this show of emotion caught me by surprise. Son, I am so sorry. I really am. I know you don't want to hear my apologies. I wouldn't either, but it's all I can do for now. That, and take you to see your friend. He started walking down the corridor. Come on, let's go. After he got about 20 feet ahead of me, I followed. The walk was a long one, mostly reduced to gray corridor after gray corridor, and moving was a pain. But Ryder tried his best to pass the time. Your blood test came back negative, he said. Not surprised. I've been close to the monsters outside, but not that close. Security footage saw a fire in the bridge. Mia told us the story about what happened there. He clucked his tongue. Your own mother. Boy, you're stronger than me. I said nothing. That was something I didn't want to think about. So you're the president and Beretti's the VP? Something like that. Who gave you the keys to the kingdom? Well, son, I did. No one else seemed too keen to take on a leadership role except for Beretti, but we're trying to keep the spirit of democracy alive here, not give rise to another Hitler. He chuckled. So I keep him on a leash. But every now and then you gotta loosen up your hold on it, give him some slack, or he'll catch on. Ryder stopped, turned to me, and whispered, He's smart in his sciences, but he lacks common sense. I can tell. We haven't had any new arrivals in weeks, so I figured I'd go out on the supply run with the men and women tasked with keeping this place stocked. I figured I'd show the people here I'm more than just a talking head. You gotta get your hands dirty every once in a while and all that. I thought to myself, now, Nicky, bad things are gonna happen with Beretti at the helm. And sure enough, I was right. See, no one around here will stand up to him but me. Doc Hart, she's got a good heart, but she's too timid. The other people living in the city, they just want to get by. They're waiting for all this to pass, so they've got tunnel vision. He shrugged. It happens. If I was here, you three would have been ushered right into the medical facility, had your blood tested, a physical examination, and when the doc said Mia and the little one were good to go, you'd be moved to your own houses. Lord knows we have a lot of vacancies. Sounds like you run a tight ship. Yeah, Ryder said. We keep it running, that's for sure. A month ago, I'd even say this city was a well-oiled machine. But tragedy struck and tossed a wrench in the gears. At a T-junction, Ryder went left. The lighting in the halls had grown progressively brighter, and it was the brightest here. We passed empty rooms full of medical equipment. Hospital beds, IV stands, monitors. Around the middle of the hallway, canned studio laughter drifted toward us. Ryder stopped and pointed to the second-to-last room's half-closed door. She's in there, boss. I'll leave you to it. I'll admit, after the treatment I received in the care of John Beretti, some hospitality and kindness went a long way. It didn't undo what happened to me, but it helped. As Ryder turned to leave, I said, Hey, Nick. He stopped, eyes wide, lips raising into a smile. I stuck my hand out, he took it, and we shook. Thanks. No, son, thank you. Your heroism hasn't gone unnoticed throughout the city. People who've never met you are all talking about the crazy fella who ran through the snow in nothing but a t-shirt. And I think that was exactly what some of these folks needed to pick them back up after a long past few weeks. It's what they needed to open up their tunnel vision a bit. I returned the smile, and then I went into Mia's room. She was eating a hot fudge sundae. Her face lit up when she saw me, and the spoon fell out of her hand and clattered against the glass bowl. Chocolate syrup was smeared at the corners of her mouth. Next to her, in a bassinet, lay Monica, swaddled, wearing a tiny pink hat on her head. Grady! Mia nearly yelled before catching herself and turning her volume down to a whisper yell. You bastard! It's so good to see you. I grinned and felt like crying, mostly because of how good she looked. Color brightened her cheeks, her eyes were shining, her grin was sharp, and her hair was washed, brushed, and held back in a loose ponytail. After giving birth in the cramped cab of an old snowmobile, she had looked on the cusp of death. Now she looked normal, healthy. I'm gonna hug you, I announced, and there's nothing you can do about it. She set the bowl on the table by her bed and held her arms out wide. We hugged. I didn't dare squeeze her too hard. The blood she lost during labor fresh in my mind, but she didn't hold back. This is a one-time thing, Grady. FYI. We parted. Sure it is. Standing at the side of her bed, my eyes drifted to Monica. Go ahead, man. What? Hold her. I know you want to. Who could resist that cute widow face? Did you just use baby talk? Maybe. Wow, I said. Motherhood has already changed you. Oh, frick off, Grady, she chuckled. Are you going to hold my daughter or not? She's sleeping. I will when she wakes up. Plus, I already held her. when she was all slimy. Now she's a clean, precious widow muffin pie. Go on, she ain't gonna wake up. She sleeps through just about anything. So I held her. But Mia was wrong about that. Monica woke up, only briefly. Her eyes opened wide, big and blue. And I swear, she smiled at me. That smile made every terrible thing we had gone through up until this moment worth it. Of course, when I told Mia about the smile, she said, "Oh, yeah, that's just her passing gas," which got us laughing so hard we had to cover our mouths and bite our lips. "Are you all good?" I asked. "Picture of health." "What about the blood?" "They couldn't find anything wrong with me." Mia lowered her voice. "Know what I think?" I shook my head. Whoever knew what Mia was thinking. "I think the rages did it. I think they made that blood with whatever supernatural, magical bullshit they do. They thought it would run us out, and it did, didn't it?" She chuckled. "But we made it. Take that, motherfuckers. No, I mean, motherfuckers." Well, it made sense. If it was true, it only made me fear the monsters more. But Mia was right. We had made it. The door creaked open a minute or two later, and in came a woman in blue scrubs. Not Dr. Hart, but the resemblance was uncanny. She held a tray of food, tomato soup and grilled cheese. "Yeah, I'm a dessert first type of gal," Mia said. "Don't judge." "I'm not judging." The nurse was surprised to see me. She cocked her head. "Oh, I didn't know you had company." I put Monica back in her bassinet, completely prepared to get kicked out. The baby was fast asleep again. "I'm Grady, ma'am." "Relax, Nina," Mia said. "He's with me." Nina smiled as she set the tray down on Mia's lap. "Not for long, I think." "What do you mean?" "A few people just came through, man and a woman, and a dog. They're asking for you. The people, not the dog. Although, that'd be pretty cool," the nurse said. Warmth rippled through my body. Mia and I glanced at each other. "Ellen Stone," I said. "And Chewy, you ass. Don't forget him." "They made it!" I shouted. "Where are they at?" "Getting their examinations, I suppose. I can take you there in a second. Just let me finish." But I was too excited and sprinted my way toward the door. Mia said, "Go ahead, Nina. I got my grub. I'm good for now." As it happened, I ended up leading the way while Nina, who I later found out was Dr. Hart's younger sister, shouted directions from behind me. "Right down there," she said, pointing. I squinted and saw Nick Ryder leaning against the wall. He held a magazine in one hand. He was chewing gum and blowing big pink bubbles. When he looked up at Nina and me, a particularly large one popped and stuck around his mouth and in his beard. "He's your problem now, Nick," Nina hollered. "I gotta finish my rounds." I ran. Well, that's being generous. I limped at a decent speed toward Ryder. He set his magazine down on the air register. "I see you've already heard, Grady. I was just about to come and get you. They should be done with their examinations soon enough, and when the blood work comes back, you can go in." "How long will that take?" "Not long." He motioned to the magazine. "You interested in sculpting the butt you've always wanted?" It's the cover article, Woman's World. It's the only stuff I haven't read around here, and you know what? It's opened my eyes to a lot about the opposite sex. No wonder my second wife dumped my sorry behind." When I was allowed back about an hour later, which I spent in Mia's room, I did cry with happiness. Elle and Stone both looked worse for wear, but I could tell the little time behind the safety of the city's walls was healing. Soon as I entered the room, Elle rushed over and wrapped her arms around me. We kissed like a couple who hadn't seen each other in years instead of days. Stone gagged at every smack of our lips, but there were tears in his eyes too, especially when we did our musketeer handshake. Chewy spun around in a million circles, barking his head off. I bent and rubbed his belly until his leg kicked so fast it became a blur. "I'm so glad you're okay," Elle said. "I was having the worst dreams. You were being tortured and—"
"Well, you're not far off."
"What?"
I smiled.
"Nothing, I'll tell you later." "Where's Mia? Did she have the baby? Is she okay? They said so, but I don't know who to believe." She was beating at my shoulder with every question. "She's fine. They're both fine." Elle jumped, clapping her hands. She cried tears of happiness, too. "Oh, thank God." "That's another crazy story I'll have to tell you about."
"Can we see her?"
Stone asked.
"I think so."
I looked around for one of the people who perform the exams, thinking I'd see gas mask or tinted visor or even Beretti, but I hadn't. If I had, the joy would have ended quickly, seeing as I'd knocked their teeth down their throats. I saw no one, so I led the way to Mia's room. Stone held onto my shoulder for support. We both limped along the hallway. "No Ramsey?"
"Nope,"
Stone said.
"We tried, but he gave me some shit about a caged bird needing to spread its wings or something. I don't know. I told him most caged birds didn't have to deal with the kind of shit we have to deal with."
This news was disappointing, but I thought I'd see Ramsey again. I don't know why. It was just a feeling. The reunion in Mia's hospital room was loud, which was okay since Monica was awake. Elle and Stone took turns holding the baby. When Stone held her, he about freaked when she grinned at him.
Look, she's smiling at Uncle Stoney."
Both Mia and I said, "It's just gas," much to his disappointment. I recounted our journey to the city, brushed over the last few days, and then Elle and Stone recounted theirs. "Nothing matters," Eleanor said, "besides the fact that we're together again." She was right.
"And safe,"
Stone added. About that, he was mostly right. With Beretti and his cronies here, I wasn't sure of our safety. Maybe an hour later, Nick Ryder poked his head around the doorframe and I waved him inside. Introductions were made all around. Stone raised a fist.
"Glad to see another brother made it this far."
When Eleanor flashed him her signature annoyed glare, he said,
"What? You've seen horror movies? The black dudes always die first, and aren't we basically just living in a horror movie?"
"Yeah, but it's better than living in a Tom and Jerry cartoon," I said. And everyone laughed, besides Nick, who wasn't part of that inside joke, but he cleared his throat and smiled politely.
"It was very nice meeting you all," he said.
"And I think we have a great future ahead of us, but it's dinner time for me now, so I guess we'll talk more soon." The others said their goodbyes, and then their frantic conversation continued. I kept quiet, leaning against the wall by the door and taking it all in. I was so damn happy. All the hell I went through was worth it for this moment alone. "I hope you stay," Ryder whispered to me before leaving. "We could use good people like y'all. But I should tell you this. If you choose to stay, you have to pull your weight around here. Nothing's free. There will be a time when you're called upon to do something you don't want to do. Something potentially dangerous." He paused, staring into my eyes with a cold seriousness. "Can you handle that, Mr. Miller?" "Yeah, Nick. I think I can handle that," I said, but thought, because I would do anything for these people. "And call me Grady."
"Good, Grady. Good."
Ryder left the room then, his footfalls tapping against the linoleum. I turned and watched my friends. No, my family again, and I smiled. For the first time since arriving at the city, I felt lighter, as if a terrible weight had been lifted from my shoulders. And now, I no longer feared the end. This concludes The City of Light by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Copyright 2020 by Flint Maxwell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Flint Maxwell and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Feeding by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make. Bram Stoker, Dracula. 1. Introductions. I missed the birds. After the blizzards began and darkness fell over the world, I only remember hearing two things: the wind and the monsters. Not a moment passed when I wouldn't have given just about anything to wake to a snippet of birdsong in the morning. The birds were gone, though. Dead, most likely. And so was the rest of the old world. Except for us, the few people left to roam this snowy purgatory in constant fear. Hell, when I think about it, maybe the dead really were the lucky ones. Let me preface this by saying I am not perfect. It's true, I make mistakes. You have to understand that. Sometimes I mix up names, places, and faces. When I tell you of the incidents we went through, you must remember I am recounting them through my own personal filter, and that filter is not always correct. My memories are not infallible. I am only human. The events covered in these accounts were enough to drive anyone insane. Each day was filled with new horrors, and rarely did I feel comfortable or safe, if at all, even while behind the walls of the City of Light. Survival was the goal, not keeping the details straight, although I do try to keep them as straight as possible. Just know, I would never outright lie to you. I've read a lot of books since the snow and the monsters stole our world. You have to pass the time somehow, right? I even joined a book club in the city, and it was here where I first learned of the term unreliable narrator. Now, I am not that. I believe for the most part that I am reliable, and any unreliability you may stumble upon within these retellings is accidental. For that, I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I hope you understand. With that said, let us begin. When we moved into our barracks, Nick Ryder, the head honcho in the city, appointed a guy named Lee as our tour guide. He was short, skinny, and smelled like cigarettes. The sound of his voice reminded me of a drugged-out Kermit the Frog. He walked Stone, Eleanor, Chewie, and me to the West End barracks. Mia wasn't with us. She was still recuperating in her hospital room with the baby. The barracks weren't much in the way of comfort, style, or privacy. But they had beds, a kitchen, and 2 working showers and toilets. Most importantly, they were heated. Compared to the places we'd been staying over the last months, this place was practically a palace. On the left-hand wall were bunks. Between each pair stood flimsy partitions with low doors. I walked through one and had to duck my head. It smelled clean, like bleach, and the floors shined brighter than the dim lights above. "Y'all gonna have to share," Lee said. "I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," I said. "I know it ain't exactly the Taj Mahal." "Are you joking?" Stone interrupted. "What is this dude talking about? This place is the bomb." He crutched toward the nearest bunk, plopped down, threw himself against the mattress, and kicked his feet up. I hadn't seen him look so relaxed since Jonas, and I were lounging near Prism Lake with cold beers in our hands. "It's better than out there, you're damn right," Lee agreed. Stone laced his fingers together and put his hands behind his head before letting out a large sigh. A surprising reaction, if you ask me. The house he had lived in before the end of the world was basically a mini mansion, and when on business trips, he never stayed in anything less than a 5-star hotel. I guess almost freezing to death every night in random buildings has a way of humbling you.
Lee pointed behind me. Bathroom works, too. Kitchen's on the other end, got a microwave, a fridge, and a sink for your dishes. Water comes out a bit slow, and it'll take about a month to get warm, but it's better than no water at all. Besides, we eat most of our meals together in the hub. The hub? Elle repeated. Yep, the gym, I guess. Breakfast starts at 8, lunch at 11, and dinner at 5. The head cook and her helpers on staff. Lee smacked his lips a couple times. Are top-notch, believe it or not. Wait until you get a taste of Debbie's Mexican lasagna. Debbie's Mexican lasagna, Stone repeated. Is that innuendo? Stone? Elle warned. He chuckled and rolled his eyes. Ignoring this exchange, Lee went on. It'll knock you off your feet. Then his face turned serious. Like I said, it ain't the best place on earth, but give it a chance. And you'll be calling it home soon enough. It's so much better than where we've been staying, Eleanor said. So much better. Yeah, I agreed. You ever try sleeping a few hours in a dentist's chair without laughing gas? Lee's lips lifted into a smile. Can't say I have, compadre, and don't exactly want to either. Anyway, I'm glad y'all like it. When the incident happened, we had to repurpose some of these buildings for us civvies. This and the one just across the way housed the soldiers before it housed us. Where did the regular folks stay? I asked. East End. Lee nodded his head to the right. That whole side was houses. Nice places, too. But we had to shut it down. Buildings took too much damage. Shitty weather and less people made sure we ain't ever going to get 'em up to code again. It was safer to just move here and close off the entire east side. I shook my head. That's too bad. It is. Lee walked toward the door, turned, and flashed a grin. But we get by, don't we? With a thumbs up, he added, I'll see y'all at dinner. Oh, and if Nick asks, tell him I was a hell of a tour guide. Mia left the comforts of her hospital bed and moved into our barracks. We had almost an entire floor to ourselves. Nick Ryder said that before the captured Wraith escaped and sparked a massacre within the city's walls, the population was pushing capacity. Not so much anymore. And although lights illuminated most of the city, a darkness continued to hang around the heads of the people who remained. I felt for them, but I couldn't understand their grief, just like they couldn't understand the grief I felt for losing Jonas, Helga, and Mikey. Some of the people were as cold to us newcomers as the snow outside. I understood that too. Of the near 75 who lived here, a few were bound to be wary of us. Most, however, treated us with respect and kindness. I eventually came to consider many as family, which was why losing them hurt so badly. Still, besides Nina Hart and Nick Ryder, our initial meetings with some of the city's inhabitants weren't anything to write home about. Polite waves, courteous head nods, more than a few, hi, how's it going, encounters, followed by good, good, nice to have you here, replies. I really couldn't complain. Before the end of the world, I was mostly a guy who kept to himself. And though I longed for human interaction for most of my journey to the city, when I got there, I ended up exhausted during our first few weeks. All I wanted to do was lie in bed and recover from the mental and physical torment I'd experienced. And for a good portion of that time, that was exactly what I did. What we all did. We left the barracks to eat 2 to 3 times a day. Good food, mind you, actual sustenance. And we explored the place, and we dropped in on 1 or 2 of the nightly movies they played in the hub's entertainment rooms. Iron Man and 50 First Dates. But other than that, we slept. One night, Mia walked into mine and Elle's room with Monica all bundled up and against her chest. The baby was fast asleep. Mia wore a big grin on her face, as well as a heavy knitted sweater and a pair of jeans. The heat in the barracks allowed us to downgrade our extreme winter clothes to almost fall clothes, which, believe it or not, took some getting used to. What are you smiling about? Elle asked. I just saw a calendar in Nina's room. She's been crossing off the days with a big purple marker, and you know what today is?
Elle looked up at the ceiling, thinking. I shook my head. I had stopped keeping track of the date as soon as the sun stopped making regular appearances. Wasn't much to look forward to. But then again, I've never been good with dates. Depending on how sharp I felt on a particular day, I may or may not be able to tell you mine or a relative's birthday or an anniversary or anything like that. There were only a few dates I could tell you with 100% certainty. July 4th, Christmas, and when the Cleveland Cavaliers won their lone NBA title. June 19th, 2016, for those not familiar. Mia waited another moment. Elle finally shook her head and said, I know it's a Sunday. I only know that because Sundays are very glum. They always have been, even during the end of the world. I chuckled. She wasn't wrong there.
It is a Sunday, Mia agreed. Sunday, October 11th.
I racked my brain, trying to find meaning behind this date. Of course, I found none. Mia's grin stretched wider. She was all teeth.
It's my birthday.
I shot up from the bed and grinned myself.
What? No way.
Happy birthday. I went in for a hug, despite Mia being vehemently against hugs. But realizing there was no stopping me, she waved the white flag. Elle took the opportunity to do the same.
How old? A lady never tells. And you shouldn't ask either. Girl, what? It's your birthday. We need to celebrate.
Elle turned toward me.
Think you can get Nick to unlock the liquor cabinet for us? Wait, are you old enough to drink? Does it matter?
Mia answered.
No one's gonna arrest me or anything like that. I guess you're right.
Elle's eyebrows climbed her forehead.
Grady? Booze?
I can try, but I don't know why you're asking me. I looked at Mia. Forget your age. Can you drink, with... I tapped my chest. Mia arched an eyebrow.
What? That's Grady's subtle way of asking if you're breastfeeding, Elle said. And no, Grady, she's not. Monica's on formula. Yep, my old fun bags ain't working like they should.
Jesus, please don't call them that, I said.
All right, the boob conversation is officially over.
Elle patted my shoulder.
Just see if you can get something for us to drink, babe. Nick seems to like you.
I shrugged. Well, what's not to like?
Should we answer that honestly or no?
Mia said in her usual deadpan tone. But instead of letting the insult linger, she winked to let me know she was joking. Hey, maybe she actually was growing up. My reply was to hold up a pinky, our new G-rated version of the middle finger. Mia gasped, albeit unconvincingly, and returned the gesture. This got us laughing again. I know seeing a couple of dweebs flashing their pinkies at one another may be confusing to most, but this was kind of an inside joke between us all. And, stupid or not, we needed inside jokes. When Monica entered this world, Mia enacted a new rule concerning our frequent use of vulgarity. We were not allowed to curse or flip each other off or make any other obscene gesture so long as Monica was in the vicinity. Her innocent ears and eyes were too pure. You'd think Mia would have had the toughest time cleaning up her act, but to our surprise, that wasn't the case. Mia transformed from a drunken sailor to the female version of Mr. Rogers. Stone and I were the ones who had trouble. And Elle even slipped up a few times. I guess I never realized how much I swore before being around a baby. The whole ordeal really opened my eyes to how much my vocabulary needed expanding. Frowning, Mia said, I've been drinking since I was about 8, Elle. It's only your whatever age birthday once, right? I said. True, Elle said. That's a good point. She clapped her hands and rubbed them together. You could see it on her face. The scheming had begun. Skipping, she left the room, and I looked at Mia and mouthed, sorry. She's gonna throw me a party, isn't she? I nodded. Think so. Mia hung her head. Shit. Hey, you swore. I held out my hand. Pay up. She slapped my palm, grinning. Come on, Grady. It's my birthday. The party wasn't really a party. Not at first, anyway. We had it in one of the entertainment rooms, which were located in the hub, as the people here called it. It was a fitting name because this building stood smack dab in the middle of the city. The city had been part of the nearest town's, New Hills, expansion. Construction crews worked around the clock to build a man-made lake, a new housing development, and a recreation center, the hub. Then things got bad, and the crumbling government passed over leadership to the U.S. military. Efficiently as ever, they repurposed the whole area into a refugee camp. Nick Ryder told me they certainly had their work cut out for them. He'd been here from the beginning, having grown up just down the road. Other towns were evacuated, his included, and he sat front row while soldiers erected high fences all around the block, lit up the lantern in the lighthouse, and cleared as much snow as possible in order to build a covered walkway tunnel system. Now, with less manpower, keeping the uncovered walkways cleared was nearly impossible. But the enclosed ones, these tunnels, helped keep us safe. You could move from one end of the city to the other without feeling so much as a gust of wind or seeing a snowflake. It was kind of like a cheaper version of Minneapolis's Skyway system. The gymnasium really was the hub of the compound. The tunnels encircled it with the entrances to the other buildings at each junction. These buildings were the barracks, a hospital, which housed the holding cells beneath, I knew this all too well, and a kitchen cafeteria. Most everything else was in the hub. There you had an auditorium, a library, 2 entertainment rooms with projectors, a small basketball court sans three-point lines, and an exercise area with a few sets of free weights, treadmills, bikes, and elliptical machines. Most people spent a lot of time here, for good reason. As the weeks went on, I became one of those people. We slept in our barracks and ate in the cafeteria, yeah, but all of our free time, when we were not working, that is, the jobs came later, was spent in the hub. There was only one place I never visited while living in the city, and that was Beretti's lab. I asked Nick Ryder about it once during those early days. We were standing just outside the lab's door. "He pretty much lives down there," Nick said, nodding to the door. It was made of foot-thick steel. A heavy crossbar lock fell across it, and beneath the crossbar was a wheel-style handle you'd see on a bank vault. "Authorized personnel only" was written on it in large red letters. The locks looked like new additions. They probably came to be after the incident. "Who's authorized personnel?" Eleanor asked Nick. Nick shrugged. "Pretty much Beretti and a couple of his assistants. Used to be a lot more, but they're gone now." "Not you?" I said. "I've got the key code to the door, but I don't like going down there." His face turned grave. "Too many reminders of what happened. Like I said, it's best to let John do his thing. Keep him on a short leash, but let him have some slack from time to time." I didn't like that. But on the day of Mia's birthday, Beretti was the furthest thing from my mind. I linked up with Elle in the entertainment room after she told me to meet her there an hour prior. I intended to help her decorate and all that jazz. But when I opened the door, I realized there wasn't much left for me to do. Gold streamers were hanging from the ceiling, waving lazily in the soft current of heat blowing from the register. Balloons lay on the floor. Not just a few. I counted at least 24 in varying colors. Red, blue, green, purple. In the far corner sat a small stereo. It was playing the Beatles. Songs from their album Revolver, if I remember correctly. Hell, there was even a collection of wrapped boxes stacked on a nearby table. My mouth fell open. I was speechless. Elle, standing on a chair and hanging a banner on the far wall that had "Happy Birthday, Mia" written on it in big permanent marker block letters, glanced over her shoulder. "About time, Grady. Come over here and help me get this up." "How?" She frowned at me. Hold one side and stick the thumbtack in the wall?" Don't worry, Nick said we could, and tape won't cut it, I tried. How the hell did you do all of this in an hour? Are you on Adderall? Speed? I gasped. Meth? She offered a fake chuckle. Hilarious. I stepped over, kicking balloons out of the way with my shoes. White and beige Nikes, not heavy winter boots. If I never had to wear those again, it would have been too soon. Instead of going to the other side of the banner, I stopped behind Elle and gave her a playful tap on the backside. She squealed and slapped my hand away. Behave, Grady. Make me, I teased. The playful taps turned to playful pinches. Elle wobbled and let out a gleeful yelp. I caught her in my arms, dipped and kissed her. Okay, she said. Save it for later. There's work to be done. Someone cleared their throat at the room's entrance, and a high voice said, Easy, guys, there's enough cream on this cake already. This woman burst out in laughter. Elle and I parted, color rising in both of our cheeks. I shifted to the side and hoped this new arrival hadn't noticed where all the blood in my body had gone. If she did, she didn't give any inclination, and I was grateful for that. Don't worry, a quick mental recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance helped things below the belt return to normal. The woman's name was Debbie. She was the city's head chef. Some people around here called her Little Debbie, a play on her occupation and name. She told me this when I first met her, patting her thighs. As you can see, I'm anything but little. I like what I cook too much, and what chef doesn't sneak a few bites here and there? None, I'll tell you. And not to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm quite good at my job. She had then laid a plate in the middle of the table and winked. On it was a double chocolate brownie with the creamiest vanilla ice cream I'd ever tasted next to it. This is for the new arrivals. We're so glad to have you here. I remember as the four of us dug into this dessert, I thought, despite getting my ass kicked by Beretti's henchmen, that I was glad to be here. I liked Debbie from the outset. She reminded me of a more vulgar version of my grandmother. Debbie's cheeks, unlike ours, weren't red. She wore a heavy layer of makeup, but she didn't need it. She was 70 years old with the face of a much younger woman and the sense of humor of a frat boy. Is that... Elle began, her voice choking up. Is that for Mia? Debbie smiled. Word spreads faster around here than my legs at a Billy Joel concert. Yikes, I said. Oh, don't you yikes me. We're all adults here. She winked. Anyway, it's a chocolate cream cake with peanut butter icing. Enjoy. Debbie set the cake on the nearest table and went toward the door. Wait, I said. Aren't you going to stay? A smile erupted across Debbie's face. You mean it? Of course, Eleanor said. Would she want me here? Well, I said, she most likely doesn't want anyone here, because that's just Mia for you, but the more the merrier, right? Elle went at the cake with a plastic spoon. She scraped off a bit of icing and gave it a taste. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head as she exclaimed, Oh my God. Hey, isn't that bad luck or something? I said. You can't eat someone's cake before them. Ignoring my remark, Elle said, After she gets a taste of that cake, Debbie, you're going to be Mia's best friend. Trust me. Debbie grinned. Like many others, Debbie had suffered great tragedy. But hers was newer than most. Her husband, her grown daughter, and her 2 grandchildren were among the victims of the recent massacre. At the snap of a finger, everyone she loved was gone. The grandchildren, a boy and a girl, were both under 5 years old. She hid it well. That is, if you never looked her in the eye. If you did, you'd see how much sadness she carried. A young woman named Scarlett came up with the idea of painting murals on the interior tunnel walls before we arrived to offset some of the gloom. The tunnels had no windows, and even if it was safe enough for them to have windows, all that would lie beyond them was more gloom. Cheering up was much needed. The people of the city found Scarlett's idea a good one, But she didn't do all the drawings herself. Most everyone had chipped in over the course of a few weeks. Red and yellow and green flowers, trees, sunsets, houses and stick figure families, dogs and cats and birds and all types of animals. All these brightened the city up more than any light could. On a more somber note, among these paintings were memorials to those who were lost. I had seen the one honoring Debbie's family, and it was so realistic I almost mistook the painting for real people. The paintings did well in cheering me up for a time. But the more I thought about them, the more sadness they brought, because they represented a time that was forever gone. These depictions of the old world were just a reminder of all the things we'd forever miss. Even if the snow somehow miraculously melted and the monsters vanished, I knew things would never be the same. And that broke the remainder of my already shattered heart. The party officially began sometime around 7 p.m. The music playing from the stereo grew louder, the room became more crowded, and the cake was gone in about 3 minutes. Mia held Monica in a sling over her chest. She was asleep, oblivious to the raucous conversation and the singing voices of John Lennon and Paul McCartney. After a little persuasion, Nick had granted us permission to have alcohol, a few bottles of vodka and plenty of beer. When it came to birthdays in the city, they apparently pulled out all the stops. "It's important, Grady," Nick had told me when I went to his office to talk to him about the drinks. "We don't have much else going for us, do we?" Sadly, that was true. When it was time for birthday shots, I took the baby, sat back with her in my arms, and enjoyed the show. Elle, Stone, and Mia nearly drained an entire bottle of vodka by themselves. Me, I just sipped a beer. I was never a big fan of Budweiser, but right then, surrounded by my friends and family in a heated place with lots of light, I was pretty much in heaven. Many, if not all, the citizens of the city dropped in and made an appearance. They rarely missed parties. The modest-sized entertainment room pushed its capacity, and the party eventually spilled into the hallway. The Beatles were replaced by a playlist of pop songs from the 2000s. Nick and a man named George, a former Marine with a chest that had put any barrel to shame, cleared the tables and chairs and made a tiny dance floor. People were hesitant to dance at first, but then an Usher song came on and Stone crutched his way to the middle of the floor and started, as Debbie called it, grooving. "Oh, please make it stop," I joked, covering both mine and Monica's eyes. "This is my jam, a-hole, Grady. Lighten up." His antics broke the ice more than alcohol ever could, and a lot more people started grooving, too. Aiden Peck, a large African-American guy, and a woman named Zoe Quintrell, both part of the Scavs, were bumping hips and hopping. Lee, the skinny Kermit-sounding fella who gave us the tour of our barracks, was raising the roof, and Nina and her timid sister, the head doctor, Sharon Hart, were doing the sprinkler. I watched as Debbie grabbed Elle's hands, and together the two of them spun around a few times, faces red, smiles large, Chewy nipping at their ankles, his tail a blur. The few children in the city, none older than 14, were huddled in the far corner. A little blonde girl ran by me with a red balloon sticking to her head via static electricity, yelling, "Mommy, Mommy, look what Pete showed me!" The girl's mother, a woman in her 30s named Fatima, laughed and flashed a thumbs up across the room at Pete, a boy of about 13. Nick appeared on my left. He was looking out at all the goofiness like a proud father. "It's nice, isn't it?" I nodded. "It is." There were a few people missing among the crowd. Then again, I hadn't expected them to show up. John Beretti, gas mask, Ray, and tinted visor, Larry. On the subject of said trio, Nick told me I should bury the hatchet and chalk Beretti's rude behavior up to him having a bad day. I found that idea laughable. I didn't tell him that, but when I told Elle and Stone about it, I was honest. Yeah, I'd like to bury the hatchet. I'd like to bury it right in his... Elle had cut me off, but I'm sure you get the idea. The music continued playing, and the dance floor became more and more crowded while the supply of alcoholic beverages dwindled. Chewy zigzagged between Elle and Mia's legs, moving the way he did before Bob Ballard had kicked him around. He grew tired after a few minutes and settled beneath my chair and was soon snoozing softly. I tell you, I wish I had the ability to sleep at a moment's notice, the way Chewy and the baby could. Speaking of the baby, she had only woken once, and that was only because a little boy had popped a balloon nearby. The sound brought the party to a grinding halt. Really, if the music was playing on an old turntable, you would have heard the needle scratch. Once everyone realized little Alex was the cause of the noise, the party continued on. But Monica didn't go back to sleep. Mia rocked her a bit, saying, "We should probably put her down for the night, give her a bottle, and get her away from all this." "I can do it," I said. "What? Grady, no, it's good, I'll do it." "Hey, just enjoy your party, Mia." A smile lit up her face. "You sure?" 1,000%. Besides, I think I've listened to as much Little John as I can stomach tonight. "Thanks, Grady." She passed Monica back to me. I looked down at her, and an explosion of love swelled in my heart. Although Monica and I shared no DNA, I would always consider her family. I mean, I had helped bring her into this world. That type of thing creates an unbreakable bond. So Monica, Chewy, and I retired to the barracks. I took my shoes off, warmed up some formula, sat on the bed with the baby in my arms and with Chewy lying next to me, and watched Monica down the bottle. She passed out shortly after. Milk drunk is what Elle called it. I got up and walked her around until I was sure she was in a deep sleep. Then, when her little eyelids started twitching, I put her in the bassinet for the night. It had a mobile attached to it that spun and played soft music. I flicked the switch, and out came Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. I yawned, and, believe it or not, I, too, slept like a baby that night. You had to pull your own weight if you stayed in the city. It was one of the requirements for living there. I understood and agreed with that. Nothing is free. Nick's logic was that people needed something of the old world to hold on to, something to distract them from the horrors that lay beyond our ice-crusted fences. As much as I used to mentally complain about going to work before the blizzards, I now welcomed this kind of normalcy. And if nothing else, a job helped balance out the chaos. It really did make you forget, for a little while, that the world had ended. A few days after Mia's party, Nick Ryder showed us a list of available work. When it came to what you could and couldn't do, the options were pretty limited. Stone, Elle, Mia, Monica, and I all crammed into a small room and went over these options. Chewy hadn't tagged along, but was napping back at the barracks in a big, comfy dog bed surrounded by about a zillion toys. He was quite partial to a fuzzy penguin, whose squeaker he'd already ripped out, but I digress. Nick had placed a folder on the table, opened it, riffled through the papers, found one, and then listed off the open positions. I'll spare you the boring details, but Elle went on to work at the hospital due to her nurse training. Mia was off the hook for now, technically on maternity leave. But I could tell she leaned toward a kitchen job because her and Debbie got along real well. Their relationship seemed on track to become very mother and daughter-like. When it came to my decision, Nick suggested I join the scavengers, or scavs for short. There were 6 in total, but had originally been 7. It wasn't a job in high demand, that was for sure. The chance of death was greater than that of, say, working in the library, but then again, the chances of dying were always great during the apocalypse. "Dangerous, yeah, but there's honor in it," Nick said. "We watch out for one another in the city, you all know that. But the scavs really have each other's backs. I just went on a supply run with them not too long ago. Most of the work is conflict-free, in and out, and then back home." Yeah, I thought. But death likes to follow me around, that's the problem. A guy like you, Nick went on, who's brave, smart, and competent would be a great asset. He leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. And between us, you'll only ever work once or twice a month. We're pretty well stocked up here. I considered this, but only for the briefest of moments because of Elle. She had stared daggers at me before, but the stare she hit me with then burned hot enough to melt all the snow within a 5-mile radius to boiling water. I shook my head at Nick. I'm sorry. What else do you got? He chewed his lower lip and looked down at the table. Not much else. Nothing as exciting as that, at least. I don't need exciting, I said. I've had enough excitement over the last few months to get me through 100 lifetimes. That's what she said, Stone muttered, and then promptly zipped his lips when Elle's burning stare fell on him. Understandable. Nick went through the pages again, squinting at the small print. Well, we could always use more watchmen, especially during the late hours. Not too many folks want to switch around their schedules. That doesn't matter much anymore, Stone said. He was leaning on the bookcase on the right-hand wall. No sun to wake up to. You might as well sleep all the time. Mia yawned, covering her mouth. Speaking of, nap sounds pretty darn good right about now. Well, Nick continued, sleeping on the job is obviously a big no-no. The watchtowers have heat, but they aren't too toasty. You work in pairs to combat falling asleep, so you'd never be alone. I thought about it. As far as jobs went, a watchman job didn't sound too bad. I glanced at Elle. Her eyes had softened, and I took that as a sign of approval, which was a good sign. I'll take it. Okay, I'll sign you up, Nick said. He turned to Stone. How about you, fella? Anything tickling your fancy? That's what Stone began. We all let out an annoyed groan, and he stopped mid-sentence. Gosh, you guys got no sense of humor. He tapped his chin. Any more open watchman spots? I'd be fine with taking the graveyard shift. A prickle of unease settled in my stomach. I didn't like that term, especially these days. Nick's eyebrows rose toward his receding hairline, and his eyes drifted toward Stone's crutches. Yeah? Stairs won't be a problem for you. Stone frowned. You kidding me? He let out a humorless chuckle. I trekked through miles of snow to get here, man. You think a few steps are going to stop me? Get real, Nicky boy. All right, my apologies. I'm just making sure. No sweat, brother. I've been dealing with it all my adult life. This was true. Subtly, people always brought attention to his disability. He'd be walking into a store, and some good Samaritan would rush ahead and open the door for him, or someone nearby would see Stone drop something and go out of their way to pick it up. Not rude or anything like that, true. But in the case of the latter, most of these helpful people almost always talked down to him like he was a child. He wasn't completely crippled or helpless, and he didn't like it when others treated him like it. A moment of silence passed, and then Nick cleared his throat. Okay, Stone, you got it. He stuffed the papers back in the folder, closed it, and clapped. It's settled. I'll get in touch with the heads of your respective departments. He stood, his rolling chair squeaking over the linoleum, and he extended a hand. We all shook with him. I expect you'll be starting soon. And Mia, I know motherhood is a full-time job in and of itself, but I want you to keep some of the positions we have here in mind. Everyone must pull their own weight. Mia flashed an okay sign, and we left. The head of the city's security, as well as the head scav, was George Anderson. I mentioned him being at Mia's party, the former Marine with the barrel chest. I had only talked with him a few times since we'd been in the city, and he was always polite and kind. But there was something about him that intimidated me. Maybe it was the fact that he could rip my head off with his bare hands if he wanted to, or maybe it was just his confidence. Whatever the case, when I reported to his office for my first day of work, I found myself wanting not to disappoint him. Despite not being too much my elder, he gave off quite a fatherly vibe, and there weren't many things more disheartening than disappointing a parent. I walked in and George held up a finger. He was hunched over his desk, much too small for his large frame, scribbling on a memo pad. I looked around, twiddling my thumbs, and noticed the books on his shelves. There was a Quran, an English translation of the Tao Te Ching, something called the Book of Shadows, and various other religious texts. What disturbed me most were the first two books on the shelf. Two Bibles. One of the Catholic variety, King James edition, and an old battered copy of the Satanic Bible by Anton Sandor LaVey. Talk about night and day. I continued scanning the other shelves. Below the religious text was all fiction. To Kill a Mockingbird, The Catcher in the Rye, The Old Man and the Sea. It was pretty much a high school English curriculum. "Grady," George said. He stood from his chair and crossed the room, his arm outstretched to me. "Sorry about the delay." I shook with him. "No apology necessary, sir." George waved his hand. "Stop it with that sir crap. I'm a military man, but I haven't been in the service in a long time. I'm all sirred out. So just call me George." "Sounds good, George." He smiled. "Well, how you feeling this evening? You ready to start?" "Yes, I think so, and I can't complain." George's smile faltered. An intensity filled his eyes. "You think so?" He clucked his tongue. "Grady, Grady, Grady. You can't be hesitant. Hesitation gets you killed. I learned that firsthand in Afghanistan. Same way my father before me learned it in Vietnam. He was 18 when he got drafted. He left a kid and came home a man. If he was indecisive, he wouldn't have made it back. Same goes for me when I served, and same goes for us now, because we're in a war. You better believe it. Only instead of fighting for greedy politicians in our country, we're fighting for our world." His words didn't defend, but actually hyped me up. I could already tell George was a great leader. "I'm ready." "Good. That's what I like to hear." He nodded toward the shelves. "You much of a reader?" "You have to be nowadays. Can't veg out with Netflix anymore." "That's a good point." "Thank you, sir. George." I paused, not hesitating but measuring my next sentence before I said it. I do have a question." "Shoot." "What's with the religious stuff? Most people only have a Bible, but it seems like you've got them all." "I like to keep an open mind when it comes to religion. That's it. I've seen enough stuff, horrible stuff, in my lifetime that I often question the idea of a God. Now, with the snow and the whatever those things are, either killing everyone or driving them insane, I've been in a bit of an existential crisis. I've read through most of these books, trying to find meaning to all this madness." He smirked. "Yes, even the satanic and Wiccan ones. And you know what? I've gotten a lot of good information out of each." "That's really cool," I said. And I wasn't trying to kiss ass here. I honestly thought it was cool. It was definitely a different approach, that was for sure, but I also found it refreshing. Most people held one religion close to their hearts. Jesus Christ, or Allah, or hell, even Zeno was the end-all, be-all, and when you tried talking to them about it, they shoved it down your throat. There was no room for debate, no room for a calm, intelligent conversation. If you wanted to discuss religion without being told you had a first-class ticket to hell, someone like George Anderson was the kind of person you wanted to talk to. "Thank you," George said. "I do like my books. If you ever want to borrow one, don't hesitate. Just take good care of them." He stopped and turned around with a big grin on his face. "What is it?" I asked, already fearing what he was going to say. "You know, Wendy runs a book club. You should join up." "Wendy?" "Yeah, cute lady with bright red hair. You haven't met her?" I scanned my memory. I had met quite a few people in my time in the city, mostly just in passing, but I didn't recall meeting a woman with bright red hair. That sounded like the type of hair you couldn't forget. I shook my head. Can't say I have. Then you need to get out more, Miller, George said. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to. We're always looking for new members. I chuckled. Great. How many are in the club? Right now, 3. You, Wendy, and Scarlett, that young artsy gal. I know her. Nick sometimes drops in, but only when we're reading something risque. This week we're doing a book called Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. Yeah, I know that one. Been a while since I've read it, though. George was beaming. Excellent. We try to keep a theme, get in a festive mood. I know there's snow on the ground and it's cold as a witch's tit, but Halloween is right around the corner. There's monsters outside, too. I almost added, but didn't. Anyway, I'm through with my copy, George continued, and then he spun around, heading toward the shelves. He pulled a very tattered book from the shelf. You want to borrow it? I didn't hesitate at all. I've already told you, I believe. And if I haven't, please forgive me, my memory isn't what it used to be. But over the course of this apocalypse, I had grown to love reading. I was pretty much always looking for new material. Nothing kills time like getting lost in a great story, and we always had time to kill. If I do, does this officially make me a member of the book club? I asked. Not quite. You will be once Wendy stumps you with some scholarly question about the book. He leaned forward and whispered. She was an English teacher, and if you ask me, they're all a little bananas when it comes to deciphering what an author meant with a particular description and whatnot. I think sometimes they made something blue because they couldn't think of anything else, not because the character is supposed to be sad. I nodded. Entirely possible. But what did I know about writing and literature? Nothing. All I knew was I enjoyed a good book. Here you go. George passed me Frankenstein, and I took it. He clamped a meaty hand on my shoulder. It made me feel like a kid. Well, you ready to get to work? He asked. I am. All right, let me show you the ropes. That was just what he did. He took me on a tour of the West End towers. 2 of them stood right above the city's main entrance. The tunnel system didn't extend out this far, so getting from point A to point B meant being exposed to the elements. That was just one of the many downsides of the job. I don't think I'm putting it lightly when I say that guard duty sucked. I mean, really sucked. Don't get me wrong, it was an easy job. But it was mind-numbingly dull, and every few hours I had to head out of my little box of a room atop the tower and make sure the cameras were working because the cold sometimes froze them up. Since George was head of security, it meant he was too busy to deal with training a small fry like me. That was where Lee, George's assistant manager, came in. Lee was my supervisor and trainer. But he didn't supervise or train much during my first 2 weeks on the job. Still, I liked Lee, ever since he showed us around our barracks. He spoke funny, was vulgar, and loved to smoke Camels. But the best thing of all was how he wasn't afraid to speak his mind. The room on top of the tower wasn't much bigger than the jail cell I'd spent a few nights in upon arriving here. If I had to guess, I'd say it was 8 by 8, maybe a bit smaller. There were no windows. There was, however, 2 chairs, a small card table, and a bank of monitors on the far wall. You get to know someone in such tight quarters whether you want to or not. That first night, Lee offered me a smoke. I declined. Other than the occasional joint in high school, I wasn't much of a smoker. You're lost, brother, he said. Pretty soon all the tobacco's going to be gone, except maybe if they can get that garden they've been talking about in the far side of the gym. You sure you don't want one? I raised a hand. Nah, more for you that way. Lee smiled and showed a set of yellowed teeth. Damn, Skippy. He leaned back, took a drag on his cigarette, and closed his eyes. But I haven't forgot my manners. I see that. When Lee didn't make a stab at conversation over the next minute or two, I cleared my throat and said, "Is it nap time?"
"Yep, had me a rough day."
He didn't see me, but I shrugged and let him sleep. This job wasn't the kind where you needed direction. You watched the monitors. You waited. If one of the screens went black, you fixed it. If you saw something, you radioed it in to the other watchers, but if you saw something really bad, you rang the head honchos and hoped reinforcements would come. Lee snorted himself awake an hour or so later. His eyes widened as he looked around our sardine can, unsure of where he was for a moment. I arched an eyebrow at him.
"Damn it,"
he whispered. "What's up?"
"I was dreaming about boinking this beautiful blonde."
He cupped his hands and held them in front of his chest.
"Biggest dang knockers I ever saw."
As ridiculous and inappropriate as this was, I couldn't help but laugh.
"That ever happened to you?"
he asked. Not in a long time. My dreams weren't as pleasant as that. My dreams were nightmares. Wanting to change the subject, I said, "What's up with John Beretti? You like him?" Lee cocked an eyebrow at me like I was crazy.
"Like him? That's like asking if I like getting my nuts flicked. Hell no. I don't like that son of a bitch. And I've only ever talked to him a few times, but that's all it took to figure that out. He's always kind of, kept to himself, hides away in his little laboratory working on a cure or some crap like that."
Lee lowered his voice.
"You asked me? He don't know nothing. He probably worked that out at the onset, but he keeps hammering away so people don't get on his case about having monkey turds for brains, or for fucking everything up."
I nodded. "The incident?"
"So you've heard."
Lee seemed surprised.
"Doubted Ryder or any of the bigwigs would have let newbies in on that piece of dark history."
"Ryder's a good guy."
"If he was such a good guy, he'd kick Beretti out of here."
Lee reached for another cigarette, struck a match, inhaled, exhaled, and a jet of smoke blew out of his nostrils.
"Because of that whole shit show, I had to move rooms. I went from living like a king to living like a peasant. Beretti must have some major dirt on Ryder. That's my guess."
He grinned.
"Pictures of him dressed like a lady or something. Maybe Ryder's dumb too, I don't know."
I doubted that. I also doubted Beretti had any dirt on Nick. What I really thought was that Nick's principles were what kept him from throwing Beretti out into the cold. Could I blame him for that? No. If it was me in his shoes, I wouldn't want that on my conscience. Beretti might have not wanted to save me. He might have thrown me in a jail cell and had me beaten by his sorry excuse for henchmen. But I wouldn't leave him to the monsters. I wasn't that twisted. I also thought Nick kept him around because he thought Beretti might stumble upon a solution. Hope makes us do crazy, sometimes irrational things, I guess.
"That how you got that shiner, huh?"
Lee asked, pointing to my face.
"I remember seeing it when I gave y'all the tour. Everyone was talking about it."
I'd had a slight black eye, courtesy of gas mask or visor's fist, but it had faded, along with most of the frostbite. It wasn't from Beretti. Not directly, at least.
"No, it was Tweedledee and Tweedledum."
Bingo.
"Larry and Ray Smithersman. Couple of imbecile brothers who follow Beretti around like puppies. He says jump, they say how high. Unlucky that Beretti was in charge when y'all got here."
I haven't seen them again since being here.
"No, and you probably won't. They're rats. They only crawl out of their holes when they can grab some crumbs without anyone seeing. Ryder, mostly."
He chuckled.
"They're scared of him. Beretti ain't, but they are."
I hadn't realized it, but I was grinding my teeth.
"Judging by how you look right now, compadre,"
Lee continued,
"they should be scared of you, too."
I stopped, took a deep breath, and said nothing. But I was thinking, yeah, they should be. I got off about an hour before breakfast started in the cafeteria. I was more hungry than tired. so I figured a quick snack before I hit the hay would do me good. When I walked into the kitchenette, I was startled by a misshapen figure sitting at the table, backlit by a small flickering television. On the screen was some old black and white sitcom I recognized but didn't know the name of. For a brief second, I pictured the thumbprint people. Their twisted gray bodies, their ripped open mouths, and I froze. The figure turned. It wasn't a monster, it was just Mia with Monica in the sling. "Heyo," she said. "How was work?" "Relaxing," I said. "Not bad. Boring, but not bad." "Couldn't sleep?" "Oh, I could definitely sleep." She nodded toward Monica. "This one couldn't, though. I figured some background noise might do the trick, but I didn't want to wake Stone or Elle up. Believe me, when they're out, they're out. Figured as much when Monty was wailing, but you can never be too sure." The baby was asleep now. It seemed that was all she did. I studied her for a few moments with a smile on my face. Her skin was almost as pink as her blanket. The dark hair, a full head of it already, stuck out from beneath her cap. The fact that she was here, alive and healthy, amazed me. She was born in the cramped cab of a snowmobile. The temperature had been so cold your bones basically turned to glass as soon as the wind hit you. Not to mention, one of the monsters had been just a few feet away from us only minutes before. If there was ever someone who had defied all odds to get here, it was Monica. A day after Stone and Elle made it to the city, Elle put together a little newborn care package to give Mia. It wasn't much, since there wasn't exactly a gift shop in the hospital, but I thought it was a kind gesture nonetheless. Stone and I wouldn't have thought to do it. Blame our gender, I guess. The care package consisted of diapers, a teddy bear, fake flowers, and a card we all signed. Most of these items were procured by Nina Hart, the wonderful nurse who'd been helping take care of Mia while she was laid up. I signed the card to Mia and Monica, two of the strongest people I know. If there was ever someone who will never let anything or anyone stand in their way, it's you, Monica. Some call it stubbornness or being hard-headed, blah, blah, blah. But those of us who are smart know it's pure perseverance and tenacity. Love, your Uncle Grady. I was on the verge of getting sappy when writing this little note. I had to stop myself before I started crying. Monica's birth flooded me with an amalgam of emotions: sadness, worry, surprise, joy, happiness, and many more. I was sad because Monica would never know the world as it once was. She'd most likely never get to live a normal life in the way we knew as normal. There would be no first day of kindergarten, no playing outdoors on that first warm afternoon of spring, or catching lightning bugs on a hot summer's night. She would never see the beach, or go swimming at a local pool. She would never learn how to ride a bike. She would never have a prom or a high school graduation or go to college. The future was so uncertain. Hell, we didn't know if there even would be a future. Still, I was full of joy and happiness because Monica did have a chance. She made it. Against all odds, she made it. And sometimes all you needed was a chance. Inevitably, this line of thought brought me back to Jonas, how he'd been robbed of his life. He too was a parent. He had twin girls. Stone and I were there at the hospital when they were born. Not in the delivery room, but right outside in the waiting area, with no plans of leaving until we knew they were okay. Both of us were giddy, nervous wrecks the whole time, let me tell you. With how close Jonas was to us, being the Three Musketeers and all, his daughters also felt like my own, and now they were most likely gone too. The snow knew nothing of mercy. I worked 4, sometimes 5 days a week. On the days I didn't work, Elle was working in the hospital, which sucked, but we still got to sleep a few hours together. The time we spent awake consisted of us complaining to each other about our jobs. Elle's, like mine, was pretty boring. No action besides a few people with headaches coming in for some ibuprofen, she said as we lay in bed. She was cuddled up next to me with one hand resting on my chest. I ran my fingers over the bare flesh of her arm, feeling the ridges of her goosebumps. It was probably 60 degrees inside the barracks, but we had a space heater going right next to our bed. Its buzzing always helped put me to sleep. I crack open the bottle, shake out a couple of pills into the little paper cups, and hand it over with a glass of water. I'm sorry. She laughed. Don't be sorry. It's great. But I just don't think I'm cut out for that job. I'm afraid of messing up when things actually get bad. Oh, stop it. What? I'm serious. Her eyes bore into me. Beautiful eyes that could cut you with their intensity. When Mia was in labor and bleeding all over the theater floor, I froze up. I didn't know what to do. Anyone would have, given our unique circumstances, and she wasn't really bleeding. It was the Wraiths messing with our heads. She harped on that for a while, but never replied. Pretty soon her breathing grew deep and steady. She was asleep. I turned to my left and blew out the small candle on our nightstand. And then I prayed to whomever was listening for things not to get bad ever again. If there was someone listening, they were ignoring me. 2. Acclamation. Stone didn't much like the job either. I'd pass out if I was by myself, he said. We were sitting in the cafeteria, gobbling down Cajun fries made special by Debbie, and by golly were they good. Chewy sat beneath our table, begging silently. Surprisingly, most people didn't care about a dog in the cafeteria. He was so well behaved, however, that I sometimes forgot Chewy was a dog at all. I mean, the way he grinned and expressed happiness was eerily human-like. Which is precisely why we aren't alone, I told Stone. Yeah, I could do worse in the partner department. Lee is pretty cool. So is Aiden. Dude knows his stuff. They're definitely way cooler than you, bro. Yeah, I bet. Stone's eyes rose and looked behind my shoulder. What? I began, turning around. A woman was standing there. I hadn't noticed her before. In fact, I had never seen this woman at all. Despite there only being 70-odd people here, it was easier to keep yourself under the radar in a place like the city. She moved lithely. She was young, thin, and pretty. Her hair shined a platinum blonde. It looked natural, but it was such an odd color I doubted that was the case. Then I really focused on her face. Still pretty, but suffering in a way that went beyond living during the end of the world. Her eyes drooped, and purple-blue rings were tattooed beneath them over pale cheeks. Are you Grady? She asked. I am. I sucked my hand out. She took it, barely gripping hard enough for me to feel it. And you are? I'm Liz. Liz Cobb. At the time, the name failed to ring any bells, but I knew it was significant. Stone cleared his throat. Ramsey's wife, yeah? Cobb, of course. How could I forget Ramsey's last name? He had saved our skin just outside of the city by taking us into his theater shelter. Albeit he did shoot at us first, but he can't be blamed for that. Liz's lips puckered. The skin around her mouth looked like an old balloon. Far as I'm concerned, I'm his ex-wife. Unfortunately, I can't go down to the courthouse and file for divorce right now. But in my eyes, as soon as he slipped, she waved her hands. Never mind. Forget it. None of y'all's business anyway. I squinted, unsure of why she would come over here in the first place. Eleanor always said I didn't have a clue, and maybe she was right. The conversation appeared to be dead. Stone and I exchanged a glance at one another across the table, and then our eyes drifted up to the woman. She crossed her arms over her chest and frowned deeper, believe it or not. I could tell she was struggling to say something. She was a prideful woman, and if she said whatever nagged at the back of her mind, it would surely damage that pride. Unable to watch any longer, I said, "Yeah, he's fine. He's holed up in a movie theater not far from here. He's got a whole trailer full of batteries that can power about 1,000,000 lights. Plus, he's kind of badass," Stone added. "I don't think you've got anything to worry about." The relief on Liz Cobb's face was evident enough. However, her expression betrayed what she said next. "Whatever." She spun around, leaving. Before she got out of earshot, I called her name. She turned back and sneered at me. "What?" "He saved our lives, Almost killed us first," Stone mumbled. But Liz hadn't heard, and I did what I did best when it came to Stone's catty remarks. I ignored him. "He saved our lives, and without him, my friend Mia and her baby would have died. Hell, we all would have died. We never would have gotten here. We would have either froze to death or been killed by the monsters." "Geez, Grady, I think she gets the picture," Stone said. But did she? I wasn't defending Ramsey's actions. What he'd done was pretty shitty. But I do believe we humans are not perfect. Like I said earlier, I am no exception. We do things we shouldn't do. We say hurtful things to the ones we love. We fuck up. It's just in our nature. Sometimes we learn from it, sometimes we don't. But I believe, no matter what, that we deserve a second chance, Ramsey included. I guess maybe I felt gratitude and more than a little pity for the guy who'd saved my life, or maybe he'd just grown on me. But it was the end of the world, for crying out loud. You shouldn't have to spend it alone. I studied Liz's face for a moment. Her upper lip twitched into what I believed to be the beginnings of a smile. Possibly of relief, although that was debatable. Then her lips puckered again. Back to frowning. I guess my words hadn't gotten through to her. But hey, it was worth a try. The book club started around 4 on a day so cold that the central heating seemed to do nothing. George had Lee cover my shift that night. So I had to go, no matter what. Clever guy. Although I wanted to go regardless. Hanging out with people who liked books was right up my alley. "Bring your dog, too," George had said. "He'll definitely win over some points with the others." "He's not much of a reader," I replied. "And he may get a little bored, unless there's snacks." "Lucky for him, there is. Cheese and crackers and some punch. Nothing crazy, but enough to hold us over until dinner. We always have to beg Debbie for the grub, but between you and me, she wasn't too hard to convince this week. I think it's got something to do with you, Miller." George winked. I mentioned your name and she perked right up. "You got yourself an admirer." I laughed, shaking my head. "Not a chance." I wouldn't be too sure about that." He elbowed me. It hurt more than he meant it to. I'm just joking. Debbie, she's a sweetheart. And a hell of a good cook. You can say that again. And a hell of a good cook, I repeated. George rolled his eyes. We walked down to the library, which, just like everything else in the city, wasn't much. Just a single room with 3 metal book racks and 2 tables. The snacks were on one of these tables, and 2 women stood around it, picking at the cheese and crackers. Wendy, who was probably in her early 40s, with hair not just red, but a shocking red-orange, and Scarlett, the artist who was probably closer to my age and whose work decorated the interior tunnel walls. Wendy turned around and smiled at George, Chewy, and me. I gawked at her hair. I was in awe of its color. Where it might look ridiculous on most people, she pulled it off marvelously. "Yes, it's real," Wendy said. "No dye job here." "You can close your mouth now, Miller," George said. "I'd like to say you'll get used to it, but I haven't so far, and I'm thinking I probably never will." "I'm sorry," I said. Wendy waved a hand. "Oh, don't be. I'm used to it. People have been staring at me like that my entire life." Scarlet turned around, her hands full of food. I'm totally jealous. She took a bite out of a triple stacker and spoke with a stuffed mouth. Crumbs fell down her chin and dusted the tabletop. Chewy found this particularly enjoyable. He wandered over to Scarlet and began licking up the fallen cracker pieces. You can believe that for the duration of the club meeting, he kept very close to Scarlet. In my limited experience with them, dogs are partial to messy eaters. Hey, Grady, nice to see you here. Scarlet raised a hand toward me. She wore gemstone rings on nearly every finger. Elle had once described Scarlet's style as fortune-teller chic. Long skirts and tops with winged sleeves, always a dark red or a deep blue, bright gold hoop earrings, and a rhinestone-riddled headband holding her hair back. How's it going? I asked. It's going. Scar, what did I tell you about talking with your mouth full? Wendy chastised, a hand on her hip. That it's not polite. Exactly. Scarlet then proceeded to open her mouth in Wendy's direction, which was full of half-chewed cracker and cheese mush, and said, Ah! Wendy scowled, looked at George, and said, Is it too late to revoke her membership? George was grinning. Oh, lighten up, Wend. Wendy's eye roll almost put Els to shame. I nearly got whiplash just looking at it. Sure, Wendy said. Let's get down to business. I assume you've all brought you a copy of Frankenstein by the fabulous Mary Shelley. Grady and me are sharing one, if you don't mind. We each made our own highlights, in different colors. Don't worry. That was true, but I did most of the highlighting. My color was blue, his was yellow. I hadn't read Frankenstein since high school, a time when I'd have much rather shot computer-generated aliens all night on Xbox than ever crack open a book. No video games here. I was okay with that. Reading Frankenstein was quite a treat, and I wasn't stingy with my highlighter. I guess to start us off, I'd like to know your thoughts on it, Wendy said. She riffled through her battered copy. George and Scarlet did the same. I loved it, Scarlet said. Expected it to be kind of boring, since it was written like 1,000 years ago, but it was quite a cracker. Agreed, George said. They all looked to me. Exactly. Wendy smiled. I'm glad because it was my choice. I wanted to read Twilight, Scarlet said. But apparently it wasn't spooky enough. Vampires don't sparkle, George grumbled, frowning. Scarlet shrugged. Maybe not, but it's still about vampires. It doesn't get more Halloween-y than that. Tapping his copy of Frankenstein, George shook his head. Yes, it does. A lot of people call this book the first science fiction novel, I added. It's not just horror. Thanks for the backup, Grady, Scarlet said, just furthering the discussion. The fact that it's still immensely readable at over 200 years old, Wendy began, shaking her head, is, well, I don't know what to say. 99% of the books published before the storms couldn't hold a candle to this classic. You know, Scarlet said, I found it kind of sad. Victor created life, and he just abandoned his creation because it was, what, ugly? Pretty much, George said. How about the irony in the story? Wendy said. I cleared my throat. The whole ordeal was sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, wasn't it? The others stared, their eyes urging me on. I had their attention. Victor wanted to create life, beautiful life. But when his creation didn't live up to his standards, he, along with others, started referring to the creation as a monster. And then what happened? George crossed his arms. The creation became a monster. Wow, good point, Grady. He clapped me on the shoulder, a gesture that almost knocked my arm from its socket. See, I told you he's more than good looks. So you're saying, Wendy said, her brow knitted in concentration, that if the monster was treated like a human, then it wouldn't have turned out to be a monster? I nodded. I think so. But that'd make for a pretty boring story, wouldn't it? Wish it'd work for the monsters outside our walls, George muttered. We be nice to them, they don't kill us. That sort of thing.
With Victor's monster, it at least wanted to be human, Wendy said. I don't think we can say the same for the monsters outside.
Exactly, I said. In tandem, we all turned towards Scarlet, expecting a reply. She had crammed more cheese and crackers into her mouth. Chewie was perched at her feet with his ears perked up, his tail going like clockwork as he awaited crumbs.
Oh,
Scarlet mumbled.
Wait a second. You guys actually read the book?
You didn't? Wendy said. She looked unamused, and she was the kind of person you didn't want to disappoint.
Honestly, I'm just here for the free food.
Scarlet shrugged. Once she realized Wendy's glare was serious, she threw up her hands.
Joking! Take a chill pill, Wend.
During the last shift Lee supervised me, he slept for 5.5 of the 7 hours, only waking during the last 30 minutes to smoke a few cigarettes and tell me how badly he needed a beer. Then, when it was time to clock out, he did a little something that made me like him a bit more. Not that I disliked him, that is. I just, for the first time since the blizzards began, would have rather been alone. Lee stood from his chair. He was nothing but a beanpole, a clattering of bones painted over with perpetually suntanned skin, probably from years upon years of sitting out in the backyard and guzzling down 6-packs of Bud. He stretched his arms above his head and twisted. His spine crackled sickeningly loud. I cringed, gritting my teeth at the sound. Either he had just slipped multiple discs or he was superhuman. Then Lee proceeded with the crackling affair by grabbing hold of his jutting chin, rotating his neck first to the right and then to the left. A deep crack followed each movement. If that wasn't enough, he then laced his fingers together and popped 8 before working on the thumbs. The sound was like a package of firecrackers going off all at once. Not only was I still gritting my teeth at this point, but I thought I was going to be nauseous too. "Are you all right?" I started to say before he laid a hand on my shoulder. He couldn't have been more than 120 pounds. I mean, I could have sneezed in his direction and sent him halfway across the country. But his grip, even despite seemingly breaking his fingers beforehand, was strong. My collarbone bent inward at his touch.
"You sure you're gonna be able to do this without my guidance?"
I nodded, thinking he was being a little condescending. Anyone with a functioning brain could have performed these tasks.
Good,
Lee replied.
"I know you can, but I need to hear it straight from the horse's mouth."
He grinned, but the grin didn't last for long. It wavered the way your reflection does in a lake if you reach out and touch it. Then it fell completely into a worried grimace. "What is it?" He sucked in a breath through his teeth and blew out, causing a lock of his greasy hair to lift from his brow. He looked agonized, like what he might say next would bring about physical pain to him. "Go on. Whatever you're going to say, I can take it."
"Just want to warn you, that's all."
"About what?"
"Well, after a while you might start seeing things on the monitors. Things that ain't there."
"Wraiths?" Lee shook his head and shrugged.
"Maybe. Most likely. I don't know for sure. All I do know is that they don't show up on the tapes when we go back through them. You know Paul, right?"
"Yeah."
"He was the one who... Well, you know what I'm talking about."
I nodded again. Paul Ellis was the man who'd let Beretti's locked-up experiment free from its cage. Security camera footage showed him first getting on his knees and bowing to the monster before destroying the locking mechanism. As soon as it was free, the thing eviscerated him. Nick told me how Ellis wore a deep look of satisfaction on his face when the Wraith consumed his life force.
"He was seeing the things on the monitors before you came along, talking about them all the time. No one else saw that shit.
Lee went on. Either they had taken a liking to Paulie and were a little shy about it, or Paulie was riding the train to Crazy Town. He lowered his voice. You ask me, I think he was crazy from the get-go, but you can't never be too sure. I don't know. Me, I've been fine whenever I'm on watch. Probably because Lee was always sleeping. But you might have it different, my friend. It was one of the few times I felt true fear behind the walls of the city. It stole the warmth from my body, made me feel like I was back outside, right in the middle of the endless blizzards. And you know what? I didn't like it one bit. Monica's first laugh occurred sometime in what would have been the spring of 2021, right around Stone's birthday. Mia was passed out in bed with a snoring Chewie snuggled up next to her. Eleanor could barely hold her eyes open. Stone was in a sour mood because he'd burned his mouth on some coffee. I don't know, don't ask. And I was lost in my thoughts. Monica lay in the crook of my left arm, drinking a bottle. It was a quiet night off for me. Then again, most nights in the city were. One thing I loved about the place was how you could barely hear the wind blowing outside whenever you walked through the tunnels. As for the barracks, that wasn't the case. Despite being made of brick, when the wind shrieked, you heard it, not only in your ears, but in your mind, too. It was shrieking that night, the way it always was, and like always, I was doing my best to ignore it. This is going to be the weirdest birthday ever, Stone mumbled during one of the quiet spells. You're usually in Tokyo or Berlin around now, huh? I replied. So I bet it is going to be weird actually being home. This was the truth. Stone never paid much attention to his birthday. He instead opted to bury himself in his work. Once, while we were both pretty drunk, I asked why that was. I told him he could come back to Ohio and spend his birthday with my dad and I. It certainly wasn't Tokyo, but it beat being alone. Stone had leaned forward, pushed his glass of whiskey away, and looked up at me. His eyes shined with tears. I can't be home. If I don't stay busy, Grady, I start thinking about my mom and dad. So I take on a few extra projects. The corporate bigwigs love me for it, and I get a nice bonus check. Plus, I don't have to think about missing another year without my parents. It's a win-win. Well, no business trip this year, buddy, Stone said now. He fiddled with his bottom lip. This year I feel like Jack Nicholson in The Shining. That isn't good, I said half-heartedly as I lifted Monica, laid her against my shoulder and patted her back. Nope, it ain't good at all, Grady, my man. Happy frickin' birthday, har, har, har. Monica suddenly giggled. A high and sweet sound none of us had expected to hear. I froze, thinking it had to be a wraith messing with our heads. I turned from Eleanor, whose eyes were now wide open, to Stone, who was arching an eyebrow at me. Grady, he said, why did you just laugh like you've been sucking on helium? That wasn't me. I held Monica up in front of me. She was all smiles. Little dribbles of milk hung around the corners of her grin. I think that was her. No way, Elle said. Can babies laugh at 5-ish months? Don't look at us, Stone said, raising his hands, palms out. You're the nurse. Raising the pitch of my voice and trying my best baby talk, which was, in hindsight, probably pretty terrible and terrifying, I said to Monica, Did you just laugh, huh? Did you little princess? Her lips parted, and she looked at me like I was crazy. Something made her laugh, Elle said. What did you do? Stone shrugged. Nothing. She's probably just laughing at Grady's face. Hilarious as always, I said, turning toward Eleanor. I think it was something Stone said. What did you say? Happy frickin' birthday? Language, Stone, Elle hissed. Language. Frickin'? Oh, come on, she doesn't understand what I'm saying, and that's not technically a swear word. You're vastly underestimating the intelligence of babies, Elle said. They're basically sponges. They soak up everything, including unfavorable language. Yeah, man, I said. Do you really want Monica here sounding like you by the time she's 2? Well, if she is her mother's daughter, I don't think there's much that can be done to prevent that. Stone laughed, which coincidentally caused Mia to rustle. We all watched as she roused herself out of sleep. Okay, she said. If you guys are creeping on me while I'm passed out now, then I'm definitely moving out. Mia. I think your daughter just laughed, I said. Her eyes widened. She leaned forward and almost fell out of bed. What? I nodded. Yep. We think, she laughed. Stone said. I missed your first giggle? Mia whined. No! How could you guys let that happen? Potential first giggle, Stone repeated. But as they say, when you snooze, you lose. Mia took Monica from my arm and jabbed me in the shoulder with her index finger. Make her do it again. I had no idea how, but I tried my damnedest. The faces I made were probably so disturbing that if a psychiatrist saw me doing them in public, he or she would have had me committed on the spot. Monica apparently found them neither amusing or abhorrent. She just stared at me, with wide-eyed indifference, the way most babies her age do. Stone raked his fingers down his cheeks. Oh, God, please make it stop. It's not like you could do any better, I challenged. It's obviously not faces she likes, Stone said. It was the voice. Then do the voices, Mia urged. Come on, I want to hear her laugh. Stone looked around at all of us. I could see the mental struggle he was going through. Do the voice, risk making himself look silly, and get the baby to laugh, or stay stony and not risk shattering his cool persona. Stone sighed. Fine. Then, lowering his voice to a baritone so deep I thought it physically impossible, he said, Happy freaking birthday. Har, har, har. Sure enough, Monica broke into laughter, the sound high and sweet. She even reached for Stone and gave his nose a honk. Tears filled Mia's eyes. Eleanor was laughing right along with the baby, and I'll admit, I teared up a little myself, not with sadness, longing, or anything depressing like that, but with a sheer joy I hadn't felt in who knew how long. Feeling joy like that, well, that was hard to come by in those days. Hell, it was hard to come by any day. This was where things started getting bad. That wintry spring, when our guards were down the most. It was understandable, stupid, but understandable, because we'd been living in a bubble. Most of the citizens in the city were. Unless you were a scav, you almost never saw the dark skies or the gray snowflakes thrown down from above. You never felt the icy wind, and what you heard of it was more of a sigh than a scream, so it never had a chance to cut through your ears and into your brain. And most importantly, you never saw the monsters. The Wraiths had become hazy in my mind, like a fading nightmare. Forgetting about them was dangerous, I knew this, but I couldn't help myself. Things were just going so well. Eleanor and I were in love, Monica was smiling and laughing. I rarely, if ever, saw John Beretti or the Buffoon brothers. Stone was getting shredded in the gym, working out there 4 or 5 times a week, and the book club had brought on a smattering of new friends. After word got around about how much fun the club was, a few others joined. We followed Frankenstein up with Gone Girl by Gillian Flynn, which we liked so much we read another of hers, this one a short novella called The Grown-Up. From there, we dipped our toes back into the classics. To Kill a Mockingbird, a novel I could and have read countless times. The Old Man and the Sea by Hemingway, The Catcher in the Rye, which almost everyone in the club hated due to Holden Caulfield's whiny narration, and a few more after that. I even tried convincing Stone to join. He refused, obviously. Now, if you guys start a movie club or even a comic book club, I'll consider it, he had said, which sparked an idea in my head. So the next time I saw George, I asked him if it was possible for him to grab some comics on a future supply run. "I'll keep my eye peeled," George answered, "but no promises." 3 weeks later, along with a fresh supply of antibiotics, food, and bottled water, George and the Scavs dumped a bag full of Spider-Man and Batman graphic novels on a table in front of me. Aiden picked up a copy of The Dark Knight Returns written by Frank Miller. It was a special edition hardcover. "This one's a hell of a ride. Old-ass Bruce Wayne comes out of retirement and fights some weird-looking mutant motherfuckers." "I've heard of it, but I've never read it," I said, examining the cover. "Mutant motherfuckers?" "Yes, sir." I think I'll give it a go." "Yeah, do yourself a favor and read it ASAP." He passed it to me and continued going through the pile. Most of the books were beat up. The hardcovers were wrapped in dingy cellophane with stickers and barcodes on them that read, "Mason County Public Library." "You guys got these from a library?" I asked. Aiden shrugged his coat off, turned, and hung it over the back of a chair. It dripped with melted snow. I was surprised to see the lack of layers he wore beneath. I guess when you had a wall of solid muscle covering your body, you kept yourself warm that way. Zoe Quintrell, the only female scavenger, was unlacing her heavy boots in the same chair Aiden had draped his coat over. She looked up. I wasn't sure if it was melted snow or sweat running down her brow. "Yep, George wanted to go. Guess it's for that little book club you lames got going on." "Was it out of the way?" I asked, already feeling bad. Thank goodness no one had been hurt, but if they had gone on account of me and someone had died, I'd never forgive myself. Not really," Aiden said. "Besides, we got some good flicks, too, a bunch of comedies and shit. We're gonna be heroes once the others get wind of that." "Funny," Zoe said. "Heroes because we grabbed a few Adam Sandler movies, not because we restocked our supply of Keflex. Talk about priorities." Later, I walked into our barracks with a few of the comic books in a brown paper bag. Stone was sprawled out on his mattress, hands behind his head, eyes closed. He opened one eye when he heard me coming, focusing on what I held in my hands. He arched an eyebrow. "Porn." "What?" I said, surprised. "Was with the brown paper bag. Looks like the kind of stuff they used to slip Playboy and Penthouse mags in at Borders. Remember that one time we paid that homeless dude to score us the one with Jessica Alba on the cover?" I stopped dead in my tracks and peered over my shoulder, looking for any signs of Elle. I knew she was working at the hospital, but you can never be too careful. "Hey, keep your voice down, dude." "What? You afraid your girlfriend's gonna find out you tried to sneak a few peeks at a nudie mag when you were younger, like every other teenage boy in the world?" "Hey, better safe than sorry." Stone scowled. "What is it then? And if it's not a Brazilian gilf mag, I'm gonna be seriously disappointed." "You're disgusting." "Gilf stands for grandmother I'd like to Yeah, I got it. You're still disgusting." "Relax, Grady, I only joke." I passed him the bag. He tilted it back and forth in his hands as if weighing it. "Well, if it's not sexy grandmas in precarious positions, then what is it?" His face lit up. "Ooh, is it a new puppy?" Chewy, who was half asleep at the end of the bed, cocked an ear and scowled almost as well as Stone had a moment ago. "Just open it, you dummy." Stone turned it upside down and the books fell out onto his lap. The Dark Knight Returns, Batman Year One, and Spider-Man Birth of Venom. Stone's entire face brightened. I mean, he looked 15 years younger. "Bro." "Yep," I said. "Bro." "Uh-huh." How? How in the world did you manage this?" I shrugged. "Just put in a good word with the right people. There's a bunch more in the library. Aiden told me The Dark Knight Returns is pretty good. I can't speak on that. I've read my fair share of comics, but normally just whatever they had at the Giant Eagle by my house. And those weren't always of the utmost quality." Stone sat up, pulled himself to the side. On shaky but stronger than normal legs, he stood, wrapped his arms around me, and squeezed tightly. I couldn't even raise my own arms. He had really been hitting the weights hard. "Dude, thank you so much." "Don't thank me," I struggled to say. "It was all the scabs." He let go and I gasped. The rush of sweet air filling my lungs had never felt better. "Shit, dude. Now I can start my comic book club." "Exactly." "Would you like to be the vice president?" "Hell yeah." "Too bad. Spot's taken." "What? By who?" Stone turned toward Chewie, who couldn't resist wagging his stubby tail. "Should I tell him, or do you want to, buddy?" Chewie let out a little bark. I laughed. "All right, well, I can't be mad about that." "First Lady is still up for grabs. You want that one?" I flipped him off. "Whatever, that's fine. Just as long as I get to read and discuss comic books with my best friend." "Aye, we're more than best friends, Grady. We're brothers." I nodded. "Brothers." I said this was where things started to get bad, and I wasn't lying. Maybe I'm stalling a bit, but that's because I don't want to remind myself of what happened. It's hard, reminding myself of the pain and anguish we all went through. Hadn't we gone through enough already? But, as you know, I pride myself on telling the truth, so the truth is what I shall tell you. It happened the very next night after I'd given Stone the comics, before we even had the inaugural comic book club meeting. He and I were both on watch duty, and we were working together. The prior weeks on the job had been uneventful. I hadn't been on my guard. I hadn't expected to see what I saw, and that was bad. I remember thinking I must have fallen asleep, that I was in a nightmare. Oh, how I wish. How I wish. The sad thing is, Stone wasn't even scheduled to work that night. He was covering for Lee, who apparently had come down with some sort of bug. The hangover flu, most likely. Whatever, I wasn't mad about it. I got to spend more time with my oldest friend, and time spent together always went by in a blur. We were hanging out, talking Spider-Man and Batman, playing cards, occasionally glancing at the monitors. Overall, a good time. Until the third hour came about. Although I'd thought I might have fallen asleep, I knew that wasn't true. I wasn't tired, distracted, or 2 steps away from crazy. I'd slept a full 6 hours the night before and had a hearty nap prior to my shift. Plus, my thermos was full of hot coffee and I'd been sipping it steadily. I shot out of my chair and pointed at the screen. Whoa! What was that? Stone stopped paging through the Spider-Man comic and dropped it. It fluttered to the floor, where it absorbed some of the melted snow near the space heater. What? You saw something, no lie? I think so. I leaned closer and set my coffee down with a trembling hand. What the hell? I swear. The quality wasn't great, but when all you saw was a sea of white, you didn't need high-def resolution. The snow was falling in droves, making the already shoddy picture worse, but I knew I was seeing something. I had gotten so used to the unblemished views on the cameras, the undisturbed plateaus of white, that anything out of the ordinary would catch my attention as easily as a string of firecrackers going off in a silent library. Wraith? Stone whispered. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, it could be. That's what we always had to assume. My rational mind thought otherwise. I said, the lights are too strong. They wouldn't be able to get this close. That was when I saw it again. The shadowy figure erupted out of the snow, and a cloud of white quickly swallowed it up. This made our view worse, but once the wind took hold of the snow cloud and blew it away, what the figure was became clearer. Who it was. High def wasn't necessary to see the fear written on this woman's face, or to see that she was running for her life. 3. New arrival. The woman flailed her arms as she drove through the mounds of white, stumbling and then regaining her balance, stumbling and then regaining her balance. The watchtower phone was patched directly to Nick Ryder's pager. Yes, pager. Rudimentary tech like that made a comeback during the apocalypse. Nick would most likely respond quickly from his office, because it seemed he was always in his office. But on the off chance he wasn't there, he would know to get to a telephone or a walkie-talkie as soon as he could. A call from the watchtower was serious business. We had the military to thank for this communication system. Most of the soldiers were dead and gone, but their genius and ingenuity lingered around the city and, for the most part, kept it afloat. "We're not crazy, right?" I asked Stone. He was staring blankly at the monitor. "That's a person, is it not?" I said. I think so. I should call it in." But what if we were wrong? What if we were hallucinating, going crazy like Paul Ellis, the man whose own sanity began slipping before he let out the captured Wraith that brought a massacre to the city? If anyone thought we were heading in Ellis's direction, even Nick Ryder, we'd be thrown out of the city. All of us. If we weren't, well, then the seed would be planted. The people of the city would start questioning our sanity, much like I'd been questioning it since the onset of this apocalypse. And these citizens were already on edge, no matter how quickly they welcomed us newbies. To them, craziness, with the way the world was now, was a prelude to disaster. My hand hovered over the phone, which was a fitting fire truck red, signifying not only its importance, but reminding me of my past life as well. "Stone, what should I do?" He understood the weight of the situation as much as I did. The idea of a wraith coming this close while the lighthouse's lantern blazed was illogical, wasn't it? Of course, and I've said this before, everything about them was illogical. Stone opened his mouth, stuttered, but gave me no answer. It was in times like these that I heard my grandmother's voice in the back of my head. She always told me to follow my heart, because, she would say, the brain trips itself up, but the heart doesn't. It doesn't think, it only feels. My heart told me someone could be in danger. My heart asked, what if that person running through the snow was someone like me? Someone just trying to survive. Hadn't I done the same thing not so long ago? If no one had helped me, not only would I be dead, but so would Mia and Monica. Those thoughts settled it. I picked up the red phone, and I dialed Nick Ryder's number. Nick spoke very slowly and very carefully. His voice sounded tinny, as if he were on another continent instead of a quarter of a mile away. I believed it was either the weather messing with it, or perhaps darker forces, the kind that rooted for our downfall. "Are you sure, Grady?" "I'm looking at her right now. I'll be right down." 2 minutes later, Nick, George, and Aiden met us at the gate. We all crowded into the little watch box and stared at the monitor. There wasn't much discussion. The others studied the blurry image on the screen and seemed to talk through a mental telepathy I wasn't privy to. Nick broke the silence. "Get the boat." The boat was the same Army snowmobile tank hybrid that had saved Mia, Monica, and I months earlier. George did not hesitate. "On it." "Aiden, can you man the BP? I need all the firepower we got trained on the gates when we open them." BP was code for Bright Point, what the city vets called the lighthouse. Aiden, snow melting in his beard, nodded. The walkie crushed. George's voice came from the speakers, making Nick twist the knob atop the device, tuning it for clarity. "I'm firing her up now," George said. A rumble of an engine reached us through the radio waves, but it was loud enough to be heard from the garage, too. "Aiden," Nick said, enunciating each syllable carefully. "Get that light on A section, and keep it there." "Aye, aye, boss." Almost instantly, the monitor flashed white. A few seconds passed before it could adjust to the surge of brightness. The woman in the snow stopped. Her energy renewed. She jumped up and down and flailed her arms more crazily than before. Her mouth opened as she screamed. I couldn't hear that, however, despite being within shouting distance of the newest arrival. The wind was blowing much too hard, and the advancing snow tank drowned everything else out. Stone said, "George is here." "Record time," Nick replied. He turned to me. "Grady, can you get the gate open?" Before I could answer, Nick tossed me the keys. They unlocked the breaker box just outside the watchtower. I slid by Stone into the snow. It only came up past my shins, whereas the trenches were almost higher than my head. The maintenance crew kept the walkways shoveled and plowed as best as they could, but the storms were so frequent it was impossible to keep them clear for more than a few hours. But I had gotten pretty good at navigating through it. I definitely had my snow legs. The box was located inside a telephone booth-sized building, a dozen or so feet beyond the gate. I had never done this before, but I figured it couldn't have been too difficult. I stuck the keys in, which made a button light up green. I pressed it. A grinding noise began from what sounded like deep within the ground. Because of the snow, the gates only parted about 15 feet, just big enough for George's tank to slip through. I stepped out of the box as he motored by. He nodded and gave me a thumbs up. The snow was coming down hard again. I could barely see through the haze of white. Still, I wasn't cold. An odd warmth ran through my body. It was the result of knowing others out here had survived. What exactly was that warmth? I think it was excitement, but mostly, I think it was hope. 30 or so feet from the entrance, George lifted the woman from the snow and into the snow tank. Once they came back through and I closed the gate, I followed them inside the watchtower. George guided the woman to a nearby chair. Nick radioed into the hospital, letting them know they'd have a new arrival soon. Nina Hart, her voice a mixture of curiosity and joy, said they'd be ready. "Gonna try to warm her up a bit first," Nick replied. The woman was whispering. I could barely understand her words. "They're coming." Her teeth were chattering so hard I thought they were going to break. "We have to leave." My stomach sank. "Who's coming?" The woman tilted her head toward the floor as tears streamed down her cheeks. She lifted the corner of the blanket Stone had given her and wiped them away. I wasn't sure how old she was. Closer to Mia's age, probably. But in that moment, she seemed like a frightened child. "I didn't want to leave, but Tariq, he changed. He started going crazy and talking about the dark, and the others started doing the same." I took a step back. Was this woman already infected? Nick bent over, looked the woman in the eye. "Ma'am, don't worry, okay? You're safe here." "They're crazy. They're gonna kill us." "Guys," Stone whispered. My neck creaking, I faced him. George and Nick did the same. He was pointing at the monitors on the wall at our back. The cameras outside did not consistently pick up sound. The weather made sure of that. Fewer things were louder than the wind anyway. But we didn't need speakers to hear what erupted through the cold. It was gunshots. I am no soldier. I could never be. The amount of discipline and mental fortitude required by America's finest was beyond my capabilities. But the time spent out in the frozen wasteland had toughened me up. Not much, just enough to shake the fear I felt and kick my ass into gear. I turned toward the monitor. The curtain of white made it difficult to see who had fired the shots. I had expected only one or two people, the stranger named Tariq that the woman had spoken of. But there were 6 more figures approaching through the whirling snow. I sensed the presence of others, too. Not the people, but the monsters. They followed tragedy and despair. They bred evil. As I leaned forward, squinting to get a better look, another series of gunshots rippled through the air. I dropped with the others. The barrage went on for a solid 30 seconds. Bullets thumped into wood and whined off metal. And nearby, the humming from the closest generators stopped. Another 30 seconds later, the lights in our section of the city died. "Everyone okay?" Nick asked. "Define okay," Stone answered. George was fumbling with his walkie. He called the rest of the scavs, told them to get ready to fight. "Grady," Nick said, "you, Stone, and the young lady get inside." He didn't have to tell me twice. I had hoped my days of violence were long behind me. I was all for avoiding conflict. We might have had the home court advantage, but these people had the power of the darkness on their side, a power which seemed to grant immunity to the deadly effects of the current climate. I led the way down the steps as the wind battered us from seemingly all directions. Even the places I'd suffered frostbite burned with pain. I ignored it as best I could. Halfway down the steps, a gust rocked the entire tower. The metal support beams groaned like dying animals, louder than the blast of wind in our ears. Stone lost his balance and tumbled into the woman who was between us. They both crashed into me. I gripped the railing with both hands, fighting against their weight. Splinters dug through my gloves and pricked my flesh. More pain to add to the list. Spinning around, I bent and helped them back to their feet. Once I reached the snow, which wasn't deep since the maintenance crew had plowed that evening, I helped him and the woman down the final few steps. We rushed through the trenches and made it to the tunnel's entrance. I pressed my keycard against the reader. The light glowed a violent, almost mocking red, and stayed that way for nearly 20 seconds before it faded. That wasn't good. It should have instantly turned to green if the backup generators hadn't taken any damage yet. Stone, leaning on a single crutch, unzipped his coat a few inches and plunged his hand beneath his many layers. Once his fingers closed around the lanyard his own keycard dangled from, he yanked it off his neck. The clasp broke in a spray of plastic. As he held it against the reader, a roar of guttural screaming cut through the wind. These were not the screams of people in pain. These were the screams of people who had lost their mind. Animalistic, angry, terrifying. The woman nearly collapsed with fear. I had her upper arm, holding her up. The front gates behind us creaked, and then began shaking. The glow from the lights didn't stretch that far, but I could picture what was happening by the sounds alone. The infected had reached the entrance and were now slamming something against it. It sounded like 2x4s, but I would later learn that wasn't the case. They were using their heads, bashing them against the ice-crusted metal until blood poured from their noses and brows. The keypad glowed red, and I tried the card again, praying it would work. Nothing happened. We'd have to enter from a different point. But the nearest door was a quarter of a mile away. We'd never make it through the snow, especially with armed, crazy people outside the gate. Still, we'd have to try. Just as a burst of wind lit my skin with cold, the door burst open, and out came the other scavs. Zoe Quintrell led the charge, clutching an assault rifle to her chest. Beside her was Chad Oldman, a meathead in his mid-20s. Aaron McCain, who was only 19 and had once asked me how I managed to score a cutie like Eleanor upon our first meeting. And Stu Whitmore, a balding man of about 50, with wire-frame glasses covering eyes that brimmed with intelligence. They, too, held rifles of some sort. Scary-looking weapons you'd see in video games. Stu was the only one to stop and help us into the sweet, sweet warmth of the tunnel. The others didn't notice us. They kept their focus on the mission. But they were too late. The front gates were breached. The strangers had already broken through. They rushed the watchtower, their guns spraying fire into the darkness, creating a strobe light effect, which got me thinking that an epileptic seizure was on the horizon for myself or someone else. I froze at the threshold and listened to the screams and the shots. I had to fight. I had to fight, because this was our home. Get her to the hospital, I told Stone, but he wasn't listening. He limped past me. Well, limped isn't the right word. He struggled, but he moved fast. As his jacket brushed against mine, I reached for him, saying, "Wait, what are you—" He might have been partially crippled, but he knew the importance of stopping this before it got further out of hand, same way I did. If these crazies got inside, I didn't want to think of that. One of the scabs yelled out in pain. "I've been hit." The deep, gravelly voice belonged to Aiden Peck. "Oh, shit, man." His body thudded into the snow about not far from where I stood. I grabbed the woman's shoulders and looked into her eyes. "Listen," I said. "Go straight for about 50 feet and then turn right. You'll see a painting of a rose on the wall. When you do, turn left and the hub is right there. Get inside with the others." The woman shook violently. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out a pen light. I shoved it into her palm. "Go! I'll be right behind you." Reluctantly, she took it, and then she disappeared into the shadows. Turning back into the snow, I saw Stone near Aiden. I shined my bigger flashlight at the scene. Aiden was clutching his stomach. The snow around him drank up the pulsing red leaking from his body. Then he no longer writhed. He went stiff. I thought he was dead. "Grady," Stone shouted. "Help me get him in." I lurched forward, and just as I did, more shots flew in my direction. I dove into the nearest mound of snow, waiting, my heart beating wildly in my chest. It took another moment before I felt safe enough to make my move towards Stone and Aiden. Stone was up and dragging him through the trench. Somehow. I stumbled their way, more shots and screams on the air. 15 feet away from me, Stone suddenly cried out in pain. It was as if an invisible hand had slugged him in the chest. He spun and collapsed in slow motion. "No!" I shouted, no longer caring about my lack of cover as I advanced. "Stone! Stone! Stone!" I started saying, kneeling down in the snow and ice next to him. Hot tears stung my eyes. My throat began constricting. Each one of my heartbeats threatened to break my ribs. I reached out to touch him. My gloves were gone, but I didn't remember taking them off. They couldn't have been off for long because my fingers still had feeling. Fleeting feeling, yes, but feeling nonetheless. I almost wished they had gone numb, because when I reached down to grab Stone's arm and help him up, I felt the warm blood leaking down his upper chest. For what felt like an eternity, I stared down at my best friend, seeing his eyes glaze over in the blue-white glow from the flashlight and hearing him mumble in pain. All of our memories played out before me in a blur, all the good times. I had already lost Jonas, one of the original musketeers, and now I feared I was losing another. "Stone," I croaked. I doubted he heard me over the skirmish happening around us, but a smile that was more like a grimace stretched his lips. I'm okay, man. I'm okay." But even in the low light, I could see his dark skin draining of color, becoming the shade of a weathered gravestone. He wasn't okay. He was the furthest thing from okay. Still, Stone would never give up on me, and I wasn't about to give up on him. I crawled through the snow, dimly aware of the burning sensation of the cold against my flesh, of aggravating old, healing injuries. I found the flashlight only a few feet from Aiden's body. He stared up at me with lifeless eyes. A pang of sadness stabbed at my heart, but I didn't let it linger. I could mourn him later. Right now, I needed to get Stone inside, out of the weather and away from the fighting. Gunfire continued nearby. Each passing bullet felt closer and closer. I took the flashlight and swung it around in an arc, trying to map our journey back. The door was only 30 or so feet away. It seemed much farther, however. Kneeling by Stone, I removed my skull cap and pressed it against the spot he'd been shot. He screamed and convulsed. "Come on, man," I said. "Stay with me." I shined the light down on his face. His eyes fluttered open and then closed. The sign of a person not staying with me. There weren't too many positives to look for in this situation, but I tried my damnedest. One thing we had going for us was the fact we were already in the city, a place with medicine and a doctor and nurses. The journey wasn't as long as before, and if we had made the one from Prism Lake to just past the Kentucky state line, we could definitely make this one. I scooped Stone into my arms, grunting with his weight, and I moved forward, never looking behind. I know I say things don't go right for me, more so than others, and I know things almost always eventually tend to work out. But it is hard to be an optimist while living in a supernatural winter wasteland. So, when I held the key card up to the reader, I fully expected nothing. And that was what I got. No light glowed, no violent red, or dim or green. The power in this section of the city had died completely. It was both a gift and a curse. No power obviously meant no lights, but it also meant no locking mechanism on the door. I pulled it open, barely hanging on to Stone in the process. "Hold on, buddy," I mumbled. Through the tunnels I sprinted. I sprinted until I found a sliver of light in the distance. The hospital. This new brightness lent me a burst of energy. I moved faster than I thought possible. The burning sensation in my arms and chest subsided. My breathing became steady and even. The worry and fear stayed in my mind, especially whenever I heard the thunder crack of another gunshot. But for the most part, I pushed those emotions to the back of my mind. Fear, pain, exhaustion, none of that mattered right then. All that mattered was saving my best friend before it was too late, and then finding Elle, Mia, the baby, and Chewie. As it happened, I bumped into Eleanor seconds before stumbling through the hospital door. Her face shined with tears. Her eyes were bloodshot and drooping. She wore a heavy winter coat, a knitted hat with a fuzzy pink ball at its apex, gloves, scarf, the whole 9 yards. Her mouth was set in a grim line of focus. She was so focused, in fact, she didn't even notice me. Granted, the lights weren't the brightest, but Stone and I were the only ones in the corridor at the time. This was so surprising I said nothing. My voice had decided to go on vacation. After a few rushed steps, Elle stopped on a dime and spun around. Her expression melted. "Grady?" "Elle," I croaked. Happiness flashed in her eyes. During that second, you would have thought she was crying with joy instead of fear. This emotion didn't last long, however. Her gaze fell upon Stone in my arms. I hadn't looked down at the spot he'd been shot since coming into the light because there was no time to. Now that I had stopped, I saw just how much blood there was. My hat was soaked, and a steady stream of drops pattered the floor around my snowy boots. Stone wasn't moving either. His eyes were closed, and I couldn't tell if he was breathing or not. "Stone?" He didn't answer. "Stone!" I shifted. It took every last bit of strength inside me not to shake him violently. Gaining composure, I rocked him gently instead. Stone would have killed me if he knew I was doing this, but he was so out of his mind at this point, I doubted he could have told me his own name. When this light jostling proved fruitless, I shook him a little harder. Still, nothing. His left hand, the one holding the blood-soaked hat up against his wound, fell, and the hat hit the corridor floor with a wet slap. Elle screamed in shock and horror. I thanked whatever higher power lived above us for that, because at that point, my brain had totally shut down.
I forgot how to do almost everything aside from breathe and blink. Scream? My mind said, what's that? The problem with shouting for help now was that so many were distracted by what was going on outside the gates that no one was around to hear us, and we needed help. Stone wasn't only my best friend, he was my family. We may have had different skin colors, different DNA, different blood, but that meant nothing. Our bond was unbreakable. I mean, how many people do you have in your life who you could punch in the face around noon and then play Xbox with a few hours later like nothing happened? Maybe none, and that's understandable. A relationship like that is hard to find. And we had already been through so much together. Not to mention, Stone had been through so much on his own with the car accident, the loss of his parents, and the near-complete loss of his ability to walk. But Stone shook such hardships off. He persevered when most people would give up. That's not to say he didn't consider it. I remember him after the accident. I'm sure I've told you before. He barely moved, barely ate, barely talked, barely left the basement room my father allowed him to move into. It was beyond tough to watch, like seeing a loved one slowly deteriorate from a type of organ-eating cancer. But then one day he snapped out of it. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel and returned to his old self, more or less. That's the thing about wounds. I know it's a cliche, but I believe time really does heal them, both big and small. The memory of the pain will fade, yes, but not completely. A scar is left behind. And that scar is there to remind you of where you came from because you're not supposed to forget. Stone understood that, and he embraced it. For him to have it all end because of a random gunshot? I know life isn't fair, but that is the very definition of unfairness. No longer able to stand and hold him, I lowered myself to the floor. I was kneeling in my best friend's blood, thinking he was already dead, thinking it was all over. But I was wrong. Stone's eyes opened to slits. He twisted his lips and bared his teeth. The shock of the situation must have been wearing off, and now the terrible pain was settling in. A string of wispy words escaped his mouth. I leaned closer, unable to hear him. How many times had I been in this situation since the snow fell? I couldn't even tell you. All I know is that I was with Jonas when he died, with Helga when she sacrificed herself, with Mikey when he bled out, his ankles twisted and broken. I wasn't sure I could handle it again. Part of me wanted to let Stone go, leave him, run away as far as I could. That part of me thought if I distanced myself, then the pain wouldn't be as severe. Another part of me, the stronger part, thankfully, said that I'd never leave him. These two sides didn't matter in the end because I couldn't move. Shock and fear and exhaustion rendered my muscles useless. "What did you say, man?" I whispered. The tears in my eyes blurred Stone's face. They also blurred the steady flow of blood and the growing pool spreading beneath us, but I knew it was there. I said, if you're gonna grab my ass, buy me a drink first." The haggard look on his face relaxed. His twisted lips turned into a slight smile. He closed his eyes and let out a deep, ragged breath. I wasn't sure whether to sob or burst out laughing. In the end, I did a mixture of both, and I probably sounded like an emotional donkey. Getting myself under control took a few moments, but once I did, I shook Stone again. "Keep talking, buddy. Keep talking, don't go to sleep." I can't," he wheezed. "I'm so tired." "Tell me about the time you got kicked out of the homecoming dance freshman year. Remember that? Come on, Stone, tell me." He mumbled something I couldn't understand. This time I didn't think he was cracking a joke. If he closed his eyes for too long, I knew they might close for good, so I had to pull out all the stops, every last trick in my bag. "Stone,
Tell me about your comedy award in middle school. I thought a couple others deserved it more, but the paling flesh of his brow rose, wrinkled. That was a good sign. You're lucky I'm hurt, Grady. Stay with me, Stone. Just stay with me. It was another 2 long minutes before help came. Eleanor's steps stormed down the corridor. Lee followed her, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Is he okay? Elle asked. Hanging in there, I said. Doc Hart's on her way. Nina, too. Elle bent down with Lee. Shit, Lee mumbled. Stone, brother, you're looking mighty rough. I know, Stone croaked. Per usual, right? A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Another good sign. I began thinking that things were going to be okay. That was, if the crazy people outside got handled and the power was turned back on. Together, Lee and Elle took Stone from my bloody lap and into the hospital. I stumbled behind them. They entered the nearest room and set him on the bed. Elle unzipped Stone's jacket and then lifted his shirt. Gently, Elle wiped some of the mess away. With her other hand, she shined a flashlight on Stone's chest. The bullet wound was tiny, and it was closer to his shoulder than his heart, thank God. He exclaimed in pain. Suddenly, a newfound strength filled him, and he gripped my arm, his nails digging into my flesh. I felt this, but only slightly. The whole scene had a way of making me forget about everything else. I think it went all the way through, Elle said. Lee had his back turned to us. He was chewing his nails. Through his fingers, he mumbled, Yeah, it's clean. I think so, Elle answered, from what I can see. She pushed on Stone's shoulder, making him turn a bit, and pointed to the exit wound. See? I peered at the bloody mess. Stone's fingers were still digging into my skin. He was shaking now. For the life of me, I couldn't make heads or tails of what I was seeing. Elle was trained in that regard, I guess, but not so much me. There may be fragments inside, Elle said. Doc Hart'll know better. Lee risked a glance. He shuddered at the sight and clamped a hand over his mouth, as if he was about to hurl. The door to the room opened, and in came Doc Hart and Nina. The doctor was timid, but when the time came for her to don the rubber gloves and white coat, she pretty much transformed into a different person. Everyone out, she barked. Lee bolted, and Elle sidled out of Doc Hart's path, but I stood my ground. No way, I said. But I could tell by how her bright green eyes glared at me that there was no winning this argument. Grady, he's going to be okay, Doc Hart said. I'll fix him up. But I need space, okay? You hovering around here will do him no favors. We need all hands on deck elsewhere, or else the city will be breached. Go to the gym and see how you can help out there, okay? It pained me, but I nodded. I was holding Stone's hand, and I gave it a squeeze. He looked up and smiled a good, strong smile. I'll be okay, man. You better be, or else I'm going to kick your ass. The smile widened. Yeah, fat chance. Tears stinging my eyes and unsure of my best friend's fate, I left. 4. New love. I didn't immediately head to the hub. I was too worried about Stone, so I hung around outside, hearing his terrible screams as Doc Hart did whatever it was she did to fix him up. Each scream raked blades down my heart. My knees were weak, shaky. I was cold, freezing cold, in fact, but a steady stream of sweat trickled down my back. Eleanor stayed with me, squeezing my hand. She kept saying everything was going to be okay. The scavs had handled the attack by the gate, and no one who'd been inside the city had been hurt. Mia, Monica, and Chewie were safe in the hub with everyone else. All 7 crazies were dead. But among them were also 2 dead scavs, Aiden and Stu Whitmore. It took a while for their losses to sink in, but when they did, my heart grew heavy. They died trying to protect us. The remaining scavs were hurt, and so was Nick Ryder, although their wounds were minor, nothing fatal. But all wounds in the apocalypse carried the risk of infection and eventual death if not treated properly. About an hour after I'd left Stone in the care of Sharon Hart, Lee and Nick called my name. Lee waved me toward them at the far end of the corridor. "Now," Nick said, "he's gonna be fine, Grady. Don't you worry." His head had been bandaged where a few splinters from a shot wood beam had burrowed into his cheek. He seemed defeated, and that was the first I'd seen from him.
"Just a flesh wound," Lee added. "He's a tough cookie."
"I know he is," I said. "Everything okay with you?" "Also just a flesh wound." Nick pointed to his cheek and offered a smile. His eyes were still heavy, however. "What?" I prodded. Nick's posture crumbled. He hunched over like he was about to pass out, and then leaned against the wall. No answer came from him, but Lee, in a low voice, told me.
"They hit a couple of generators, those crazy assholes. But that ain't all. They also hit the garage where we keep the fuel. Spilled damn near everything."
Nick rubbed and kneaded his chest. He was looking down at his feet and shaking his head.
"We probably got a month, maybe 2, of fuel left before we run out,"
Lee continued. I was at a loss for words. Not only had my bubble of safety been popped that night, but it didn't look like it'd ever inflate again. "What do we do? Can we get more?" I asked. Lee turned to Nick. Nick raised a hand as if to say it was all right, but his face told another story. "We'll be okay." And that was the end of the conversation. Nick straightened, placed a bony hand on one of my shoulders, and gave it a reassuring squeeze. "But sitting around and waiting isn't gonna help us. Getting the power back on will. 2 sectors need attending to. The north end got hit pretty hard. A fire broke out. Nothing catastrophic. I put it out with an extinguisher. But the generator needs a thorough checking, and right now we're spread pretty thin. Everyone's scared as hell. I hate to ask you, Grady, but you don't seem to fear much of anything." This was wrong, of course. I feared a lot. I guess I just did a better job of hiding it. Was that a good thing or a bad thing, I wondered. "Can you lend us a hand?" Nick's eyes were pleading. I looked back over my shoulder at the hospital door. I could hear the frantic conversation behind the walls, the rushed orders, the words I couldn't understand. "He'll be okay," Nick said again. "Trust me." I nodded. "Okay. I'll help." Because I needed to get my mind off all of this. Wendy also agreed to help us. Her and Nick went down to the south end generators, while Lee and I went north to the generators housed just outside the kitchen cafeteria area. You got to it via an access tunnel, which was accessible from the outside, where a trench had been dug in the snow. The outer walls were charred black, and the smell of smoke was strong enough to sting the insides of my nostrils and make me momentarily forget I was trudging through a winter hellscape. At the entrance, Lee stopped and looked at me. I raised my eyebrows, wondering what he was waiting for.
Yeah. Ladies first, Miller."
He motioned a hand toward the tunnel. I rolled my eyes. "Seriously?"
"Hey, you don't fear nothing, right?"
I rolled my eyes again and then stepped over the threshold. My ears strained for any slight sound. Outside the wind whistled, but the sound was dull and barely audible, as if far in the distance. Other than that, I heard nothing. This was both good and a bit unsettling. I had gotten used to the low thrumming that the generators made. Those sounds meant we would be warm, We would have light. We would have safety. They were sounds of comfort. Now that they were gone, their silence nearly burst my eardrums, which had already taken a heck of a lot of damage from the gunfight. "How far ahead is it?" I asked, turning toward Lee. The white glow from the lantern accentuated the lines on his face. He looked ghostly, eerie, almost sick. Early wrinkles because Lee was barely in his mid-30s, and although I didn't know too much about him, I knew he liked the bottle. He wasn't a drunk, not the slobbering, violent type at least, but he was rarely without his booze. A shot of Bailey's in his morning coffee, beer at lunch, a bit of gin at dinner. I imagine the apocalypse might have slowed him down, but not by much. I'm not knocking him, believe me, we all have our vices.
"Should be just about 100 feet or so down,"
Lee said.
"at the end of the corridor."
"You coming?"
Lee
hesitated.
"Yeah, I am."
Then I heard him mumbling,
"Where's my goddamn flask?"
This brought a slight grin to my own face. If ever there was time for a nip of Jack, it was now. We went down the hall. Our footsteps shuffled across the painted concrete floor. The scuffing of our soles echoed off the walls, grating like forks down a chalkboard. At the generator, Lee leaned over me and peered at it.
"Easy fix,"
he said.
"All you gotta do is—"
A soft rattling cut him off. He stepped back quickly and almost tripped over his feet. At the time, I wasn't concerned about the noise. In fact, I had barely heard it, and thought if it was anything, it was the dying whir of the generator's internal machinery. It sounded natural, not sinister. I was more concerned with Lee possibly busting his skull open, which he very well might have done had I not caught him by one shoulder. You have to remember, I wasn't in my right mind. I know I say that a lot, but it's true. Rarely were we ever in our right minds. How could we be? The world had ended, and we were constantly fighting battles we had no business winning. My lack of concern over this strange sound didn't last long, however. "You okay?" I asked Lee, still gripping his shoulder. His legs gave out on him. Unprepared, he slid from my grip and sat on the floor, his bony body clattering against the concrete. Not exactly as bad as busting your head open, but it couldn't have felt very nice, that was for sure. His whole body was shaking. His face had completely drained of all color, so his cheeks looked almost translucent. Still trembling, he raised his arm and pointed at the generator.
"Score."
What he was saying, I had not the slightest clue, but when I spun around and saw what crept out from behind the generator, I knew what it was. Scorpion. I held no previous fears of the animals before I saw that one. This fear solely belonged to Lee. It had come from the dark recesses of his mind. Later, he would tell me and the others how, when he was a boy in Texas, a scorpion had woken him up by crawling up his neck. It didn't sting him somehow, but the resulting nightmares from the experience haunted him for a long time after. And I got a front row view to this nightmare right then. This thing, though, was more monster than scorpion. It was bigger than Chewy, closer to the size of a German shepherd. Its tail stretched nearly as high as I stood, curling toward its head. At the end of it hung a limp stinger easily as long as my middle finger, dripping with a putrid-smelling black poison. The lantern's light glowed off its chitinous armor, which was a mixture of death colors, pale gray, pus yellow, blood red. It clicked its claws together. Frozen, I stared into its lifeless black eyes as its mouth opened, revealing a set of fangs as long as human fingers and as sharp as icicles. I thrust the lantern forward. A mere dozen feet from it, and the monster began burning as it advanced. Only instead of stopping or retreating, it sped up. It actually sped up. I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting it to screech and turn into a puff of black smoke, or at the very least, for it to run away. Lee let out a weak scream. I panicked and slammed the lantern across the scorpion's head. The glass shattered, and darkness instantly swallowed the corridor. In hindsight, this wasn't the smartest move, but like I said, I had panicked. It was in the darkness that these creatures thrived, and as soon as I lost sight, all hope was lost. We were defeated. The dark was their home, and now they had the advantage. This is what was going through my head when a sudden fire erupted across the scorpion's body. It stood on its back legs and screeched. The flame rippled, and each part it passed over began turning to dust. Before I realized it, I was on my ass, sliding backwards, and my flesh was dampening with sweat from the new heat. The heat felt nice, which was a strong contradiction to the fear twisting my insides. 20 excruciatingly long seconds later, the monster was nothing more than ember-specked ash, and the dark took hold of the corridor once again. I scrambled to my feet. It's true that relief flooded me in that moment, but I couldn't help thinking about how brazen the wraith had been, how the light no longer scared it. "You okay?" I asked Lee, out of breath. He was babbling, saying words I couldn't understand, but that was an answer enough. He wasn't okay. I didn't blame him. I wasn't either. I offered him a hand. Once standing, he wobbled like he was plastered drunk. "It's gone, man. It's okay," I said. He swallowed, his Adam's apple like a blade beneath his pallid flesh. But, how many more are inside?" That was the question, wasn't it? I shook my head. "Let's just fix this damn thing." Lee closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. He nodded after a few moments, then walked on eggshells toward the generator, giving the monster's remains a wide berth. It took him a few more moments to completely calm down, but once he did, we got to work and got it running again. There was no telling how many wraiths had gotten in without the surveillance systems online or anyone actively looking for them, which wasn't something anyone wanted to do willingly. Our best bet was to get the lights back on, stay vigilant, and get the city in order again. After we told Nick of our experience in the north section, he ordered those without injuries back into the hub until it was sorted. A team of reluctant volunteers searched every dark nook and cranny, and no other wraiths were found. The lights were back on and running, but with the new fuel shortage, we didn't know for how much longer. Sometime in the early morning of the next day, Elle came and roused me from a semi-doze. She saw the hopeful look on my face and did what I hoped she'd do. Cut right to the chase. "He's okay, Grady. The bullet went through. All we have to worry about now is an infection, but the medicine should prevent that." She grabbed my hands and pulled me into a hug. I was on the brink of tears, sadness, relief, fear, you name it. But my chest felt a little lighter. "Can I go see him?" Elle nodded. "Yeah, but none of those bro shoulder punches, please. Doc Hart'll be real mad if he busts open his stitches." Stone was sitting up in bed. His left arm was in a sling, and his upper chest/shoulder was wrapped in gauze. Blood had already seeped through. He paid it no mind, and when I pointed it out, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Well, shit, will you look at that?" "I see the pain meds have already kicked in." "What pain meds? Man, you're crazy, Grady. I ain't high on anything but life." He broke out into a fit of giggles. I couldn't help myself either, and I laughed with him. For a long time, I thought I had lost my best friend. I didn't, though, and that's all that mattered. We talked it up for a bit until Stone's eyelids started getting heavy. I started to tell him to get some rest, but he was snoring before I finished the sentence. The woman who'd run through the snow to our front gates while I was on watch had a name. It was Credence. I learned this 3 days after the attack. She had passed her tests and was released from quarantine, but she'd suffered enough injuries to warrant an extended stay in the hospital. Mia, Monica, and I were dropping off some pie that Debbie had made for the recovering Stone and the hard-working medical staff when we walked by Credence's room. What I saw out of the corner of my eye made me stop. The woman was just sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, staring at the wall. Mia kept on going a few steps before realizing I was no longer with her. She was holding Monica, who pointed at me and made a "bah" sound, which snagged Mia's attention. "Yo, what are you doing, Grady?" I nodded toward the room. The woman in there. But that was all I had to say for Mia to understand what I meant. Mia walked back, leaned forward, and looked at Credence for a few seconds. When she faced me, the expression on her face was one of both concern and morbidity. "Think she's okay?" "I doubt it," I said. "Those people who attacked, they were her friends." "Were" being the operative word here. Mia suddenly tensed. I didn't know why until I saw what she saw. The woman was staring at us, almost blankly. I offered a weak smile and said, "Sorry, don't want to bother you. We're just passing through." "You're the one who got me, aren't you?" I cleared my throat. "Well, yes and no. George technically brought you in. I saw you on the monitor and opened the gate." "Superman better watch out," Mia mumbled sarcastically. "Oh, well, thank you," the woman said. "You look different without all your winter clothes on." She smiled. "You guys don't have to stand out there. You can come in." "I won't bite," Mia said. "No, we don't want to bother you or nothing like that." "The loneliness is what bothers me. Please, come in. I passed my tests. There's nothing wrong with me." I led the way, but I'll be honest and tell you I didn't want to go in that room. She was a stranger, yes, but her eyes were nearly lifeless, empty. The light inside the room tried its best to make the woman look healthy, but that was no easy task. "What was your name again, Grady?" "Yeah, that's it." I offered a handshake. She took mine in hers. Her skin was cold and dry, but the tattoo on the back of her hand was what caught my attention. What the hell it was, I don't know, but it looked far from professionally done. Like someone had done it in their basement with a needle and some pen ink. It was a series of rough lines, scribbles, the kind you'd make in the margins of your notebook while watching the clock tick slowly by in school. But there was some structure to it, too, almost like a triangle. She saw me staring at it and hit it with her shirt sleeve when our handshake was done. Her gaze averted to the floor, those almost dead eyes, and she slipped the hand beneath her thigh. Then she put on a smile so fake and trying it almost pained me to see it. "Well, my name's Credence." Her left hand came up, palm out. "Yeah, it's a weird name. I know that." I shrugged. "I've heard weirder." "Yeah, Grady's kinda weird too," Mia said. She passed me Monica, who was goggling at Credence, the corners of her mouth tight with curiosity. And then Mia leaned forward and offered her own hand. That was when Credence shifted on the bed. The television remote fell off the side and hit the linoleum with a terrible crack. The remote's back popped off and skittered across the floor. Each of the AA batteries went their separate ways. I knelt down and retrieved them while Mia went for the remote itself. This was no easy task with Monica in my arms, but I managed. And the second handshake was forgotten. I made no mental note of this. In fact, I hadn't remembered this happened until I saw that symbol again. Only the next time I saw it, it wasn't in the form of a tattoo. After we got the remote put together, Credence scooted back on the bed. She looked paler than before, weak. "Mia, we better get going," I said. "Yeah, All right. She nodded at Credence. It was nice meeting you. Sorry about your friends. That's super crummy. Credence smiled somberly. This one seemed real enough, and a touch of sadness filled her eyes. We left, and I didn't see her again for another few days. The second time was in the cafeteria a few days after our conversation in her hospital room. Credence was eating alone. Well, saying she was eating would be a stretch. She was pecking at her food, nibbling. Debbie's mashed potatoes and sliced ham still covered the majority of her plate. I was also by myself. Since I'd opted for a quick nap before dinner to prepare me for my shift on watch, the others usually ate without me. I thought it might be a good idea to sit by Credence. She seemed lonely. She was still grieving, no doubt, and I knew a decent amount about losing people you cared for. Maybe I could help her. I had a few friends in the city, but most of the people here kept to themselves. They were all huddled into little families of their own. In such a difficult time, it was hard to infiltrate one of these units. People weren't trusting before the end of the world, but now they really weren't trusting. I imagined Credence felt isolated too, like the new kid in school, lost. Turns out, I was wrong. As I walked her way, John Beretti slithered behind her with a devious grin on his lips. I stopped about halfway and turned toward a vacant table near the back. When I sat down, there was no chance I'd be able to focus on my food, no matter how monstrously my stomach was growling. So I watched them from afar, and pretty soon, I lost my appetite. Beretti snaked his hands up Credence's back. They paused at her shoulders, and he started massaging her. I feared he might throttle her neck, squeezing until her face turned purple and her eyes bulged from their sockets. That never happened, thankfully. But they were real buddy-buddy with each other. A little more than that. Beretti took a seat next to her and leaned forward. They spoke in hushed tones. I couldn't understand either of them if I tried. Then Beretti took a piece of ham from Credence's plate and popped it into his mouth. She scooted the tray toward him after that, and Beretti went to work on the uneaten food. In between bites, he pulled out a little brown notebook from inside his lab coat. He flipped it open and pointed to the pages. Credence nodded as he talked fervently. They were both passionate over whatever the subject was. I wondered what it could be. But then again, I didn't really care all that much. If anything, I was weirded out by this unlikely match. But hey, opposites attract, right? My curiosity piqued and my stomach queasy. I decided I'd need a to-go box for my dinner. Wasting food in the city was a big no-no. If Debbie ever found out you threw away a perfectly good piece of ham, she was liable to have you hanged. Besides, Debbie's cooking wasn't the kind you wasted. It was too damn good. So I walked up to the kitchen where Deb and two other cooks were cleaning up for the night and asked for a container. Debbie came out of the back a few seconds later with a styrofoam box. Didn't like it? You don't have to kiss my ass, Grady. I can take a bit of criticism. I shook my head. No, I loved it. Well, what I ate of it anyhow. Your food's too tasty to throw away, Deb. I'm just not that hungry right now. Oh, you little ass kisser. I smiled, but I felt that it lacked actual happiness, and Debbie noticed this. She gave me a searching look, hands planted firmly on her hips, and said, Grady, you all right? Stone's still doing good, yes? Yeah, he's fine. It's not him. Then what is it? I nodded my head over my shoulder. Them. What's going on over there? Debbie squinted at the table Beretti and Credence shared. Looks like a nice dinner date to me, but dessert's not going to happen here. That'll be in the bedroom, probably with lots of icing. Yuck. Oh, leave 'em be, Grady. Love is a beautiful thing. And so is lust. Okay, I don't like where this conversation is going. She giggled. I asked, Debbie, how do you feel about Beretti?
He's a sweet man. Kind, polite, and above all else, smart. Maybe a little distant sometimes, but his mind is focused on other things.
I wondered if she blamed him for the death of her family. Judging by her opinion of Beretti, I doubted it. She didn't seem like the kind of person to put blame on anyone. Debbie tapped the side of her head, near the temple.
He has a fine mind. If you ever get the chance, you should sit and talk with him. Pick his brain. You'll be astonished. It's like conversing with the human encyclopedia. I think you two would get along swimmingly.
I doubt that. She squinted.
Let me impart some wisdom on you, Grady, my friend. Life is short. It always has been, and it always will be, but it's especially short now. We're all basically walking around with grenades in our hands, grenades that had their pins pulled as soon as that first unnatural snowflake fell. So don't hold grudges. Forgive and forget. Move on. You'll feel a lot better, trust me.
Maybe she was right. I kept the incident I'd seen between Beretti and Credence to myself, mostly because speaking of it would make me relive it, and that was certainly not something I wanted to do anytime soon. Honestly, I would have taken it to the grave had Eleanor not come into our barracks one night looking like she'd seen a ghost. Her face was pale and her eyes were watery. She stumbled her way through the door, and when she got to her bed, she plopped down like a rag doll. I had been kicked back reading The Great Gatsby for our book club, but as soon as I saw her, the paperback fell from my grip. I stood up, concerned. Elle, what's wrong? She shook her head, buried her face in her hands, and moaned. Elle? Mia leaned in from her room. She'd been watching another one of her old black and white television shows. I looked at her and shrugged, but inside I was thinking bad things. Is everything okay? I asked. Are you hurt?
Just my sanity.
What do you mean?
I saw something in the hospital.
Images of gruesome injuries twirled through my mind. Broken bones, fractured skulls, burned skin. Who was hurt? What happened? Elle read my expression. She always did that well.
No one's hurt, Grady, but I'm lucky I didn't go blind.
Now I was really confused. Mia entered the room. She stopped behind me and leaned on the bedpost. Blind? I repeated. Elle nodded and took a deep breath.
Oh, God, here it goes. I was doing my rounds and I heard something down the hall. There wasn't anyone in those rooms. We keep everyone grouped together, easier that way. So I hear this noise, and I'm thinking the worst. I'm thinking it's a monster. But then I notice how bright the lights are all around, and I realize that's impossible.
Mia sat on the bed. She offered me a concerned glance, and then turned back to Elle as she continued her story.
I went to check it out. It was a soft banging noise, like a cupboard door knocking against the wall over and over again. Sometimes that happens around here. People forget to close cabinets and the air registers blow them around. Harmless, but annoying. I stopped in front of the door the sound was coming from and listened. There wasn't any pattern to it. It was bang, 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 bang.
She paused and swallowed hard.
That's when I heard the voices. Oh, don't leave us in suspense, Elle, Mia said. It was John and Credence.
I cocked my head. What, Beretti?
They were...
She held up her index finger and with her other hand made a circle. She then proceeded to stick her finger through the hole, back and forth, back and forth. Cringing, I held up my own hands. Okay, we get the picture.
You mean...
Mia lowered her voice and her head.
They were fucking?
I pointed. Swear word.
Shut up, Grady.
Swallowing hard again, Elle nodded.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. Completely nude. I wasn't sure what I was looking at for a few seconds.
It was like some weird, shifting, pale alien. I sat next to her and rubbed her shoulder. It's okay, hon, it's okay. No, it's not, she replied, head in her hands again. She's right, dude. It ain't okay. That's pretty gnarly. Did they see you? I asked. I don't think so. They were very into it. Literally, Mia said, laughing. She looked around and then back at us with a frown. Where's Stone when you need him? I smiled. Stone would have loved that joke. Elle didn't find it amusing, however. She bared her teeth at Mia and said, Come on, Mia, I'm going through a crisis right now. I know, but since you can't trade eyeballs with someone or take out bad memories, you're going to have to deal with it, sister. I saw them getting pretty close at dinner not too long ago, I said. He was eating off her plate, gave her a back massage, too. Made me lose my appetite. What? Mia gasped. You saw this, and you didn't think it was noteworthy enough to tell us. I shrugged. I didn't want to relive it. I don't blame you there, Elle said. Well, I like gossip. I miss it. If you haven't noticed, there ain't much in the way of entertainment around here, Mia said. I've already watched the entire Three Stooges collection. And I hate the Three Stooges. How can you hate them? I said. I don't know. Reminds me of how you, Stone, and Mikey. Mia shook her head, risking a glance at Elle. Sorry. Never mind. Elle said nothing about it. Mikey hadn't been gone long, not that it mattered. The wound his death left on all of our hearts would never heal. I couldn't tell if Mia's words had gotten through to Elle or not. She seemed too shaken up about what she'd witnessed in the hospital, and wasn't paying attention to the banter between Mia and I, thankfully. I guessed her walking in on Beretti and Credence was a bit of a blessing in that regard. But after a few moments of silence, she spoke up. What do we do? About the new lovebirds? Mia said. Elle nodded. Nothing, I said. Nothing we can do. They're adults. They can do what they want. In this case, each other, Mia snickered. You're so gross, Elle said. She was really filling Stone's role, and I liked that. But I'd missed the hell out of my best friend and wished he was back on his feet and out of the hospital already. Soon, though, if Doc Hart's estimate was to be believed, which I did believe, she was a hell of a doctor. I mean, should I tell anyone? It's probably against city rules to do that in there, Elle continued. Unsanitary, that's for sure, I said. But it's probably best to let it be for now. If it happens again, we'll say something. But Beretti, God knows why, has a decent amount of pull here. I'm already on his shit list. You don't need to be too. Yeah, I agree, Mia said. Let him be. And in the meantime, it wouldn't hurt to try and scrub your eyeballs, I added. The next night, Elle came back with a notebook. I asked what it was. I found it in the room Beretti and Credence were in, she answered. You think it's one of theirs? Maybe. There's no name inside or anything like that. Could be someone else's. Nina talked about a few people who'd worked in the hospital before we got here. Some of them, she said, were kind of weird. They're dead now. That's terrible. Yeah. Did you look through it? I asked. She nodded. Just flip through the pages. It's mostly weird stuff. Gibberish. There's some poems and drawings. Dark and odd, but good. Can I see? I don't know, Grady. That's an invasion of privacy. Says the lady who just admitted to flipping through it. Finders keepers. I gained that right by law. Probably. Plus, it wasn't like I was doing it to be nosy. I was hoping I'd find some information about whose it was. Uh-huh, sure. You're full of fake rules today, aren't you? She frowned, eyebrows coming together. How do you like it if some stranger went through your personal journal? I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her close, grinning. Well, then the stranger better like erotic retellings of our more intimate nights. Elle fanned herself and put on a laughable southern accent. Oh, my, Mr. Miller, you really know how to make a girl blush. I winked. I do, don't I? My hand slid from her waist to her backside. I'd like to make you blush tonight. No idea what that meant. Elle went with it, though. I bet you would. She slapped my hand away. But I'm tired, and you have to go to work in... She checked her watch. About 45 minutes. I only need 20. Minutes? Seconds. Aren't I a lucky gal? Hey, I said, that's just a testament to how sexy you are. There I go, blushing again, she said flatly. She definitely wasn't blushing. I watched as she stripped out of her scrubs and wrapped herself in a towel. Now, you can't go teasing me like that. I can do whatever I want, Mr. Miller, and you can't do anything about it. Now, I need a shower. Believe it or not, running around the hospital and stocking shelves works up a sweat, and I smell like a pair of sweaty gym socks. And there goes the mood. She winked. I thought you were into feet. Only on Sundays. Gagging, she left for the shower. I leaned back and sighed. I never thought I'd find a woman like Eleanor. I know it only took the end of the world for us to meet, but hey, I'll take it. I mean, she was the peanut butter to my chocolate, the mayo to my nays. I loved her more than I loved anyone. The notebook sat on the nearby dresser. I had time to kill, so I figured why not. I was always looking for new reading material. The cover was weird. There were pictures of giant, tentacled octopuses on it, entangled within each other and grinning with sharp fangs. It made me feel a bit uncomfortable, I'll admit, and I should have taken that as a sign not to crack it open. Some things are better left unknown. But, like an idiot, I didn't take that sign. The first page was literally just scribbles of black ink, as if someone had held their pen like a knife and went to town. The paper was embossed with these violent strokes, tattoos more permanent than the ink. The second page was blank. The third and fourth had beautiful pencil drawings of a woman with soft features. There was a poem accompanying these pictures titled, The Woman with Dark in Her Eyes. And honestly, it made no sense to me. Then again, I wasn't big on poetry. I liked a good story myself, but metaphors and flowery language were usually lost on my simple mind. I didn't exactly read this poem too critically. I scanned through it the same way I scanned through the rest of the pages, other poems included. Somewhere near the end, I came upon another poem called The Matron. I didn't understand this one either, but the opening lines chilled me to the bone. The worm inside is never satisfied, never full, and not until you crack the earth will you become whole. I flipped to the last pages. Here was a wall of text. One word, repeated over and over again, crammed together and written in shaky handwriting. Enlightened, 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 enlightened. There wasn't so much as a sliver of white space between the words, save for the spots inside of the G's, E's, and D's. On the back was another wall of repeated words. The matron, the matron, the matron. What in the hell? I said. I closed the book. At the time, I understood none of it, but it left a bad taste in my mouth. Things more or less returned to normal a few weeks later. We citizens tried our best to forget what happened, which wasn't an easy task. Stone got better and out of the hospital and back to the barracks. He and I began our comic book club together. Even Mia joined in on a few of these meetings. She liked the Spider-Man stories in particular. My regular book club also continued, albeit with dwindling numbers. At the last meeting, only Wendy, Scarlett, and I were in attendance. George had fallen into a slight depression, though he hid it well, and he skipped, citing his workload as the reason. No one bought it, but George wanted space, not a therapy session. Chewy was also absent from this meeting. Ever since Stone had been shot, he'd taken to sticking closely by him. Stone liked it, for sure. They comforted each other. We discussed The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't my favorite. Wendy and Scarlett, however, were gaga over it. I loved Gatsby, Scarlett said. I'd totally bang him, especially if he really looks like Leonardo DiCaprio. Wendy giggled. Leo apparently played Gatsby in a recent adaptation of the novel. I must have missed that one. Rolling my eyes, I said, Ladies, can we please stay on topic? They ignored me. On the subject of banging, Scarlett continued, I hear John Baretti has found a new woman. That Credence gal? Wendy asked. I heard that too. If they only knew, I thought. Definitely not a secret, Scarlett said. They're PDAing all over the place. I feel like I should be wearing a body-sized condom whenever I'm around them. I set my book down on the table and leaned back in my chair. Taking a handful of crackers, I prepared for the gossip. That was often how these meetings went, even when George was here. We talked about the story for a bit, and then we talked about the juicy things going on in the city. I didn't really mind it, especially this time when the book wasn't one I was fond of. However, I would have enjoyed chatting about anyone other than Baretti. He wasn't my favorite person, as you know. It's just what he needs, Wendy said sarcastically. More distraction. What do you mean? I asked. He's supposed to save us, isn't he? That's what Nick's always pushing. True, Scarlett agreed. You asked me? Wendy said. He's already given up. So what does he do in his lab all day? I asked. Wendy shrugged, but Scarlett offered an answer. He's probably playing with himself. Well, was playing with himself. Now he's got Credence for that. Who? Wendy said. He's about 20 years older than her. The poor girl. Yeah, imagine his wrinkly body wriggling on top of you, Scarlett said. I'd rather not, I said. They both laughed, but as soon as laughter stopped, the conversation turned more serious. Their dislike for the man surprised me, but then again, Baretti was easy to dislike. If you ask me, Wendy said, John gave up a long time ago. Scarlett nodded. That is, if he was ever really trying in the first place. I rarely saw John Baretti around the city. Don't get me wrong, I liked that. But the times I did see him were never joyous occasions. One of these times occurred 2 days after the book club meeting. Elle's shift was ending, and I was on my way to walk her back to our barracks, like I did sometimes when I had the time. She often commented about how creepy the tunnels were, and I took that as a hint for me to give her some company. Baretti, still dressed in his dingy white lab coat, burst through the hospital doors. The sudden noise caused me to stop dead in my tracks. A side effect of being on the road for so long, I guess. After all the run-ins with the Wraiths and other forms of monsters, I would think the worst any time I heard something when it was supposed to be quiet. The bright lights running along the tunnel ceiling illuminated the haggardness of Baretti's face. His flesh was waxy, his eyes looked bruised, and his greasy hair lay flat on his head. Corpse-like would be an apt description, and even then that might not have been doing his appearance justice. It seemed as if death was hanging over him like a storm cloud. He stopped, brought his cupped hands to his mouth, and then tipped his head back. His throat tightened as he struggled to swallow. Pills. But what kind? And what was wrong with him? Judging by his appearance, a lot. I waited a moment to see where he was heading. It wasn't that I was afraid of him, far from that. But I found seeing him like this, in a moment of weakness, to be oddly sobering. In a weird way, I felt bad for the guy, even after he'd locked me in a cage and had his pals beat on me. The pain in his face knocked him down a few pegs, made him seem human, too. Or at least something close to it. I could tell how he didn't want anyone to see him this way. He looked around, up and down the hall behind him, then up and down the hall again. He didn't see me. Elle came out a few minutes later. Now, I believed she was my soulmate, despite us only knowing each other for a short time. I was also deeply in love with her, as I hoped she was with me. The trials and tribulations we went through together brought us closer than anything could have. So that short time felt like years. I guess time is also relative when it comes to the power of love. Because of this, it was easy to tell when something was wrong with her. I don't think anyone else, aside from maybe Mikey and her parents, all three of which are deceased, could have caught that vibe from her. She was all smiles, bouncy, talkative. You would have thought she had just won the lottery. Her tell lay in the eyes. She squints slightly, just the smallest amount when she's upset, as if to stop herself from crying. And she was doing it then. It wasn't hard to guess who had been the cause of this problem after seeing Beretti leave the area. It was Beretti, wasn't it? I said, looking at her with serious eyes. She glanced back and quickly looked away. What? Elle, come on, I know you. You're upset. I'm not upset. Beretti's face swam up into my mind. A building anger shortly followed. I clenched my teeth before saying, "What did he do to you, Elle? If he so much as laid a finger on you, I'll kill him. Calm down, Grady." We had stopped walking and were standing in front of a mural of a garden. The pictures were the last thing on my mind at the time, though. My rising rage had plateaued, but that didn't mean it was apt to stay that way. I pushed Eleanor for more information about what happened. For the most part, she remained coy. "Nothing," she said, leaning against an oddly proportioned sunflower. "He was just mean, that's all. Not grateful, rude, all of the above, yada, yada, yada." I did know, but I wanted to know more. What were those pills he took? Eleanor ran a finger across her lips and made the sound of a zipper. Doctor-patient confidentiality, even for him, after all that I told you he put me through. She chuckled. It was without humor, kind of sad-sounding. "I'm messing with you. He said he had a headache, and that he wanted to catch it before it exploded into a migraine and knocked him on his butt for a couple days. I just gave him a few Advil." Ryder and the other bigwigs didn't allow us to keep medicine. It was all brought in by the scabs, who left it in the care of Doc Hart and the others working at the hospital. "Elle," I said, "you saw the guy. He looks like walking death." She shrugged. "That's all I know about it. If you want to know more, you should ask Sharon. She handles the serious cases. I mean, I'm not even technically a nurse. I never passed my test." "You never had the chance to take your test. You would have passed with flying colors if you had." I waved a hand. "That's not the point. And I can't ask Sharon. I barely know her, and I don't think she likes me very much." "She likes you. She's just shy." Elle pushed off the wall, started walking again. I followed. "Better yet, ask Beretti himself." That was something I certainly wasn't going to do, and Elle knew it. As we headed back to the barracks, I remember thinking whatever was wrong with Beretti was much more than a migraine. As it turned out, I was right, for once. But I wouldn't know this until it was too late. 5. The Mission. I heard low voices in the hallway, whispering. I was on my way to the watchtower, bundled up in my heavy coat, hat, and a leather pair of gloves. I turned the corner and nearly jumped into George. Stopping short, I said, "Whoops, sorry." Nick was standing next to George. He looked to have lost 20 pounds since the attack. Still, he smiled a mischievous smile. "There's our guy." "What's that mean?" I asked. "We have something we want to ask you," George said. I already knew what it was. "We're planning a supply run. We need more gas ASAP, and after we lost, well, the scabs aren't as strong as we once were. We'd love to have you on board, Grady." I took a step back, chewed my bottom lip. They both sensed my apprehension, no doubt. Anyone with half a brain knew that going outside was the closest thing to a death sentence. "Grady," George said, "you're one of the best we have here. I know we don't know each other too well, but I'd trust you with my life." My eyes widened. That was quite a compliment. The decision in reality wasn't difficult. Being a firefighter in my past life had prepared me for at least some danger, maybe not this much danger, but danger nonetheless. And I knew that without fuel, everyone I cared about, everything we had worked for to get here, all the pain, the suffering, the loss, it would be for nothing. So if it was up to me, I would have said yes on the spot. Unfortunately, I couldn't. My decisions were no longer solely my own. Elle and I were in love. It wouldn't be fair to her if I up and left without discussion. I know, Nick said. You're gonna have to talk about it with your lady. I get it. But this is important, Grady. Make sure she understands. What he didn't say was how our lives and our future depended on the success of this supply run. His eyes, however, conveyed that notion. I nodded. I'll talk with her. Talk with who? A voice said from behind. All three of us turned toward the newest arrival. Standing there was Elle. She had a thermos, my thermos. I'd forgotten it, and she knew I was lost without my nightly coffee. Speak of the devil, George mumbled. He slouched a bit, stepping behind Nick. No, Eleanor said. No, I repeated, confused. What do you mean? I know what you three are doing, colluding in the shadows. I arched an eyebrow. How she knew, I had no idea. You don't need to be Sherlock Holmes, she said. It's not what you think, Nick replied. And what is it that I think? Nick opened his mouth, about to speak, and then thought better about it. Good choice, I thought. You want Grady to join the scavengers or whatever you call it, am I right? George nodded. We do. We need fuel, Nick said. We need it bad, Eleanor. A man with Grady's gumption can help us so much, George added. Elle pursed her lips and folded her arms over her chest. The thermos was still in her hands. Hesitantly, I took it and sipped, wishing it was spiked with something strong. And we're not going anywhere foreign, George continued. We're heading toward a little place only about 15 miles away. Another city? I asked, intrigued. Not quite, Nick answered. It's just a group of fellas we've been in contact with since we got the radios working again. We've already arranged it with them. They're good people, Eleanor. We can trust them. It's not them I'm worried about, Elle said. Nick nodded. I know. Will it help persuade you if I say there's safety in numbers, even out there? My eyes ping-ponged between them. Nope, didn't think so, he said. Well, you're right, Elle said. There is safety in numbers. She looked my way. There was an odd sort of determination on her face. Which is why you aren't going without me. What? I said. Elle, don't be crazy. I'm not. You are, for wanting to go on this ridiculous suicide mission, but if you're going to be crazy, I'll be crazy with you. George leaned against the wall. He let out a deep breath and flashed a half smile. Hey, you know what they say. The more the merrier. Elle, is that really a good idea? Nick asked. No, probably not, but I can hold my own. I opened my mouth. Elle shushed me. Zip it, Grady. I clamped my lips together, ran a finger along them, and made the sound of a zipper closing. It settled then. We'll head out in 1 week, George said. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand. Whew. That went smoother than anticipated, didn't it, Nicky? I guess it did. I don't know how I feel about putting you both in danger, but George runs a tight ship. We've had more incidents here than out there. Last time I tagged along with them, it was almost like a little vacation. You enjoyed negative 1,000-degree weather and complete darkness? George asked, frowning. You're crazier than I thought, old man. Wow, you're really making it sound like we made a good choice here, George, I said. George shrugged. No need to sugarcoat it. It's most definitely not a vacation. He looked at Elle. You sure you want to come along? If Grady goes, I go.
All right, George said. He stuck out his hand and Elle shook it. I was unable to speak. I didn't want her to come, but I knew she would never let me go on my own, and I did want to go, as crazy as it sounded. The city saved not only my life, but the lives of my friends. Without it, without the kind people here, save for a few, who knows what might have happened to us. I owed the City of Light for this. I owed Nick. I owed the citizens. I talked to Elle when I got back from my shift in the early morning. She had time to sleep on it, and I thought maybe she had changed her mind. Perhaps a full night's rest had lent her some sense. Nope. I want to go, she said before I could even broach the subject. She was in a fuzzy purple robe, sitting in the dimly lit kitchenette we shared, and sipping a glass of orange juice. The more I thought about it, the more I realized it's the least I can do. I nodded. I understood. Elle, it's dangerous. More dangerous than our journey here. She scoffed and rolled her eyes. I seriously doubt it. How much time did we spend outside the snowmobiles? A lot. How many weapons did we have? Our go-to was off and little Bic lighters. The scavs probably have freaking flamethrowers. You're right, I said. But it's safer here, and warm. I know. But I'm a very capable woman, Grady. I can handle myself. Yes, you can. I know that. I just love you, that's all. I'd kill myself if something happened to you because you followed me. We'll be fine, Grady. Her voice sounded like she believed that, but her face said otherwise. I hope so. I really do. I've been wrong about a great many things in my almost 3 decades. I'll admit that. Men are usually wrong, according to Mia, and it was certainly true in my case. But being wrong all the time didn't always mean bad things, because I was wrong about our trip with the scavs. Their numbers thinned after the attack, so Elle and I had very big shoes to fill, and believe me, we tried our best. There were 5 in total: George, Zoe, Chad, and Elle and myself. I knew Zoe pretty well, but had only ever spoken to Chad on a few occasions. He was close to my age, maybe a little older. He seemed a bit cocky, the way guys in their late teens and early 20s usually are. You could tell by how often he mentioned how much he could bench press. We took the snow tank George had retrieved credence in. The cab's console looked like the cockpit of a Boeing 757 with all its buttons, switches, and gadgets. We all fit inside comfortably, and on a Monday morning, with the snow falling hard and the wind blowing harder, we set out east to another settlement. What I was wrong about was thinking things would go badly for us. They did not. The trip actually went smoothly. We saw no signs of wraiths, no signs of crazy people. Still, I kept both my weapon and my flashlight within reach. The settlement was located on a defunct military base, where a few people lived below ground in a bunker. When we pulled up to it, all I saw out the windshield was rolling mounds of white. George stopped and killed the engine. Home away from home sweet home, he grunted. Elle and I exchanged a look just as Zoe pulled the radio mic from the dash and spoke into it. The hippo has entered the pond. I repeat, the hippo has entered the pond, and it's bath time. Static crackled, and an old man said, Affirmative. Lights blinked on all around us. I turned away from them and squinted against the brightness. Now able to see better, I noticed a dip in the snow's surface to my left. The wind groaned, rocking our vehicle back and forth, but the grinding sound of the opening bunker door drowned it out. All right, let's move out, George said. The walk to the opening was about 30 feet, and in that 30 feet I felt my joints turn to ice. Once in, a man with a long gray beard greeted us. He looked like a mixture of Gandalf and Dumbledore, very wizardy. George and him hugged one another like they were old friends, and then the bearded man hugged Zoe and Chad the same way. Elle and I waited politely,
before George nodded his head toward us and said, "This here is Grady and Elle. They're helping out." The wizard man frowned. There was a touch of sadness in his eyes. "Oh, Nikki told me. How terrible. I'm so sorry to hear about your losses. I loved Aiden like a brother." He turned, smiled, and initiated a group hug. A strong scent of tobacco swept over me, homegrown stuff. "My name is Julius, and it's so nice to meet you both." "Nice to meet you too," I said. "Come in, everyone, and warm up." Julius led us down a metal staircase, which was lit by weak bulbs every 15 or so feet. Our boots clanged off the steps and echoed around our heads. It seemed like we'd traveled a mile below before a brighter light emerged and the sounds of conversation drifted upward. No, man, you cheated." "I didn't cheat, you just suck donkey dick." Julius cleared his throat, interrupting the argument. "Fellas, we have guests. Please mind your manners." Two men were sitting at a card table. A game of backgammon sat between them. Judging by the way their fists were balled up, I didn't think they'd be sitting much longer. The bunker was spacious, but I could already feel the walls closing in. I was surprised these guys hadn't killed each other already. They were both middle-aged. One was balding, the other had a full head of hair that went down past his shoulders, and a hard face, like a rock star having trouble adapting to midlife. "Mind if I use the bathroom?" Zoe asked. "My bladder's about to burst." "Of course," Julius answered. He waved a hand behind him. "Oh, here, I'll show you," the retired rock star said. "Give it a rest, Damien. I'm not gonna bang you," Zoe replied. The man chuckled awkwardly, his eyes flicking to Elle and I, and then to the floor. Zoe passed him without so much as a glance and went down the nearby corridor Julius had pointed to. "Yo, Chad, you want to get in on this? I can't play with Dame no more. He's a cheating son of a bitch," the balding man said. Damien flashed his middle finger, and the other guy flashed it right back. Julius glared their way. "What did I say about minding your manners, you two? I expect that kind of behavior from Damien, but not you, Sam. For God's sake, there's a lady present." His head turned slightly in Elle's direction. "I don't mind," Elle said, surprised. "I hear enough of it from this guy." She cocked a thumb at me, and I smiled innocently. "See, Julius, you gotta lighten up, my friend," the balding man, Sam, said. "Now, how about it, Chad?" Chad shook his head. "Nah, man, I just want to sleep on an actual mattress. Being cooped up in the boat's got me cramped as hell." "Chicken," Sam said. To which Chad rolled his eyes and left down a different corridor. I stepped forward. "I'm game. Been a while since I've played backgammon, but if you want to give me a little refresher, I'm sure I can hold my own." "That's Grady for you," George said, smiling. He clapped me on the back. "Friendly and fun. Now, I'm not your mother, but I'd suggest you get some sleep too. We're heading out in 8 hours. "Speaking of fun," Sam said, "you ain't, Georgie." Yeah, I hear it all the time, but your mom says otherwise." Julius shook his head, fed up. He crossed the room and plopped down on an old ratty couch. From beneath it, he pulled out a bottle of Jack Daniels. It was about 3/4 of the way gone, and he tipped it back and finished the rest in one swallow. Damien sat by him and pulled out his own bottle. His was much fuller, but he was experienced in slugging back whiskey. Most of the bottle was gone in 2 or 3 gulps, and the guy hardly even grimaced. He left after that, looking glum about what Zoe said, most likely. "Take it back, George," Sam said, amicably enough. George replied, "Nope. But I'm off to bed. If you need me, don't." Sam muttered, "Asshole." He rattled the dice around in his fist and looked at me. "Well, come on. If you want to play, let's do it. Just don't cheat, okay?" I nodded. "No problem." To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure how you could cheat at backgammon, especially without it being obvious. "Mind if I watch?" Elle asked. I'm not too tired. I don't mind, I said. Guess not, Sam echoed. You can be my second set of eyes. If he starts playing sketchy, you let me know. Of course. Pretty soon, the three of us were all who were left in the big room. I played Sam a few games of backgammon, got my ass kicked at first, and then came back and held my own during the last game. I lost that one too, but hey, I was proud of myself. It had been about a dozen years since I'd last played. My grandma taught me. She loved backgammon, and I was glad for the reminder of all the summer afternoons we spent on her front porch, just the two of us and her one-eyed cat, throwing around the dice and moving our chips while the breeze drifted through the screen door. Those were simpler times, better times. God, I miss them. Elle played Sam next, and unsurprisingly, she whooped him twice. Sam was fuming after the last game. He snapped the backgammon set shut, stuck it under one arm, and bolted from the room. After that, we eventually found our way to the spare beds. Everyone else was fast asleep. George's snoring put Chewy's to shame. I found the sounds comforting in an odd sort of way and fell asleep soon after. We woke up right when George said so. Damien and Sam helped load the fuel into the tank, 6 big barrels of it. Julius stopped me and pulled me into a hug. He still smelled like his tobacco, but that was now mixed with a faint scent of whiskey, too. You take care of yourself, Grady. It was so nice meeting you. I will, and thank you. For everything. Not a problem. If you ever need anything else, don't hesitate to reach out. We'd love to take in as many people as we can here. He shivered. A few snowflakes fell on his beard and stayed frozen. I don't like the thought of you all up there. Never did, but especially not after the attacks. I think we'll be okay. The fuel helps. Julius smiled. I will pray. I thanked him again, thinking we'd need more than prayers. Then we were on our way. The trip back to the city lasted another few days, and they were a long few days. I remember as we crested a mound of snow, I expected to see the lighthouse's lantern shining in the distance. My heart had swelled, but then it popped. George slowed the tank to a stop. The engine rumbled and growled. It was somehow louder idling than it was when in motion. I was wide awake. Elle, her head on my shoulder, kept on sleeping. So did the others, Zoe in the middle seats, Chad in the front next to George. Why isn't the lighthouse on? I asked. Had the fuel already dried up? I leaned forward over Zoe and put a hand on George's shoulder, looking at the side of his face. He was as pale as the snow. The glow from the dashboard instruments made him look eerie. I don't know, George answered in a soft, raspy voice. What? The dark had consumed our beacon, like it consumed everything else. We were all on alert now. What the hell do we do? Chad asked. If those crazy bastards got in, the place will be crawling with shadows. Then how about we leave? Zoe offered. George clenched his jaw. His eyes turned flinty as he twisted and looked at her. Not a chance. We're scavengers, for God's sake. We don't back down from anyone. Those people in there are our family and friends. We won't leave them behind. I heard them speaking, but my mind was far away. It was like they were talking at the far end of a cave, and their faded echoes were all that reached my ears. Next to me, Elle had begun crying. Mia, Stone, Monica, Chewy, all those left in the world I cared about, their fates were unknown. They could have been dead, but they were definitely in danger. I tried to stay positive, but there was no denying the malice hanging in the air. Have you ever been near a place that's been struck by lightning? If you have, then you'll know of the metallic tang that lingers for a few moments after. You'll know how the hairs on your arms and the back of your neck stand up if you get too close. You may not have been there to see or hear the strike, but, evidence or not, you know it happened. You sense something off, something wrong. That's how it was for me then. Lack of light Could have been a simple malfunction. It could have been because the fuel ran out. It could have been a number of non-damning things. But I knew it wasn't because I could feel it. A few seconds passed, then a minute. Heavy silence filled the tank's cab. "Okay," Zoe said, breaking it. "We can't tuck tail and run. So now what?" We all looked to George for an answer. As the leader, I'm sure he expected that. But he was scared the same way we all were. "George?" Chad said. Still no answer. Not from him, at least. And the person who answered was who I least expected. Now, in hindsight, it makes sense. She had lost too many people she cared for and loved already. She refused to lose anyone else. Eleanor leaned forward and said, "We fight. That's what we do. We drive into the city and we fight for what's ours, damn it. No matter who the enemy may be." The gates hung open crookedly, as if something had smashed through them. Something huge. I scanned the snow for tracks, footsteps or tires, and saw nothing. George drove forward. The tank fit, and soon we were rounding the watchtower I'd spent so many hours in. No lights glowed from it or any of the other towers. All the windows of the main buildings were boarded up, but usually you could see a faint gleam shining through the cracks on a few of these windows. You couldn't now. Darkness flooded the entire city. I felt like I was entering a graveyard. It was quiet and still. Even the wind had died down. The terrible shrieking had become soft whistling. "What now?" Zoe asked. For the first time since knowing her, she looked frightened. She usually wore a perpetual scowl on her face, a kind of "don't fuck with me" look, right up there with Mia's default expression. But it had cracked. Now she seemed human. George turned back to Elle. "Keep going," she said, nodding her head toward the windshield. So that's what we did. George drove the tank right up to the nearest entrance. He shut the engine off and reached for his rifle. Once in hand, he seemed a little more sure of himself. I grabbed my own weapon, and I'll admit I also felt a bit better. "You ready?" he asked. None of us answered. We weren't ready. He knew this as well as we did. George led the way. "All right, let's get inside." We went to the same door I had tried getting through when Stone was shot. The keycard didn't work without power, so I doubted if it would work then. If not, then how were we? Gunshots exploded in front of us. The scanner shattered, and sparks flew in every direction. George backed up a few steps, raised a leg, and kicked out, his weapon's barrel smoking. The door, peppered with bullet holes, collapsed with the force of George's boot. It was open now, and like the outside, there was only absolute darkness. George hesitated before stepping forward. I didn't blame him. The fear rippling through me was enough to almost block out the Arctic temperatures eating at my flesh. I didn't want to go in, and I don't think anyone else did either, but we had to. There was too much on the line. Stone and Mia and Monica and Chewie. Not to mention the new friends I had made over the last few months. If I lost them, if I lost my shelter, if I lost all of it, nothing would matter anymore. I might as well be dead. And I'm sure the others felt this way too. George went in first, and we followed. Guns and flashlights raised. We scanned the corridors. Paintings of sunsets and stick figures holding hands lined the walls. Cute and wholesome at any other time, they somehow felt sinister in the darkness. I kept my eyes forward and focused on what our beams brightened, which was a lot of nothing as we eased our way toward the hub. I don't think any of us were breathing. We spoke no words either, not until a rush of footsteps echoed down the hall. They were coming in our direction. I stopped, my muscles somehow tightening more than I believed possible. "Fingers off your triggers," George whispered. "Easy, easy." A light danced ahead. Shadows crawled along the walls. I couldn't breathe. It was like an invisible hand was strangling me. "Easy," George repeated. Easy. The person rounded the corner and squinted at our flashlights. It was Scarlet. She held a hand up over her face and looked as if she'd just been roused from sleep.
"What the hell was that?" she exclaimed. "Did you shoot at someone?"
"Scarlet?" George said.
"Who else?" "What the hell happened here?" Zoe countered. "The gates are busted open."
We all lowered our guns to the side. Well, everyone except for Eleanor. She was eyeing Scarlet warily. I reached over, put a hand on her rifle's barrel, and eased it down. She resisted at first before dropping it.
"Long story," Scarlet said. "Come to the cafeteria, that's where everyone's at. Set up a projector there. Everyone's watching a movie on a small backup generator, to take their minds off of what happened. I'll tell you what I can on the way."
"Are they okay?" I asked.
"Yeah, mostly. There's a few people with some minor scratches and bruises. Debbie bonked her head pretty good during the evacuation. Might have a concussion, poor gal. She'll be okay, though."
Scarlet stopped and turned to Eleanor.
"We missed you, Elle. Really needed your medical expertise."
The invisible hand around my throat relaxed. Elle's forehead wrinkled.
"What? Nina and Sharon are the ones—"
Scarlet stopped. Her shoulders slouched and her head tilted downward at the floor. "Scar?" Chad said. "You okay there?" I shined my light in front of her. There was nothing. George reached out and put a hand on her arm. "Scarlet?"
"I think she's the one who bumped her head,"
Zoe whispered, widening her eyes and spinning an index finger by her temple.
"Scarlet,"
Elle began in a concerned voice.
"Are you—"
Scarlet looked at us. She winced at the flashlights in her face.
"I'm okay. Zoe's right, I bumped my head too, but I'll live."
I studied her face. Her knitted beanie hung low on her brow. Her skin seemed paler than usual. I mean, we were all pale without the sun, but Scarlet was sickly looking. And that wasn't normal. Her eyes were no longer lively. I just figured stress and fear were to blame. Then Scarlet flashed us a reassuring smile. It was anything but, however. Elle and I exchanged a concerned glance while Zoe repeated her cuckoo gesture, but George and Chad didn't seem too bothered by this sudden display of odd behavior.
"Who was it? Was it more of those crazy assholes that were chasing the new girl? What's her name? It's a fucking weird one, I know, but I can't remember,"
Chad said. "Credence," I answered.
"Yeah,"
Scarlet said.
"Yeah, it was them."
There wasn't much conviction in her voice. I thought she sounded different. The usual inflection, the giddiness, the buoyancy was gone. Now she sounded flat. Reasoning, I kept telling myself she was in shock over whatever it was that happened while we were gone. But then wouldn't she have sounded scared, distressed? If she was human, yeah, I believe so. Then again, everyone was different. I don't know. In hindsight, it's hard to say exactly what was going through my head. All I really cared about at that point was getting to Mia, Monica, Stone, and Chewie and making sure they were okay. "Are they dead? Those bastards that attacked?" Chad continued. He slapped the side of his rifle. "Please tell me you lit those motherfuckers up."
"Dead. Yeah,"
Scarlet said.
"Monotone."
We were coming upon the cafeteria's entrance. It was silent, and I also found that odd. If they were watching a movie, shouldn't there have been sound? Scarlet grabbed the door's handle.
"All right, here we are."
I heard nothing at all. Where was everyone? As if reading my mind, Scarlet said,
"Must have relocated, no problem. We'll find them. Probably felt safe enough to cross back to the hub's entertainment rooms."
"Nothing like a Disney movie to get you in a better mood," Chad said. Scarlet pulled open the door.
"After you."
The inside was dark, pitch black. We had our flashlights, and I saw something on the floor, but what the puddles and smears were didn't register until it was too late. Elle, George, and I went through first. Chad and Zoe followed. If the three of us hadn't led, I don't want to think about what would have happened, but what did happen occurred in a blur. The puddles and smears on the floor were red, I saw as we entered. Some part of me knew it was blood. I felt like I could almost smell it, that coppery scent. But another part of my brain couldn't reason with the fact that it actually could be blood. Whose blood? That was the question. The people who'd attacked? My friends and family? I was staring down at it when Zoe said, "Whoa, what the fuck are you doing?" But like the blood, her voice didn't register until it was too late. 2 concussive bangs went off behind us. They were immediately followed by 2 bright flashes that lit up the entire cafeteria, confirming my theory. Blood. Blood everywhere. I spun around and put my body between Elle and the gunshots and somehow kept my grip on the flashlight. Eleanor had dropped hers. It clattered off the floor, but after the thumping against my eardrums, I barely heard it. My beam hit Scarlet. She was standing there with a raised pistol. Chad had collapsed on the floor in a heap, blood spreading around him. Still up in front of Scarlet stood Zoe, with a hole in the right side of her face. From her right eyebrow to the middle of her cheek was nothing but gristle and gore. Her left eye rolled without direction, and then she fell forward, landing next to Chad, both of them dead. I wish I could say I acted fast, but I can't. I didn't act at all. Neither did George. Luckily for us, Eleanor did. She started shooting her rifle before she had it up all the way. Chunks of the floor exploded and sprayed linoleum in all directions. The pieces burrowed into my shins like bee stings. The rifle's recoil forced Elle's aim up and to the left. She missed most of her shots, but all it took was one bullet in the right place. Poor aim or not, the automatic fire and close range performed their jobs, and a line of rounds slashed Scarlet across the chest. She screamed in pain and stumbled backwards, her arms pinwheeling, her hat flying off, and then she thudded against the doorframe before collapsing on her side. Elle threw her rifle away in disgust and erupted into gasping sobs. The gun also clattered off the floor, but at this point, my ears were finished. I couldn't hear anything, not even my own thoughts. We stood there in shock for a long moment before any of us spoke, and although I couldn't hear him, I read George's lips. "Why?" he mouthed. "Why?" That was a good question. It took 60 seconds for any of us to move from our spots. I was the one who did first. I went over to Scarlet and examined her. The answer to her odd behavior was evident when I reached her corpse. On her forehead, which had been previously hidden by the knitted hat, was a black mark, a deep etching, as if scratched by a diseased fingernail which left in its wake a toxic residue. Scarlet had been touched by one of the monsters. Really, there was no other explanation for her murdering Zoe and Chad in cold blood. I knelt and pointed my flashlight at her face, tears welling in my eyes. They were a result of the terrible fear I felt then, fear of the unknown, of what lay before us in this supposed place of safety. I noticed now that Scarlet's eyes were back to normal, no longer dull and alien. They were hers. It was a shame. I had really liked her during the brief time we spent together. She was funny, whimsical, and not afraid to call you out on your crap. And anyone who did that earned my respect. But I was ashamed of how numbed I felt when I looked down at her. It was as if my brain told me I should be sad. But I'd seen death so much that it didn't matter anymore. A dead body was nothing new. It was just a fact of life. Maybe that, or her death, along with 2 others I called friends, Chad and Zoe, hadn't completely sunken in yet at the time. George spoke up, and I heard him this time, albeit faintly. "We have to go," he said. Large tears were rolling down his cheeks and into his beard. He was on the floor, cradling Zoe's head against his chest. I turned to Eleanor. She was sitting on the floor, close to a pool of blood, clutching her knees to her chest. Her face was buried in her hands, and her shoulders hitched with each convulsing cry. I dropped next to her, put an arm around her waist, and kissed the backs of her fingers. "You saved our lives, Elle." She said nothing in return. I mean, what could she say? I helped her up, and she instantly buried herself into my sternum. Over her head, I caught George's eyes and said, "We can't leave yet. We still have to fight. If there's anyone here we can save or help, we have to do it." I imagine it was the same thing Elle would have said had she been able to speak in the moment. Judging by the fear on George's face, my words hit him like a barrage of stray bullets. But frightened or not, he nodded. Only a minute or two had passed since the gunfight. The city was big compared to the dentist's offices and old-school annexes we stayed at during our trek south. But it wasn't that big. Someone, or something, would have heard us by now. Human or wraith, I doubted whoever it was would be friendly. "You okay?" I asked Elle, pressing my forehead against her damp cheek. Stupid question, I know. Of course she wasn't okay. Taking a life is never easy, and I say that from experience. No, I'm not proud of it either. She craned her head up at me. The white glow from the flashlight lent a corpse-like hue to her flesh. Pallid, cold. I shuddered upon noticing this, mostly because my train of thought had gone down such a dark path. I couldn't help that, though you would have probably thought the same. Now on his feet, George said, "If Nick's still alive, he would have taken any survivors to his panic room." "Panic room?" I repeated. He nodded. "Yeah, it's not far. Near his office." Not far under normal circumstances, but in this darkness, with possible wraiths lurking nearby, even 2 feet away was 2 feet too many. Elle stifled another sob, and that almost sent me over the edge. The thought of having to shoot my friends and family because some monster had turned them into killing machines filled me with nausea. But I knew having to do that was a real possibility. George led the way out of the cafeteria. He took us on a path that passed near our barracks. 2 of the windows were broken open, the barricades smashed. George squeezed through it, then Elle, and then me. Outside, the wind wailed. Swirls of white were blinding. The flakes stung the exposed parts of my flesh as the snow crunched beneath our feet. There was no cleared path. Getting through it was hard. The few minutes we spent outside were like an eternity. I became so stiff and frozen, I thought my arms and legs had turned to glass. From this spot, I could see where we drove the tank through and where we entered. So far, there was no one out there patrolling. I wondered if those infected could even do such a thing. From my experiences, their brains turned animalistic. All they cared about was killing, inflicting pain, and feeding their shadowy overlords. Scarlet was a different story, however. I don't know why she remained functional or how she managed to hide so well the fact that she'd been touched. Of course, her true nature showed through eventually, but still. My theory was that she'd been newly infected. She hadn't completely turned into whatever monster she might have become. Or perhaps she was somewhat numbed to the effects, like Robert Ballard of Woodhaven had been. I don't know, it didn't matter. She was dead now. A burst of wind pummeled our backs. I lost my footing and Elle grabbed me before I pitched over in the snow. George entered the corridor leading to the hub, and a mini avalanche followed us. Closing the door was more than a 1-person job. Hell, it might have been more than a 3-person job. Grunting, we closed it against the wind. Snow crusted George's beard. Little crystals of ice hung from his mustache. He scanned the surroundings with his flashlight. Nothing. No monsters, no people, marked or otherwise. Passing by the entrance to another set of personal barracks in the near-complete darkness, a hand shot out of the shadows and grabbed my shoulder. I spun around, my weapon and flashlight aimed high. My finger was on the trigger. I was a fraction of a second away from pulling it and blowing off the person's head. Thank God I didn't, because it was Stone. He stumbled backwards and lost his balance, taking a seat hard on the floor. I immediately lowered the gun and dropped to help him to his feet. George, however, kept his rifle in Stone's face. Couldn't blame him for that. There was a chance Stone was infected like Scarlet had been, but I was blinded by our friendship. Clutching his wounded shoulder, Stone said, "Jesus Christ." "Stone?" I whispered, not believing my eyes. "Oh my God." Elle scrambled to help me get him to his feet. George, never lowering his rifle, found the discarded crutch and offered it to Stone, who took it with a grimace on his face. "Are you okay?" I asked. "My ass is sore, but yeah, I guess so." He was still holding his shoulder. "What happened?" Elle burst out. "Are Mia and Monica okay? Where's Chewie? What about Nick? Debbie?" She leaned forward, inches away from Stone's face. He backed up and widened his eyes. Relax, Stone answered, one hand out. "I heard the tank's engine and knew it was you guys. I had to see if I could get to you before they did." I didn't like how he wouldn't answer Elle's questions. "Hold on a minute," George warned. "We need to examine him." Scarlet seemed fine, too. "I'm not infected." Stone furrowed his brow and continued. "Which is exactly what a person who was touched would say, isn't it?" He sighed. "All right. Do your worst." George ran his light over every inch of Stone's face and neck. He made him remove his jacket and lift up his shirt. After George finished scanning there, Stone pulled down his pants, and without shame, his blue and black checkered boxers. Red-faced, Eleanor turned away. "Satisfied?" Stone said, yanking his jeans back on with one hand. "Because I'm not. You do that to a dude, you gotta at least buy him a drink first." "Okay, now I know he's 100% himself," I said. "Only Stone cracks lame-ass jokes like that." Elle nodded and said, "It's true." George arched a brow. "Fine. I believe you all. Now get on with it. What the hell happened?" "Scarlet said something about more of those marked people. They came back for revenge," Elle said. "Bullshit," Stone said. "It was a stranger, yeah, but she had help." "Baretti," I whispered. Stone snapped his fingers. "Bingo. Him and Credence started another massacre, and the two stooges helped him. We weren't prepared for it." He bowed his head, and his voice was strained when he spoke next. "I saw Debbie get her skull bashed in. Jesus Christ, Grady, it was the worst thing I've ever seen, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. It was Larry. He did it with a crowbar. Ray took a swing at me, but he missed. I don't know how I got away. Forgotten instincts kicked in, and I moved like I never got in that car accident all those years ago. Guess all that working out was worth it." My stomach cramped. Bolts of pain shot through my chest. Debbie? No, not her. I swallowed with a dry throat and almost choked. There were more questions on my mind, but I wasn't sure I wanted the answers to them. "Where's the others?" Elle asked. "Nick's got a room," Stone answered. "Panic room," George said. "Told you. He's a sly son of a gun." "Bingo again," Stone said. "They're in there, just the few of us who got out when the shit started to hit the fan." "Who?" I asked, almost not wanting to know. "Mia, the baby, and Chewie are there. Believe that. But other than them, it's just Wendy and Nick, and about half a dozen other people." "Where's everyone else?" Another question I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer to. My gut told me they'd been murdered, but my heart hoped that wasn't the case and maybe there was still the chance. Stone set his jaw and shrugged. I don't know." "Dead?" George asked. "I don't know," Stone repeated. "I don't think so. I think Baretti and the crazy chick need them. I think we have another Woodhaven situation here." "A feeding?" Elle whispered. Something like it, yeah, Stone agreed. But I felt differently. This was bigger than that. So much bigger. What the hell do we do now? Elle said. Her determination had wavered since we first got here. I didn't blame her for that. I felt aimless, lost, but since George wasn't leading, I had to step into that role. Someone did, right? Plans haven't changed, I said. Now that the shock had passed, a rage was growing inside of me. I wanted revenge. We don't back down. We fight. I imagine the others still felt the same way. The city was ours. What exactly happened? Elle asked as we moved. Why did they start killing people? Stone shook his head. I don't know, I'm not sure. I think it's some sort of fucked up ritual. A ritual? I said. Stone was squinting, snapping his fingers. They said something about a mother or a mom or... Snippets of the journal Elle found a while back went through my head. Enlightened, written over and over. The matron, written the same way on the other pages. Was that Credence's? Had she left it behind? The matron, I said. Elle gasped. She had seen the notebook, too. Stone nearly jumped. That's it. Whoa, wait. How do you know, Grady? I filled him in. I had no idea what it meant. I still don't. I'd forgotten about it until you mentioned something about a mother. What do you think it means? George asked. I shook my head. I don't know. But whatever the hell it is not good. Are they trying to bring the matron, that thing, here? Elle whispered. No answer from any of us, but I thought so. It must be the queen fucking bee, Stone said. The mother of the monsters. The matron, I said. The word now starting to make sense to me. George sighed. Shit. Stone and George took us to the panic room. It wasn't far, thankfully. Stone knocked an intricate pattern, the knob rattled, and the door cracked open. A person didn't step out, however. Instead, we were greeted with a double-barrel shotgun. It's me, Nick. Relax, Stone said. I brought company, too. The door opened wider, but the gun stayed in place. Holding it was Nick Ryder. 2 electric lanterns lit the small room. Nick looked about 20 years older. What was left of his hair had gone a few shades grayer, and the wrinkles around his mouth and at the corners had grown deeper. Seeing him like that brought on a great sadness inside me, not to mention fresh guilt for ever leaving in the first place. I knew Peretti and Credence were just waiting for the scavs to go on their run before they began their little ritual. But rational thinking, even in a time like this, didn't make me feel any better. Chewie snaked around my legs and barked. His tail moved fast enough to make his entire body wiggle. I dropped to my knees and let him jump into my arms. A series of his slimy kisses followed. Behind Nick, Mia stepped forward. She was holding Monica, who was all wrapped up in her fruit-themed blanket, as quiet as can be. I noticed a spot of blood, which stood out starkly against the yellow of the bananas and the pale green of the watermelons. The momentary joy I felt was smothered by fresh rage again. Are you okay? Elle asked as she hugged Mia and planted a kiss on the baby's forehead. Mia nodded, but there were tears in her eyes. No one was okay. Among the others were Sharon Hart, Liz Cobb, Wendy, Dean and Phyllis Maples, their 7-year-old granddaughter Paige, Xavier Sturgeon, Gregory Dorner, Isla Diego, and Marcelo Alhajri. That was it. Were the others already dead? Or worse? The sight of them simultaneously warmed me and broke my heart. In a matter of months, hundreds of people were slaughtered. This place was now empty. Was there any hope for us? Did we stand a chance? These few people, 3 of whom were a dog, a baby, and a child, against a supernatural force we hardly understood, whose nature always seemed to be changing? My brain said no. We were screwed. But my heart said there was a possibility, because as long as I remained breathing, there was no giving up. Not now, not ever. I'm so glad you guys are okay, Mia said. She parted from Elle and hugged me. She even sneaked a kiss on my cheek, an act I never thought I'd see in a million billion years. So am I, Nick added. He shook my hand firmly and then pulled me in for a hug of his own. I smelled a bit of alcohol on his breath. A quick glance behind showed an opened bottle of gin on a nearby end table. No shame in that. A gulp of gin would have gone a long way for me right then. I also saw the others, silent so far, hide themselves in fear. Marcello was shaking, almost violently, with his arm around Isla's shoulders. The little girl, Paige, had a thumb in her mouth and her head on her grandmother's lap. Xavier was staring at the blank wall as if in a catatonic state. And Dorner looked paler than the snow. We need to get out of here, Mia said. We just need to go. The look in Beretti's eyes, I've seen it before. It's the same look I saw on the crackheads in Toronto who'd knife you for $1. It's a look of desperation. She pulled Monica closer to her face. There's something wrong with him, and he doesn't give a shit about murdering people. I won't let them take my baby. God damn it, I won't. Mia's no swearing rule was officially voided, also understandable. Wendy cleared her throat. Her hair was a disheveled mess. Her red bangs, sweaty and clumpy, stuck to her forehead. He's not been himself ever since he met that woman. They've been weird. Now they've carried out mass murder. Her own eyes shined with tears. John's sick, Sharon said. We don't have the tools here to properly diagnose him, but he's been sick for a while now. We think it's cancer. Without warning, she doubled over and sobbed. God, what is happening? Elle moved closer to Sharon and hugged her. It's going to be okay, Sharon. We'll make it. After taking a few deep breaths to get herself under control, Sharon said, He's desperate. I heard them talking before all the killing. Credence promised him eternal life or some crazy bullcrap like that. Jesus Christ, Stone said, shaking his head. Well, whatever it is they're doing, I said, we can't let it happen. I looked into every single person's eyes. I'll die before I let them take this place. I knew that was a very real possibility. There's one more tank in the garage. With that, and the one you three came here on, we can leave, Nick said. We can go right now and save ourselves from more bloodshed. George shook his head. You all can take them. I'm fighting. 2 more of my scavs are dead because of that idiot Beretti. Now my friends are in danger. I won't let him get away with it. Nick closed his eyes. There's no need to be stupid, George. It's only a matter of time before they bring those monsters upon us. We need to move while we still have a chance. George, however, put his foot down. I could tell by the hard look on his face that there was no convincing him. And you know what? I understood his logic. The city? It was a place worth fighting for. I said, I'm with you, George. So am I, Elle echoed. And me, Stone said. There's no need, Nick began before I cut him off. Nick, you need to go. You need to take the others and get them somewhere safe, far from here. I'm not leaving you. Please, Nick, Elle said. There's a child and a baby. And you know how to drive the tank, George added. Nick looked at the Maples, an old couple verging on ancient, at Mia and Monica, at the others, and then back to us. All right. We'll be okay, George said, grinning at Elle, Stone, and me. We're scavs. Nick and the others left us minutes later. Mia was crying harder than I thought possible from her. Seeing this twisted my stomach. She begged us to go with her, but I couldn't. and because of that I knew Stone and Elle couldn't either. "We'll see you soon," I promised. I smiled, but she didn't buy it. They left the city not long after, and I'm pleased to report they got away without problem, heading for the military bunker we had left just days earlier. At the hub, the ritual had already begun. I knew this because Elle and I followed Nick and the others to the garage. We were their cover if anything were to go wrong. And once the ritual began, the infected citizens of the city didn't care about a few flies escaping the trap. All they cared about was keeping the Wraiths happy while they brought forth the matron. I hoped, at least. The monsters revealed themselves as I watched the snow swallow up the red tail lights of the tank, as the others got farther and farther away from the city. I heard them first. A droning, buzzing sound, the kind you hear after a loud explosion goes off much too close to your ears. As the Wraiths came closer, the air changed. It grew colder. Not the temperature, but colder in the same way that death is cold. Then their dark shapes emerged through the haze of white. I froze for a second, but only for a second, thanks to Elle. She grabbed my gloved hand and dragged me inside as we made our way back to George and Stone. We went through the threshold of the open door, the wind actually spurring us forward rather than blowing us back. Once inside, we entered the panic room and locked the door. The droning, buzzing grew louder. It was the type of sound that could drive you insane. I remember how I felt close to insanity at that point, and I remember wishing I had just left altogether, because the Wraiths scared me more than anything. The fact they could lock onto my deepest fears, bring them to life, and possibly turn me raving mad didn't scare me so much as they themselves did. They were alien, in the deepest sense of the word. "We got company," Elle said, cool and calm as ever. I admired her for that. "Let 'em come," Stone replied. He was on his knees. An open emergency roadside kit sat before him. He dug through it, tossing away pliers, gloves, and bright yellow caution signs. "Yes." He held up a handful of flares. "Something useful. Let's burn these fuckers to hell." He gave us all one. I shoved mine into my jacket pocket. Burning the fuckers to hell was the plan, but that was as far as that plan went. How we would do it, I had no idea. The flares weren't going to do the trick, that was for sure. We'd need a damn supernova. "Can you see where they're going?" George whispered. He cracked the door open. A gust of wind almost knocked him off his feet, and for a big guy like him, that was hard to do. I peered around him. "Looks like the hub." "They know we're here," Elle said. "Bullshit," Stone barked. "They're weird, but they're not all-knowing." His voice lost some of its confidence near the end of the sentence. I think because he knew Elle was right. "Do you hear that?" George asked. For a moment I heard nothing, but then a low thrumming replaced the silence, building in intensity. The ground began to tremble before it shook violently. I pitched forward and stumbled into the snow. The door flew open, and the sky I saw was blacker than ever, which I previously thought was impossible. The reason for this revealed itself shortly after. More Wraiths had joined the party. No longer were there hundreds. Now there were thousands. The ritual had officially begun. 6. The ritual. I froze before I made it 2 steps outside, not in fear, but in awe. The hub's roof had cracked open, and a stream of black shadows stretched upward. The only reason I was able to see them was because they were darker than the sky, void black. Staring into it was like staring into an abyss of nothingness. Yet a haunting, ethereal glow emanated from them. "What in the Stone began. Elle grabbed my jacket. She clicked off her flashlight just as about 50 of the monsters floated by, paying us no mind. Don't move. They advanced in single file, like subways controlled by a central computer, hive-minded. They passed so closely that the cold they brought with them chilled me worse than the Arctic temperatures ever could. George lifted his gun, but Stone, his mouth hanging open, shoved the barrel down. "No," he whispered. "They don't see us." Or they did, but they didn't care about us. We were in the jaws of a sleeping beast. Any wrong movement, any wrong sound could wake it up, and then we'd become its next meal. "Seriously, we need to kill these bastards while we can," George snapped. Wait, Elle said, her hand up. "Just wait." I was in no hurry, trust me. "You and Stone get the other tank. We need an escape plan. We'll have to move quick once we save the survivors." Elle's eyes burned with intensity. "Meet us up there as soon as you can. Can you two handle that?" Stone nodded. "Hell yes." "Good." Once in the clear, Elle let go of me and followed the Wraiths toward the hub. I looked back at Stone and George and shrugged. Then I went with her. The foundation of the hub had cracked. Walls and barricades had fallen. We perched ourselves among the rubble and took in the horror, all of us silent and sick. The terrible noise earlier, followed by the shaking ground, was the reason for this. The gem floor was split open. A large fissure zigzagged down the middle. The roof had also cracked. Parts of the ceiling had caved in, showcasing the black sky above. And although I couldn't see the monsters, I felt their presence close by. They weren't my main focus, however. My focus was the people still alive. I counted 30. They were tied and chained together in bunches, beaten and bloody. Most of them looked defeated and lackadaisical, like they were waiting for the Reaper to put them out of their misery. I counted more among the dead. Tinted Visor, a.k.a. Larry, dragged 2 bodies across the hardwood. They left a snail trail of red in their wake. I recognized one, Charles Hu, but not the other because the corpse was mutilated beyond recognition. This was the same tactic that Bob Ballard used on Mikey in Woodhaven: torture and draw out the suffering, so the victim emits more fear, resulting in a tastier meal for the Wraiths. My heart sank toward my knotted stomach. Pity outweighed the fear and anger, but only for a moment. A minute later, Beretti banged through the nearest fire exit on our left with Credence and Ray, a.k.a. Gas Mask. Credence and Beretti held low-burning candles, which gave off enough light to brighten their haggard faces. Seeing the smirk on Beretti's filled me with rage. If I was by myself and not with Elle, I would have easily left our hiding spot and killed the bastard where he stood. But doing so would not only jeopardize Elle's life, but the lives of those still living. It was too risky. We had to play this by ear. Credence looked like a completely different woman. She no longer seemed meager and weak. Now she stood tall and wore a wide grin. Her being a victim had all been an act. Ray and Larry parted from them and fanned out among the crowd of survivors as Beretti and Credence, stepping over the other dead bodies, approached the fissure. Beretti snapped his fingers at Ray. "Get on with it, then." Ray quickly hustled to a group of 3 hostages in the far corner. Jason Smith, Bella West, and their teenage son, Pete, lolled their heads as if drugged. I remembered Pete at Mia's birthday party teaching the little blonde girl a lesson in static electricity with the balloons in her hair. I remembered how happy the little girl looked and how happy Pete looked for making her happy. Now he looked like he was half dead. In a few seconds, he would be dead. It happened sickeningly fast, but when I play it back in my mind, I see it in slow motion. Ray pulled a blade from his pocket, snagged Pete's hair, yanked his head back, and then slit his throat. Blood sprayed and drenched his screaming parents. "Oh my God," Elle gasped. "No." Then the blade slid across Jason and Bella's throats. I turned away and heaved, but nothing came up. Elle suddenly swung her gun around and aimed. I could feel the anger coming off her in waves. "Not yet," I whispered. "No, we can't let them kill anyone else." When I turned back, Ray and Larry were dragging the bodies toward the others lined up around the fractured floor. They were positioned in a triangular pattern, which I realized resembled the crude symbol tattooed on the back of Credence's hand. Stone and George will be here soon. But they had been gone longer than they said they would. Had something happened? Had the Wraiths gotten to them? "Where's the scavs?" Beretti snapped at his two helpers. He was practically foaming at the mouth. "Did you get them?" Credence moved behind Beretti and hugged him around the waist. "Leave them be. It's too late now. She's coming. I can feel her. And she's hungry. She needs more blood." Surprisingly, Beretti looked uneasy. When Credence shifted in front of him, she saw this, and she placed a hand on his cheek and stroked it. "Have no fear, my love. She will heal you. She will heal us all." Beretti's flesh lay against his skull with not one layer of meat between, and when he smiled, I was reminded of the Grim Reaper. "You heard the lady," he hollered at Ray and Larry. "More blood!" They nodded and obediently headed toward another group of tied people. One of them was Nina Hart, the happy nurse who had helped Mia after her labor and who had become one of Elle's closest friends. She raised her head as the two approached her, and the usual sunny demeanor she possessed vanished into a mask of rage. I kept my hand on Elle's gun, hoping she wouldn't try anything, and listening intently for the rumble of the tank's engine. Other than the voices and the constant droning from the Fisher and my own thundering heartbeat, I heard nothing. Nina straightened in her binds. "Kill me yourself, Beretti, you gutless piece of shit!" Beretti met her eye. Surprisingly, his face turned hard again. I now wondered if I actually had seen his expression waver moments earlier. I expected Nina's words to knock some sense into him, but I was wrong. Beretti was as cold-blooded as they came. All he said in reply was, "No." And then Ray stalked toward Nina. He brandished the same knife that had slit the throats of 3 others moments before. But as soon as the steel kissed Nina's neck, Elle ripped her rifle upward, knocking me off balance. I couldn't stop her before she pulled the trigger. Our cover was blown, and our cavalry hadn't yet arrived. Despite the stress of the situation and the considerable distance between her and her target, Elle's aim hit the mark. The bullets ripped Ray's face off and shredded his torso. He stumbled forward, swerving, tripped over a few of the bodies, and dove into the opened ground. Credence and Beretti had called for more blood. Well, they had it now. No longer able to hide, I charged forward, but before I could fire a shot, strong fingers wrangled me around the neck and took me to the bloody floor. I caught a glimpse of the culprit. It was Lee, a man I had once called a friend. Where he came from, I had no idea, but a jagged black mark stretched down his right cheek. He was infected. He was out of his mind. My gun flew from my hands. It rolled and bounced until it, too, was lost in the abyss. "Elle!" I choked. But she had problems of her own. Fatima, the mother of the little blonde girl I mentioned earlier, had emerged from the shadows with a wood axe. Her face was not only marked, it was almost entirely frostbite black. I watched through dimming vision as the axe hurtled downward, but Elle blocked the blow with her rifle. Scrambling and off balance, she slammed the gun against the side of Fatima's head, and Fatima collapsed. By that time, it was too late. Beretti pounced on her, and shoved a revolver against her temple. He no longer seemed sick and weak. His energy had been renewed. "That's enough, Eleanor," he snarled. Lee and Larry tied us up. We were placed only a few feet from the ground's opening, at the apex of the triangle. Beretti knelt down in front of me. He was sick. You could see it in his eyes, the way they sunk into his face. But for a dying man, he was quite agile and lively. "I knew I should have had you killed when I had the chance, Grady," he said. "You've been nothing but a problem for me ever since you crawled through the snow and begged for our help." He laughed, but the laughter morphed into a coughing fit, which he quickly got under control. Credence sidled up to him and rubbed his back. "Soon, my love, soon," she said. He waved his hand and focused on me again. "You know, that beating Larry and Ray gave you got me in hot water with Nick and George. They started wondering why they needed me around. Then, when you started getting buddy-buddy with Nick, all of a sudden he became a little more cautious about my work. Coincidence? I don't think so. And tonight, you try to break up this beautiful event. No, no, no. No more. That's it. The city's mine. And pretty soon, both it and I will be one with the shadows." Credence laughed. "Oh, yes." The floor trembled. Dust and debris fell from above, clattering in the distance. The temperature of the hub had somehow decreased drastically in a matter of seconds. "She's coming," Credence yelled. "She's almost here. I can feel her. Can you feel her, John?" Beretti didn't answer. He was looking up, oblivious to everything else. I wanted to see what he was focusing on. The light inside stayed ethereal, like a graveyard at dusk, but I could still see the wraiths hovering above, an entire wall of them. They were waiting, biding their time. The same way they had when Ed Hark murdered Jonas, their hunger and malice radiating through the air. "It's going to be okay," I whispered to Elle. I don't know how many times I had told her that in the past. Too many times. Each time I had, some part of me thoroughly believed it was going to be okay. Right then, however, not one fiber of my being believed we'd get out of this alive. It wasn't a matter of life and death anymore. It was now a matter of when we'd die. But Elle, who'd been quiet and mostly calm up to this point, leaned back and smiled. "I know it is." She then slid her hand across the floor and grabbed mine. "What? How the hell?" I began. She was tied like I'd been tied. Now she wasn't. "Here." A small piece of glass filled my palm. "Easy." In awe, I slipped it up my sleeve just as Lee strode past. He was blank-faced and moving like a zombie from some cheap horror movie. The black marks on his face had seemed to turn darker. It could have been the dying light, but I doubted it. Once he turned his back, I got to work sawing the rope. It wasn't easy. Hell, the sharpness seemed to cut through my gloves more than it did the twine. But after a few moments of trying, I felt the binds loosen enough for me to be able to pull my wrists apart. Only it was still too dangerous to make a run for it. Turning my head, I caught Nina's eyes. Her execution had since been forgotten, thankfully, but for how long, who knew? I tried to convey to her that it'd be okay. I don't know if I was doing a good job. Credence stood to our side at the triangle's point. Beretti knelt beside her, his head bowed and eyes closed. Staring at her open notebook, Credence spoke nonsensical words. As her voice rose, so did the strength of the tremors. This caused a few of the stacked corpses to slip into the fissure, and that eerie, ethereal light pulsed from inside of it. And deep, deep down, I caught the grotesque silhouette of some emerging beast. "Here she is," Credence repeated. "The matron is coming." The screams of the few remaining survivors weren't enough to drown out her voice. Beretti, Lee, and Larry stayed silent. In shock and awe, most likely. "Turn away," I said to Elle. "Don't look." But that was impossible. With a thundering boom, a black hand, as large as a car, reached from the opening and gripped the side. The floor dipped inward, and more corpses fell through. Now the droning graduated to a horrible buzz, causing something wet to begin trickling out of my ears. Blood. "Run!" I shouted at Elle, pulling her to her feet. "Run!" A second explosion sounded behind, joining the horrible cacophony. I snapped my head in that direction and saw the tank, its high beams on, trundling through the hole in the wall and over debris before it stopped a few feet away. The doors flew open, and Stone and George fell out with rifles in hand. They fired at Credence and Beretti, Lee, and Larry, who all scrambled for cover. They weren't fast enough, however. Beretti took a barrage of bullets and crumbled to the floor. Lee and Larry were cut down by Stone's shots. Credence, her back to them, was hit in the shoulder-neck area. She promptly fell forward, landing face first among the blood she was so eager to spill, dead before she hit the floor. "Let's go," Stone shouted, lowering his gun. "Come on, double time." He dropped to his knees, moving as smoothly as I could remember since his accident, and began undoing the bonds of the tied survivors. Their numbers had dwindled since my arrival, but the remaining few now had a chance. The buzzing from above changed to screeches of pain and anger. I looked up and saw the wraiths transform into terrible beasts. Here was the spider, the werewolf, the thumbprint people, the scorpion, and a clown, a whale, a corpse, you name it. And it was then I knew that we couldn't just run. This wasn't another skirmish. It was the final battle, the one that could potentially put an end to the war once and for all. We had to go for the knockout or risk dying in the future. I was sick of these bastards and the cold. I was sick of fearing for my life at every waking moment. I was sick of it all. Everyone couldn't pile into the snow tank, so Stone and George had taken to guiding the survivors out of the hub. Where, I don't know, just as far away from all of this as possible. Elle was pulling me toward the others fleeing the scene. I stopped and yanked my arm from her grasp. "Grady, what are you doing?" "Elle, I love you." I leaned in and kissed her on the lips. She grabbed my hand. I thought that it might be our last, that this might be the final time I ever looked at her. "What? Grady, are you crazy?" I didn't answer her, but let go of her hand and made my way to the tank. With a growing numbness coming over my body, I patted my jacket's pocket. The flares from Nick's panic room were still there. I pulled them out and gripped them tightly as the freezing wind blew me toward the broken ground. Snow was falling again. Large gray-white flakes came down in droves, obscuring the black parts of the matron still poised on the edge. Moving toward it, another hand clamped the fracture's opposite side. From each finger jutted a sharp nail as tall as a man. "Grady!" Stone yelled. "What the fuck are you doing?" I barely heard him over all the noise. That, and I was too set on what I meant to do next. The drums of fuel were still inside the snow tank. I climbed in the back, popped the caps off their spouts. A gushing waterfall of sharp-smelling gasoline soaked the cargo hold. I became lightheaded for a moment, but shook it off before I could pass out. I turned in time to see the matron's crowning head. I covered my eyes, because I knew if I looked at this thing, if I stared into its horrible face, I would lose my mind. "Grady!" the voices of the wraiths called. A mixture of my lost loved ones and something sinister. "Grady!" I ignored this and lit my flares. Then I threw them into the tank's storage hold. The flames that erupted in the back were as bright as July 4th fireworks. reaching in and grabbing the key hanging from the tank's ignition. Excruciating heat licking at the back of my neck, I twisted it and the engine roared to life. Amongst the debris was some shattered brick. I grabbed a piece and planted it firmly on the tank's gas pedal. A huge shadow fell over the entirety of the hub. No, the city. The screeches reached their peak. I thought my head was going to explode. The tank lurched toward the fissure. Eyes half open, I turned and ran. I ran for my life. The result was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb. And then, it wasn't. The flaming tank had passed through whatever membrane lay between our world and the monsters. I was propelled forward, blinded by the brightness, and I had passed out before I hit the ground. Later, I don't know how long, though, when I came to, Eleanor was standing over me and crying, with soot stains on her cheeks. We were just outside of the hub, in the snow. It didn't feel as cold anymore. What happened? I croaked. I don't know, she said. But the storm stopped, and the wraiths are gone. She kissed me. As she pulled me to my feet, movement came from behind. We spun around and saw Credence emerge from the debris. She had her back to us. Impossible, I remember thinking. She's dead. I saw her die. I guess I wasn't too far off, actually. Neither Elle nor myself had a weapon, but Credence did. In her hand was a small pistol. Slowly she turned. Her brow was bloody. She was smiling, but most of her teeth had fallen out. And then she opened her eyes. They were the color of TV static. She began to laugh. This is it. This is the end of the road. Killed by a crazy person, I thought. Credence, still cackling, raised her weapon. I grabbed Elle, rotated, and shielded her as best I could, just as the pistol cracked. There was no more laughing. I waited for the inevitable pain of the bullet wound to come. It didn't. I looked at where Credence had once stood. She was dead, lying amongst the rubble. She had blown out her own brains. In the later days, after I had time to ruminate on all this, the conclusion I came to was simple. Credence had looked whatever came out of the fissure in the eyes. It had scrambled her already infected mind, and, no longer able to take it, she decided to put an end to the misery the insanity brought her. And I didn't blame her. Not one bit. Without fuel and without a vehicle, we decided to stay in the city. At least there was shelter and some sense of familiarity, despite all that had happened. For 2 days, I had no idea what had become of Mia, Monica, Chewie, Nick Ryder, and the others. Had they made it out safely? Were they still okay? The snow had stopped, but it was still bitter cold. The wind blew hard, although not as violently as before. Leaving in these conditions without a vehicle would prove fatal, so all we could do was wait and pray. Yes, I prayed that the others were okay. As you know, I am not a religious man, but it seemed my prayers were answered. The rumbling roar of the other tank roused me from a semi-doze. It was Nick. When he saw us, the few who'd survived, he burst into tears and he thanked us. He had driven the others to Julius's bunker. They'd been happily taken in and everyone was all right. We left in groups, and then someone would drive back and shuttle the others. Here we stayed for at least a month, maybe 2. I remember seeing Mia when we got there, how she burst into tears. I remember how Monica smiled and giggled when I picked her up and made goofy faces at her. I remember Chewie barking and jumping into my lap as if he was a puppy again. I remember Nina and Sharon sobbing as they hugged. I remember George's eulogy for the fallen. I remember the little girl, Paige, reading a poem she'd written about happiness. I remember Julius sharing his whiskey with whoever wanted some. I remember it all. The city was lost, true. But most importantly, we were together again. All that happened about 6 months ago, I believe. The snow's been melting steadily ever since, slowly but surely, but there's still a lot on the ground. The sun rises and it sets. There are very few dark clouds in the sky. This morning in particular was one of the warmest yet. It was the first time the thermometer passed 40 degrees Fahrenheit. T-shirt and shorts weather compared to the frozen hell we'd lived through. I actually saw the red line hovering somewhere between 40 and 45 when I took Chewy out for his morning walk. This was around 8 a.m., which always seems to be the time he climbs onto our bed with his leash dangling from his mouth. I'm not scared to go out with him. I haven't seen a wraith since the ritual. I hope I never see one again. We are set up somewhere northeast of where the city once stood, in an abandoned housing complex called Shady Pines. Those who were in the bunker eventually fanned out, taking this new warmth as a sign to try and piece together their old lives. Naturally, the supplies dried up, and we had to move on from there too. Elle and I have our own place. Mia and Monica and Stone do as well, but they're always staying with us. We are still too afraid to be alone. Monica is a not-so-little-anymore ball of joy. She talks a lot, babbling, with a few words thrown in for good measure, mostly. I don't know what the Wraiths are, or where they came from. All I know is they were as unnatural as the summer snow. But I do have my theories. Some of them are insane, some of them are just mildly crazy. I think the monsters sensed a weakness amongst our species. Before they arrived and destroyed so much, had humanity as a whole ever been more divided? A virus was raging all over the world, people were rioting in the streets, racism was still very much alive, most of the United States population was living paycheck to paycheck or were just flat out broke. Global warming loomed over our heads like a shadow of death. Governments were lying to their people, and it seemed we were always involved in some military conflict or on the brink of total war. The Wraiths consumed our fear and despair. They relished in it. If ever there was a time so full of fear and despair, it was the year 2020. The monsters saw a chance and they took it. But they didn't realize how resilient we could be. They didn't expect a fight. Never count us out. Never. Where did they go, though? I don't know the answer to that either. I hope they're extinct, eradicated, the way they tried to eradicate us. Who knows? Maybe they're just regrouping. Maybe they'll be back. But if they do return, we'll be ready for them. Because this is our world, and they can't take it from us. Another month later, and things are better still. We get closer to normalcy with each passing day. I know that's not saying much now, because our sense of what's normal is permanently skewed, but it's better than the way things were. Chewy wanted out a little earlier than usual today. I heard the tags on his collar jingling as he ambled up the footstool on my side of the bed. The digital clock on the nightstand read 5:22 a.m. I hadn't slept because I was trying to think of how to end this account. See, I want to give you one of those, and then we lived happily ever after lines. But I can't. Not yet, at least. I can, however, get pretty close. That early morning, as Chewy sniffed around the piles of melting snow, and the first hints of sun shone down on us, a beautiful sound reached my ears. A sound I hadn't heard since before the blizzards began. It was the birds. And they were singing. This concludes